Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So, yeah, 5 days to go till season 1. 5 days. What's up, Leon?
What's up?
5 days to go. To go, to go, to go, to go, to go, to go, to go. I accidentally turned off streamer mode, and now I want to turn it back on. I totally forgot how good streamer mode is. How the hell do I manually turn streamer mode back on? I don't even remember.
On Discord?
Yeah. That was weird. I don't even remember how to turn it manually on.
It's its own section. It's its own section in the app settings. Part of the settings. It's a subsection.
Oh, there it is. Pink. Done. Haha. Streamer mode's kind of nice. It has some nice features. Turns off like a lot of the annoying like sounds and things like that, so they're not constantly going while you're playing the thing. World boss in 15 minutes. I need to finish getting all my little areas explored. There's a couple little tiny spaces in some of the maps that I haven't finished. Apparently I just don't have.
Gotta get them. Gotta catch them all.
Gotta get it.
Not while I'm in town.
Catch them all.
What's up, Steven? What's up, Josh? What's up, Bootos? What's up, Peter? What's up, Irasu and Uffduff? Look at all these people showing up. You guys doing stuff. I don't know what you're doing, but you're doing stuff. We got 12 minutes till the world boss events. I'll do that next. Let's see if I can figure out which one of these zones I have, like, areas still to explore. Orion. Orion's trying to get into the clan? I've never seen Orion in forever. I haven't even seen him on Discord in forever. You know what? I don't even know if that's the Orion that I'm thinking of, but sure, why not? Maybe I'll hop back in Discord. I used to have a lot of people who would show up all the time, like back when I first started streaming, and they just disappeared, and sometimes I wonder where the hell they went. Like, I was that one guy, he used to be around all the time, and just poof, and poof.
Yeah, there's a guy I used to play video games with probably for about 20 years. And one day he just disappeared. Never showed up again. Like, we don't know what happened to him.
Just gone. Oh, look, there's one right there I need. I see it. Haha. Let's go get that one.
I met him in 99.
I'm leaning toward Druid for the start, but I will definitely say that depending on the patch notes and what's in the patch notes, it may change my mind.
Yeah, because new builds could be possible, for example.
Like, I'd like to see what the patch notes are. Once we see the patch notes, then we can get a better idea. But I think Druid is one of the best starter classes right now. Like, it's just really easy to make a really nice starter Druid. I mean, I'm not really comparing endgame so much as, like, I mean, endgame you can choose whatever the hell you want. Like, make it work. If you're just trying to level up to 100, it really doesn't even have to be all that powerful. It just has to be, like, good enough. Alright, so that's one of the areas that I needed. Explore all of Hawazar. So is that it? Did I finish with Hawazar? Okay. So the other one I need apparently is Fractured Peaks. I got areas in Fractured Peaks I haven't discovered. Where exactly? Oh, I see one over there. Okay, let's go that way. You know, it's the only character I haven't really played, and I don't know why, but I just have no interest in playing the melee rogue. Yeah, I'm more interested in the ranged rogue and like the trapper rogue and like other builds, but like every time I look at the melee skills, I'm just like, eh. Eh.
They're really strong, but yeah, it's just whether it's your cup of tea or not.
I don't know. I can't bring myself to like just pull one up and play it. I'm not used to seeing white names. I forgot I'm on a level 100 character, and monsters in the overworld don't scale past 95. So when you run around on level 100 character, it's like the first time you see white names, like instead of like yellow, orange, and red and stuff like that. Like they're actually just like white monsters. Kind of threw me off there for a second. What the hell is this? This area that I hadn't discovered yet in the Fractured Peaks. I don't even remember this. There's like nothing here. It's just like a house, and then you can't even go into the house. Like, can you go behind the house? It's like the smallest little area. Like, what is even going on right now? What is life? Baby, don't hurt me.
Don't hurt me no more.
Alright, where else have I not discovered in Fractured Peaks? There's gotta be some other little tiny spot I haven't uncovered or something. Because it says that I still have, what was it? Yeah, there's still one unclaimed area, or undiscovered area in Fractured Peaks, and I can't find it. There's nowhere on the map that looks grayed out, unless it's just like...
It's there. Have to focus.
Oh, I'm focusing.
Focus
Every ounce of his being was bent on it. And the ring wanted to get back to its master. There's no grayed out area on the map. I don't know where it is I'm supposed to go.
You lose.
It's the fog. There's no fog. Where's the fog? There's no fog. There's no fog. I see no fog. Wait. Oh, there's a fog. Is that jank right next to Kyovashad? How have I not gotten that already? No wonder I couldn't find it. It was literally like right outside of Kyovashad. It's like a... That's right. That's what I'll say about that. You guys should be doing this too, by the way. You guys need to make sure that you get all of your Lilith statues done on one character. Make sure you've got all your areas explored so that when you log in, you can immediately level up. Speaking of which, I was thinking about that. I was like, well, what level do you think we're actually going to start at? Because it's probably not going to be level 1.
Not while I'm in town.
If you think about it, logically, all the Lilith statues is going to be a pretty hefty amount of renown, and all of the areas uncovered is going to be a pretty hefty amount of renown. So you go in that bar, and you're going to have 5 regions that you're going to be able to just click on and just go claim, like throughout all 5 regions. So you're just gonna be able to claim everything from all the regions. Ow! Why are you guys so rude?
Is that how it works now? Well, no, the fog doesn't, but the Lilith does, right?
No, because right now you don't get the renown for the Lilith statues.
That's at 18.
You
Okay,
you only get the other side of the equation.
But 18's will test that easily.
I must have been doing some test. Yeah, I was doing testing on this character. All my skills are all messed up. Don't you hate when that happens? Don't you just hate it?
I get everything.
I'm over here just like messing up my whole character, and then I just log out. I'm like, whatever. Come back. No, none of my skills are set up right. Like nothing. I got my minions. Like all my minions are dead. Because remember, I disabled my minions when we were doing the stagger testing. Because they would have messed up the testing, though. So. Alright, so I think that's everything for the areas. 76 out of 76, 51 out of 51, 56 out of 56, 54 out of 54, and 70 out of 70. So I'm currently finite. Waypoints, I have all the waypoints. Those don't carry over, I don't think, but it doesn't matter anyway. I think this is literally my most progressed character for the entire season, so I think I should be good.
Ginger.
What's up, Destination?
What up?
Are you ready to no life the game and grind to level 100?
I'm at 89, so yes. I just finished all my renown, ready to go.
Oh, I meant like for the season when the season starts.
Yes. So I'm saying, I just finished all my renown, I'm ready to go.
Ready to go. Ready to go, suckers. Ready to go.
Yeah. Got 3 minutes to world boss.
3 minutes.
Am I
Gotta
going to
make
farm
it.
obols for the vendor on the 18th? I mean, getting 1,000 obols is really easy. But yeah, I'll probably try and grab 1,000 before, before the 18th so I have them. But we're probably going to want to, like, get a bunch of them so that we can get the new legendary affixes. Where there's going to be 7 new legendary affixes, so I'm assuming we'll be able to get access to those. They said the uniques and the affixes would be available for Eternal Realm. The Eternal. The Realm Eternal.
It's like 1 HellTide.
Yeah, you can fill up your obols easy, super easy. We're gonna be trying to farm those new uniques. Obviously, the uber rare unique, whatever the hell that is, which my bet is firmly on the Soj. It's definitely gonna be a Soj.
It's definitely gonna be a
Like
Soj.
100%. But like as for the other 5, I'm assuming that it's going to be 1 per class because it makes sense. It just makes sense.
It might not be Soj because you can't get skills in rings at the moment, and it would just be broken as hell.
Yeah, but nobody would find it. They made these uber rares so hard to come by. Nobody's going to find the dang thing.
Yeah, but I mean,
somebody will find one and they'll be
Shaco.
OP and they'll be like, I have the ring, the one ring of Sauron.
Same with Shaco though. Nobody's gonna find him.
I'm actually hoping for a rebalancing of uniques. I don't know, like most uniques in the game are just underwhelming, especially the barb ones. They need to be boofed.
Well, one thing that they really need to do with the uniques, sorry, and one thing they really need to do with the uniques is, which is really simple, is they need to actually put some forethought into like the stats that people look for on those particular items, because I feel like they've bottlenecked the uniques into a really weird situation where it's like, okay, this unique is really nice, but like I really would like to have crit, and I'd really like to have attack speed, and I'd really like to have like a plus core skill, and then by the time you're done like looking at the unique, you're like, okay, it doesn't have the core skill, it doesn't have the crit, it doesn't have the, like there's very few uniques that are actually set up properly. I was commenting on this about the Gloves of the Illuminator, which I know the Gloves of the Illuminator are for an unpopular skill, which is Fireball, but they are probably the best set up like pair of gloves that I've seen, like unique wise in the game. Not only do they have crit chance, not only do they have attack speed, not only do they have +4 to the core skill in question, but they're just all, I have all of the above. They're very well set up for a pair of gloves. Like if I was going to make a Fireball sorceress, chances are my gloves would look pretty much like that anyway. So it's like now it's like, okay, now I have what I want and I have a special added effect.
I was gonna say that sounds exactly like the legendary gloves I have on right now.
Exactly. The Gloves of the Illuminator are literally like almost perfectly set up for like a unique. Whereas something like Temerity Pants or Iceheart Bryce, like they got like no defensive modifiers on them, like whatsoever. So like when you look at Iceheart Bryce, you're like, okay, well the unique effect is pretty cool. I mean, it's a very strong unique effect, but it doesn't have like anything that you would want
everywhere.
like for pants. Like it doesn't have any of the defensive mechanics. No DR, no armor value, no DR while monster is chilled, no DR while monster's frozen, no DR while monster is picking his nose. Like there's nothing going on there. It's like they're completely non-defensive pants. But they're the ones that set this up though. Like they're the ones that set up the whole it has to be defensive thing. Like because by restricting certain modifiers, they already set up this story. Like if you want crit, well guess what? You can't get crit on more than your rings and your gloves unless it's from a special item. So like you're stuck now. Now you've got 3 sources of crit, and if a unique item takes the place of one of those sources of crit, then you're in a bad situation.
Yep. A little
Hello,
crazy.
everybody.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I love how we just lagged so hard that everybody in the party died.
Let me go. Let me hop on my druid for this world boss. He ain't started yet, has he? He's
Yeah,
about.
he just finished.
Oh, he
We
just finished.
them. Yeah.
Dang. I was too busy yakking. I'm not really worried about it.
It was our vice. It's not a big deal.
Avarice?
Avarice, whatever the heck his name is.
No, it's just that's not even a name. It's a word. Avarice. Avarice is just a word that means someone who seeks gold and riches over everything else. It's just a word. It's not even it's not even a name. I don't even know why they named him that.
Just had a necro kill mine in like 2 seconds. I got one Hodo off and the thing was dead. I'm like, what just happened?
That's what our issue was that there was someone in there putting big damage out, and it was causing everyone to lag because it couldn't calculate fast enough.
It is done.
Wah, 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 wah.
Yep.
Dang. Alright, just opened up a Whispering Cache and I got 3 legendaries out of it. Okay.
I don't even know why I do the world bosses. I never get anything from them.
One day I want to just like do like a million. I want to use get like a million world caches, grand caches, and just like hold them all and then open them up at like level 100. Maybe I'll get one of the uber rare uniques. I'll just have like a whole inventory stash full of caches.
We can do that for a season if you want. Gives me something to work on.
Alright, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Fair trade.
Fair trade.
I got a razor plate and a mother's embrace today, and they're both garbage.
I think razor plate might actually be garbage. I've been going back and
Maybe.
forth on it, and I've been thinking about it, and like, it just doesn't getting that buff to the thorns doesn't seem like enough to compensate for losing 4 other like modifiers and also the legendary aspect that you could throw on there. On top of that, there's just like better items, like the barbarian armor. What is it called? Rage of Haragoth. Rage of Haragoth has like almost 1,000 some odd thorns on it, and a whole bunch of other stuff, and a defensive mechanic. Like you can, and then you can socket it with some more thorns, and like at least you actually get a mechanic with the thorns, and then a bunch of other buffs.
For a necro, I see it having all your minions gain, your thorns and stuff. It kind of makes sense there, but that would be like the only place that I would see that it really makes sense. Because the damage is just multiplied enough to actually be a feasible amount.
Dark days upon us.
It's like any build that I've been trying in this game. It's just how far do you want to go?
Yeah.
There's just a certain amount of defense you need to stop getting one-shotted in the higher tiers. I can make any build in the game go to tier 50, maybe even 60. It's when you start going 70 and up where the defense really starts mattering, and the damage. Because even if you live for a long time, if you don't kill them quick enough, you're dead anyway.
That's the problems with my ice shards.
Well, it's what we talked about in the beginning of the game. Is there's too much intermittent damage reduction, and intermittent damage reduction doesn't prevent you from getting killed. It temporarily prevents your death, and then once that intermittent DR goes down, then you're screwed. And like dodge is intermittent DR, block is intermittent DR, bad intermittent DR too, because you can't even use it when you need it. It's just random. And then all the defensive cooldowns in the game are intermittent DR, but at least they're better intermittent DR that you can use when you need it. Like, what it really comes down to is you have to have enough flat DR and conditional DR to actually make the character work.
It's like the fact that I run Temerities and I have another bonus on top of that gives me another like 1,200 life,
I'm not ready
5% chance. I have 100% lucky hit increase on ice shards. So I basically always lucky hit at least once during my ice shard blast, and I can have like a 5,500 barrier on top of 7,500 life and still get one shot with the full 50% armor stack.
Yeah,
Imprint.
the armor stack just isn't worth it, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I have like, 7,500 armor on top of 13,000 health or something like that, and I can still get one shot through all of that. They need to fix resistances and make them worth something.
Well, it's
That will help
it's
us.
because of the armor penalty thing that's happening. So let's pretend that disobedience mod is giving you 20% additional like physical damage reduction. At the end of the day, it's only giving you 10% non-physical, right? Because it's half of that. And then on top of that, when you go into the higher tiers dungeons, you're not getting 20% from the armor. You're getting less than that because it's diminishing returns. So your 20% turns into like 10, and then your 10% turns into 5 when it applies to your resistances. So like most of the time when I die, it's not from physical damage. Physical damage tends to be just fine. It's the fire, it's the poison, it's the lightning, it's the explosions of elemental damage that are killing me like 99% of the time.
That's why I think that they need to focus on resistances, but we're not even going to get that until season 2 or 10 or whenever the hell they feel like getting around to it.
I think it's obvious what their intention was. They wanted to make it easier for new players by tying armor to resistances, and by doing so, they did in fact make it easier for newer players. Casual players have it really easy because they don't have to focus on resistances. They just have to focus on armor, and it fixes their resistance problems. But then by tying armor to resistances, they hurt the hardcore players, the people that are actually going to push content. Because now your armor's tied to your resistances, which is a good thing in casual content, but it's a bad thing when you're pushing content. They've got to untie the two. Like, I know they want the casuals to have an easy time, but the casuals can learn how to stack some resistances. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, you have all this equipment that has resistances on it. They're already doing it anyway. They just don't know it doesn't work. All right, so you're not changing anything. All you're doing is just putting it back to how it is, and when they stack resistances like they normally do, it's going to have a normal effect.
I'm not ready yet.
I also think the penalty for resistances is a little high, especially considering how poorly the resistance systems work. 40% reduction is just massive. And apparently it's not just a 40% flat reduction. Apparently it's a 40% reduction that works like cumulatively against the resistance as you build it. So that the more resistance you build, the less effective the resistance is that you're building. Like, basically how they explained it in the dev campfire meeting was that, like, something was going on with the way that, like, the 40% resistance was applying. And so as you applied more resistance to try and counter the 40% resistance, the 40% resistance reduction was actually becoming more powerful, like some sort of like Greek god, the more resistance that you added onto. So like it was just compounding the problem.
I just think it's funny that we have all these resistance nodes all over our Paragon and stuff, and it doesn't matter how high we stack it, it does nothing.
Yeah, and I don't touch none of them either, not unless they got like 4% maximum life attached to them.
Yeah, nobody does. And we have all this gear with resistances on it. It's just pointless. And I think if they actually fix it to make it actually worthwhile, which to fix it, they're going to have to completely readjust the entire system, which is probably why it's going to take them so long to do it.
Well, like, I mean, if we look at like one of the monsters that's like one of the most deadly monsters in the game, like you take a monster that has suppressor and you give them that explosive thing so the fire's shooting out. I don't think there's anybody in the world that can survive that when you get into the higher tier dungeons. Like, you're basically got a monster who's like, hey, come here. And then as soon as you come here, he hits you in the face with a giant fireball, and you're like, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna die now. And and the combination of like some of the modifiers are like absolutely insane damage-wise. Like I've encountered some combinations that I don't care how tanky you are. I don't care if you're like the tank Jesus. Like, you're dying. Like, when you come across an elite that has, like, suppressor, explosive, poison, with that poison thing that goes around them in a circle, and you walk inside the suppressor shield, immediately get hit by a poison that covers your entire bar, and then smacked with a fire explosion that literally hits you in the face for, like, the majority of your HP, Nobody survives that. Like, there's no characters in the game currently that can survive that kind of punishment.
And then they're going to tie it to a dungeon mechanic, so you have to kill them. You can't just skip them. It's like, all right, well, new dungeon.
I mean, and that's one of the other big things too. Is I feel like the sorceress and the necromancer specifically are very, very underpowered in terms of defensive mechanics, specifically because of that. They are designed around intelligence. Intelligence is basically their main stat, and intelligence is a scaling resistance. So whereas the barbarian, who's also kind of screwed because he has armor, but at least armor does more than resistances. Like in the grand scheme of things, the barbarian actually has a good mechanic because armor scales well, even if the resistance component of it doesn't. And even in higher level content, armor is still moderately useful. But resistances are literally half as useful as armor. So the sorceress and the necromancer are just absolutely screwed because their scaling defensive mechanic doesn't work.
Unless you take all their defensive skills and then you're limited to nothing. You have 2 skills that you can use. Because you're taking 4 defensive skills with the sorceress.
I can't do that. My sorceress is running like 1 defensive skill. And she also has teleport, but she's using teleport offensively, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm running Ice Armor, Flame Shield, Teleport, Deep Freeze, and Frost Nova with Ice Shards.
I need more time.
Like, it's just a 1-button click. Minus all the extra stuff. And that's just like, I'm fixing to get 1-shot Flame Shield.
At least they have something
me.
that can protect them from the one-shots that happen randomly. Like, I don't even know how they even occur half the time. Like, I know we got the whole conditional defense thing going on and all that, but like, I'll have my character set up, I'll be fortified, I'll have a barrier running. Like, sometimes like the monsters will just one up and just one donk you, and there's like nothing you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm like, I many times I get one shot and I'm like, oh, I didn't have my buffs running, like, or I wasn't fortified, or whatever, like whatever, like I wasn't set up right, like I'll do better next time. And then like next time, literally, I'm all set up, I got all my buffs running, like my bone storm is up, I've got my barrier running, and then a monster just comes up and goes, and I fall down, and I'm like, wait, what? I'm like, what?
Yep.
That's why when I was doing that review of that guy's video the other day, and he talked, like they were talking about how he like never died, like apparently the monsters were just never challenging, and I'm like, and then some other people were chiming in too, and they're like, oh yeah, I never died, like I haven't died once the entire time I've been playing, like no, and I'm like, I've died thousands of times, like who are you kidding?
World Tier 1
I'm
going
like,
through
what are you?
campaign. Yeah, makes sense.
I mean,
I
I
actually
ain't
thought
even
World Tier
afraid.
2
I ain't
was
even afraid to
challenging.
admit it. I have died so many. I've died picking my nose. Like I just, like reach over and try to pick my nose because like there's something in there, and I look back up and I'm dead. Like I go to take a sip of my drink and half the time I'm dead. Like I don't even, like I can't get behind that statement that like literally the people aren't dying. Like if you're not dying, the only thing I can assume is that you're not pushing content. You're not doing any kind of content pushing. You're just doing
That's
like on level
100%.
stuff. And like that's it. And even in on-level stuff, you can still die. It's just a little bit more rare. But you will come across some of those, like we were talking about earlier, those monsters that are like suppressor, explosive, poison, fear, like ones that literally just like annihilate you from existence, or they teleport on top of you, which is even worse. I've had a couple of those. I don't know about you guys, but I've had a couple. Like it's only happened a couple times so far, but it's been so nasty when it has happened. Is literally it's a monster who has all those nasty mods like suppressor, poison, and like the explosive, and then they also have the mod where they can teleport, or they're a monster that teleports on top of you, and they just teleport on top of you.
Yeah,
So like,
Banshee.
you're just like, oh, okay, I guess I'll die.
Yep.
Like there's no approaching
all
the
the time.
situation, gently. There's no approaching the situation like a, you know, like okay, there's a big bad monster. I'm gonna use my buffs. Let me get this thing done. Let me, you know, make sure I got everything right. No, no, no. He just like teleport on your head, and then you try and run away, and he teleports back on your head.
Hmm.
I do want to add gloams to the game, like, but as a special event, not as a regular monster. Special events are different things. Okay, like
HellTide.
Gold would rip us apart in this game right now.
we got no lightning resistances.
Just rip us.
Oh man, I can like already imagine like a meme, like a meme of like a character holding up a potion of lightning resistance, like just like this, like you know, like with his eyes closed, like, and it's up in the air, and then the gloam just fires like a Thor lightning bolt in his direction, and then you just see a black cinder.
Not in town.
Just poof, gone.
But I had a lightning potion. Lightning potion, lightning schmotion.
I want to see how high you can actually
I need more
stack.
time.
I'm gonna do that in max roll in a minute. I
Resistances?
want to see how, yeah, I
So-
want to see like what is the max resistance that you can get and what is it actually
So
do
I
to your
tested it,
character.
and it's very similar to the way that DR works. But the problem is that like it's only half the equation. So like whenever you add 20% resistance, it's basically 10% resistance, and then 10% resistance is translated out into like however much resistance you have, and then the penalty is applied. And so like when you add like a 20% resistance to your character, it ends up being like 1.
Yeah.
And then the next 20% that you add ends up being a lot less than that one, so it ends up being like 0.8. And each 20% that you add seems to get a penalty applied to it, like to the point where literally by the time you add your 6th or 7th, like 20%, it ends up going down like to the point where it's like I think it's like 0.4% or like 0.2% per 20% added. It's awful. I just got my
Well, I
butt
mean,
kicked by Gorash the Doom Trap over here.
Like I know though there's the point of diminishing returns, but I want to like stack. I want to do it in max roll and like stack, like have every single piece of gear have like fire resist on it that can have it, and just be what is the maximum number that you can get, and then what does that equate to in percentage?
0.
Exactly. But I want to like actually see it, and it's gonna be something ridiculous like 30% damage reduction.
I don't even think it's gonna get that high.
Alright,
Like
I'm
I legit think you're probably gonna cap out at like 10% increase. Like with everything stacked into a specific resistance, not even all resistances. I think you're gonna be
specific resistance.
yeah. I think you're gonna be looking at like 10% to a specific resistance, stacking that one specific resistance.
I'm not ready yet. Hurry, please.
10% more, of course, than what's already there.
You can't have resistances on a necklace, on an amulet. You can on rings.
You might be able to have oh wow.
Yeah,
You
let's
might be
just
able to
do
have plus
fire.
to a passive though that gives you the bonus. Like there's some passives that give non-physical resistance and things like that. I know for a fact that I think Druid has one. Doesn't Druid have a non-physical resistance passive?
Don't have enough energy.
And I am not set up. This character is not set up high enough yet for World Tier 4. I kind of don't want to struggle today. I just want to have fun playing. I think I'm going to go play on my Druid instead. Well, I'm glad my video was there to bust his bubble, Techno City, so he didn't sell his account for $5 for that razor blade.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Keep your guard.
Alright. No more rogue for today. Let's go play something. It's actually level 70 plus. Still haven't got my freaking druid even set up properly yet. I can't seem to find an amulet that's like worth using on this character. The amulets are just notoriously difficult to find in good condition. Like, I think I'm gonna have to just like every time I find an amulet that's like anywhere decent, I'm just gonna have to hold on to it and just consume up some of my precious stash space. Because it feels like finding like the best, the good amulets is just really hard.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Why is Shred so much faster of an ability than frickin' Storm Strike? Storm Strike is so slow. I think I'm just biased ever since I played my frickin' Ramaladi's Magnum Opus build. Everything feels so slow now because he attacks so fast. Like he legit hits a target like 4 times, I think, in the same time period it takes me to hit like 1 time on this character. I'm trying to find an amulet that has the Toxic Claws passive. I wanna play around with a Toxic Claws passive. The Envenom passive does look spicy. I'm not gonna lie, but I still, despite fighting with Zan over this, I still feel like the Toxic Claws passive probably scales better. I can honestly not see how a 23% or literally a double bonus to the passive wouldn't be good. Like it literally doubles the base, which like everything else is being modified by the base. I get like double poison damage. Like there's literally a glyph that I have that doubles my poison damage. Like I can't remember exactly what it's called right off the top of my head, and God forbid I check my inventory because I'll probably die checking, but like there's a glyph that I have that literally just poisoning damage effects have a 10% chance to deal double damage, double the amount of damage over their duration, right? And then Toxic Claws has that 23% base damage, so basically every single time I poison a target I just get 23% base damage over 4 seconds, which I could double to 46% base damage over 4 seconds, and then it would have a 10% chance to get doubled again, which would be pretty massive, from 46% to, what is that? My quick math is always terrible. 92, so 92% base damage over 4 seconds, which is a lot, and that's not even counting some of my other buffs that I've got. And you're talking about every single time I crit, I'll just have like a 92% poison, or not every single time I crit, 46% poison every single time I crit, and a 92% poison with a 10% chance. And then I've got other things that increase my poisoning damage too.
Another rumble on Ding Dong.
Stop it. Oh my god, you want to hear the dumbest theory? Like the absolute, like, just dumbest theory that I've heard yet, like, in Diablo 4. Like, this guy on the Discord was going off about this thing, and not a single person believed him. Not a single person. This guy is claiming up and down with absolutely no evidence that there is rested magic find within the game. He believes without a shadow of a doubt that if you don't play your character for 3 days, that your character accumulates rested magic find, and that as soon as you log on to the character and you kill, like, you know, do like 1 dungeon, you're like guaranteed anywhere between like 1 to 3 unique items, like, because your rested magic find kicks in. And
I don't know if that's 100%, but I can say I've had that experience. I have had that experience.
But the thing is like even if it's true, like even if it is true, like I find like 10 to 15 unique items like in a like a full play time. So you're telling me I need to wait 3 days to find like 1 to 3 uniques, whereas I could find like 15 if I just played the game. And like it just doesn't make any sense. Like even from a certain perspective, like it just doesn't make any sense. I also was thinking about it from a whole nother perspective, and I'm like, okay, well maybe it's just for casuals, you know, maybe they want the casuals to feel special when they log in, right? And then I was like, well no, because all the unique items are gated behind World Tier 3, and if anybody was, you know, like a dirty, filthy casual, they probably wouldn't even be in World Tier 3. So that doesn't make any sense either from that perspective.
It's a dopamine hit to keep you playing if it does exist. I've had it happen, like, especially when I, like, committed to my rogue for a week, and I logged in my barb and I got 2 uniques right away, like, in the same dungeon. Like, I've had it happen numerous times.
I mean, yeah, but
I don't
I've
know if it's an
also,
actual thing
but
or
like when
just
I
a-
was farming the Ramalades, like I swear I had like 15 uniques drop during that time period, and not a single one of them was Ramalades. But I literally had like 400,000 or 500,000 steps. I had like 3 or 4 Fields of Crimson. I had like 4 or 5 Rage of Heragroth armors. You know, like there was no limit to the number of uniques that I was finding. Like I feel like it's I feel like it's confirmation bias, if anything. Like it's basically just like, oh, I logged in and I found a unique, but like I think everybody finds uniques all the time in this game. Is it the one you want? Is it your Tempest Roar helmet? No, it's probably not your Tempest Roar helmet. But it's, you know, a garbage one, like a, you know, like a, here, have another Vasily's Prayer. I know you already have 10 of those, but here, have another one. Have another Fields of Crimson. I know you like those. Those are your favorite, right?
I must wait a moment.
Love those.
It's your favorite. It's your favorite. I like selling them at the NPC. That's what I like doing.
I must wait a moment.
It's so sad. And to find out the reason is they nerfed like half of those uniques last year's closed beta thing. They did.
I must wait a moment.
They were just way better. The Hellhammer had +8 to upheaval. That's like an 80% damage multiplier. It's roughly 10% per level.
I mean, I'm not a big fan of these unique items that are specific to classes. Like I would like to see them add more generic uniques like Frostburns and Fists of Fate and things like that. I feel like they're just better. They're just objectively better because they can be applied to more characters. Like even if they're not useful for a druid, they might be useful for the rogue, or even if they're not useful for the rogue, they might be useful for, like, you know, the necromancer. Like, and that way, even if it is hit or miss, and you end up making a unique item that's not really very good for this class, it still might be good for another class. And like, I feel like the generic uniques are just better overall.
I mean, it's the same with aspects. It just creates more build diversity, more build opportunities if it's more generic. Once you start getting specific, then you're just creating a set bonus technically.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not a big fan of like the individual stuff. In fact, I'd like to see them move away from like the individual class things and more toward like a more broad approach, like shields. I'd like to see every class get access to shields. As it is right now, I don't think shields are at any point the optimal bonus, like the optimal best in slot for most characters. But with the way that, you know, people are having issues with damage reduction and dying a lot in higher dungeons, people might actually consider using a shield to basically compromise. They're like, okay, well, I give up some damage for some survivability. And
What I do.
like I don't think there's anybody out there who would say like, oh, like, why would you give us shields? Those are crappy. No. At this point, like, people will be like, oh yeah, that'd be great. I would totally like to have a shield. Like, even if just to like carry one around with you, not even to actually use, but just carry around a nice shield with you, so that when you do like really hard content, you could have a shield on hand, like, to swap out to.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, what's up, Kicksarf? How's it going? What's your name? Do you want to get kicked in your big old lame?
must wait a moment.
Are there any aspects that generate fortify when you heal yourself?
I'm not ready yet.
I think as a
I
necromancer.
must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
I can't think of one.
Speaking of fortify, the undaunted glyph is so nice.
Yeah.
And it really is like it's not even if you can't maintain permanent fortified status, it still gives you like a variable 10% based on the amount of fortify that you have, even if you're not fortified.
I mean, you're pretty much using that if you're one of the 3 classes that can use it. Like you're using it.
I'm not ready yet.
Uniques in Diablo 2 are not bad. They never have been bad. Uniques in Diablo 2 are just useful for their specific scenarios. Many uniques still get utilized on a regular basis in Diablo 2, even after all the rune words were added. Never really got behind that sentiment. People would say it all the time. They'd be like, there's no good uniques in Diablo 2. Like, they're all garbage. The rune words are better. And I'm like, no, not really. I'm like, I could sit here and just name off a whole bunch of uniques in Diablo 2 that literally are very useful and people use all the time on a regular basis.
I must wait a moment.
And you know what? Why not? Let's do it. So, Harlequin Crest Shaco, Mara's Kaleidoscope, Mage Fists, Frostburns, Soges, Raven Frost.
Ready yet.
Will you die already, Kickstarter? Arcane's Valor, which is actually surprisingly good ever since they reintroduced the mechanic to break resistances, which is Thunder Charms, because it's the only +2 armor that you can get that actually has a socket. Guardian's Angel Templar coat, which is absolutely amazing for defensive purposes and goes well on mercenaries and players alike. Storm Shield, which is like literally one of the best defensive shields you can put on just about any character.
I must wait a moment.
Man, I haven't seen that ability from Kickstarter before. She keeps putting out like a big red cloud. It's kind of cool.
I must wait a moment.
Honestly, a lot of the class uniques are just like absolutely insane as well. Dalal's Mane, Ariad's Face, Herald of Zakarum. But you know, it's funny. Even the class uniques in Diablo 2 are more generic. Did you ever think about that? Like in Diablo 2, like you get like a you know, Herald of Zakarum, like it's just a generically good shield. Like it doesn't matter what build you're running, like it's just generically great, right? But then you look at something like you know, like I don't know, like Overkill or like Hellhammer or something like that in this game, and they're not generically good. They're only good for like one specific thing, like one specific ability. So it's different. You know, not that I specifically want like a ridiculously OP Dalal's Mane for every druid, and then you're just like, why aren't you using Dalal's Mane? It's the best helmet in the game. Take that crappy rare off and put on a Dalal's Mane. That's how it is in Diablo 2, though. I think pretty much every build, yeah, I think every build used Dalal's Mane pretty much. There were very few builds that didn't.
Only a select few used Cerebus Bite.
Yeah, and then the new helmet that came out is decent, but
I'm not ready yet.
oh, when they finally do add rune words into the game, like, good lord, if they don't fix our sash base by then,
I'm not
can you
ready
imagine
yet.
holding on to all those runes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not ready yet.
Just gonna be trash.
You see the optimal farming strategy for a group in strongholds.
Oh yeah, what is it?
The party leader leaves before they do the boss, and you get the XP from ringing the bell. The party leader already sets up the next stronghold and invites everyone. And then the 3 people get the XP, like double the XP from the stronghold.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
you could
they
totally
just
do it
swap
that
party
way.
leaders.
As long as you keep one person that doesn't complete the
it.
stronghold,
Yep.
you can, yeah. But they're gonna fall behind the rest of the group.
Well, what they're saying you can do... Well, first, they won't fall behind that much. They're saying, like, they'll be, like, 97, while the rest are 100, for example. But second thing you can do is, like, you can have one person take over each stronghold as the one that doesn't complete it. So, like, if you have 4 different strongholds in your party, one person from each. So, it's like the sacrifice is split.
I'm not ready yet.
Sacrificial lamb.
I'm not ready yet.
Who's gonna be the sacrificial lamb? The only problem that I foresee with that particular strategy is what if your person that has access to the stronghold suddenly goes offline? What if they got an emergency or something? What if they, what if their
You just
mom,
switch strongholds.
what if their mom dies or something?
Plenty of good strongholds. You just change to another stronghold.
But that's the optimal stronghold. Now you're not getting optimal EXP anymore.
No big deal.
I must wait a moment. I must wait a moment.
Yeah, level 72. Look at me. Yeah, Arachnid Smash. I mean, like, I wasn't by any means
So-
did I like name all the uniques from Diablo 2 that are useful over top of Runewords, but like, there's tons. There's just tons.
So there's a cap.
A cap for the resistances too.
Mm-hmm.
That's even worse.
The cap is 59.9%, which brings you up to exactly 29.9% damage reduction.
Wait.
There's literally...
What am I at right now? I'm at let's see, my highest one at the moment is poison, which is 25.2. So you got less than what I stated earlier. So remember when I said earlier, I said you weren't going to get more than 10%? So like I'm sitting at 25.2, you said the cap is 29 point whatever? That's
No, the cap for actual fire res on your character is 59.9%.
yeah, but then the damage
Increasing
reduction for the
for-
resistances itself,
Reduced incoming fire damage by 29.9%.
so you got a whole 4% basically over what I have right now. For not
Yes.
even
And
paying
we're talking-
attention to it at
We're
all.
talking 62% from Paragon, 42 from Amulet, 49 from Ring, 49 from Ring, 59 from Boots, 59 from Chest Armor, 59 from Helm, and 48 from Stats. And being in World Tier 4 gives you a minus 40%. Which I believe is where the 59.9% comes from. Because at 60% and the World Tier is giving you minus 40.
Which is a thing I said, like, it doesn't take 6 months to, do a temporary solution. Just change the world tier negative bonus to an
Just
acceptable
turn it
percent.
off. Just turn
Yeah.
it off.
You can turn it off, you can, like, reduce it to 10%, you can do anything.
Because
that's
it's
a
still
quick fix.
only going to give you, 50% damage
I'm
reduction.
not ready
Yeah.
yet.
Even if you turn it off and you max out all of them, it's only going to give you 50% damage reduction.
This is going to take us 6 months to fix. Like, no. Like, I'll take you 2 seconds to give us
Click
a
a button.
temporary solution.
Just click a button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't
talking
understand.
Literally, yeah, so this is just with fire res. So I'm talking literally hundreds of fire resistance at this point. Is it 62.5?
Well, I was actually pretty like sad about the whole thing because I remember when we first started discussing it, and like was it me and Leon and a couple others, we were trying to figure out how the hell to make our characters tankier, and we were surmising that maybe like resistance gems would have been better than like armor gems, like the skull gems, right? And the more we tested it, the more we found out that while armor was useless, but resistances were even more useless. Like we were like, oh, okay, never mind.
I have 433 fire resistance on this character, and it still only gets you to 30% reduction. That's both direct fire damage and burning damage over time.
I feel like it would be a lot better if they just made it so that it was not tied to armor. And then you wouldn't have to worry about the penalty reducing half of the resistances, and then you wouldn't... the resistance that you're getting from equipment would be more valuable because it wouldn't be reduced by half also, which is part of the issue. So, like, I think we're sitting in a situation that has multiple failure
They could
points.
leave the penalty in and separate the resistances and armor.
That's what they said was going to take more time.
Acceptable.
Yeah, that's the permanent solution, right? They're going to work on that. But the temporary solution, this is the same thing I'm saying about stash space. Stash space solving that is like, a 5-step process. But we could already had like 2 steps by now. And that we could have had like one band-aid relief. Like there's things you can do while you're doing the code in the back end to create instant relief and make the game fun now instead of waiting 6 months. It like just doesn't make any sense.
Simple. Just click the button for how many stash spaces we can buy.
Right? Just like there's things you can do today.
Somebody said the dumbest thing in one of the discords earlier too. They were like Diablo 3 only had 4 stash tabs and that was enough. And I'm like hell no it wasn't. I was like, I played Diablo 3. My stash tabs were like permanently full. I ain't never have enough space in that dang game. I was like, I had like sets that I was hanging on to, and I would go make the next character and then transfer the set over to that character. But like, I'd never had enough freaking space in that stupid game.
I mean, he probably just got his set for the season, and that's all he had, so he didn't need anything else. Like,
Yeah,
that's what he probably did. That guy. It's like, yeah, of course, that game had like no itemization at all.
and all you had to do was just, get one of the hacked items because their items were terrible in that game, and then you could just beat the game and you never need stash space for anything because you just transfer that same exact item from character to character to character because every build was exactly the same, no matter what class you played or anything. Garbage.
I never played my characters that way. Maybe that was my own personal failing.
They're all crit builds. It was all stack crit play.
I would always just make the craziest stuff. Like everything I made was always unique.
Yeah, it was just stack crit beat game. That's it. Like get your crit chance up 60-70%, stack crit damage done. Game beat. It didn't matter because every class could use pretty much every kind of weapon and it didn't matter.
That is an interesting amulet.
Isn't it the same thing here too? Like, vulnerable crit damage, vulnerable crit damage, vulnerable crit damage, lucky hit, lucky chance, vulnerable crit damage, lucky hit, lucky chance. What's the
I mean, those are the multipliers, yeah.
I mean, that's why everyone said that it would have been way more interesting with the original buckets people were
like
assuming.
if you find a good ring that has vulnerable damage, crit chance, and lucky hit, you will take that ring from a character to character to character. The only thing that's limiting you is that this is level 90 and you need it for level 60 character. You cannot take it.
No, you can't take
That's it.
anything from one character to the other.
Yeah,
It's very quite
I'm
sad.
talking like I could take a sword and put it on any character in Diablo 3 for the most part. I could literally just put a sword on any character. Didn't matter whether they were supposed to use the sword or not. As far as the
Same
whole
thing here.
fantasy
Same
goes.
thing here. The sword you
I
can put it on the
I can't
rogue. You
use
can
a
put it on
I
the
can't
barb.
use a sword on my sorceress.
Yeah, but you're talking about most builds. You will use swords. Most builds, barbarians, druids, and rogues use
That has to
swords.
do with the
Well,
passive bonuses.
And
I do feel like they need to rework some of the passive bonuses because some of them are just like too good over others. Like there's I don't really see any reason to choose like the two-handed mace that has the overpower damage really. Like Like there's a couple of them that are just like the passive effects just kind of seem meh. And I think that because they tied those passive effects to those items and the passive effects aren't even really that amazing, they've kind of like relegated those weapons to not really being all that useful.
Yep. I've never equipped an axe or mace on my one-hand slots on my barb ever since the game has been out. Why would I? Convince me otherwise.
No, there's no need to.
No, but back to Destinations. But his point is basically D3 was even worse. Like this game is definitely a step up on itemization from D3, but it's not as good as D2 at all. But
No.
and it will be improved over time. I have faith in that.
Got the faith.
But yeah, they need to make a lot more interesting choices.
Think of how long it took them to actually implement runes into the game and like rune words.
That's what I'm
while.
saying. Every
Diablo
game
2.
sucks when it first launches, as far as
And
like,
that completely changed the game.
yep, your vision of
Yeah,
the game.
but when when you are talking about this, like, why do I always have to invent the wheel from the beginning? Like, you already know rune wars are good. You already know uniques are good. You already know. It's like, it's not like, oh my gosh, look at this new thing we just found. We can make rune words. We can make universal uniques. No, they already know this.
Much thanks, friend.
I remember
but
I played.
You also have to put into consideration that they have to think of the longevity of the game and power creep and other things of that nature. When you start out with a new game, you have to start out with a floor that's lower than what people experienced in the game prior.
Yeah, I mean, just think about freaking Diablo 2 and the way it started. We started with normal uniques, and that was it. No nightmare uniques, no hell uniques. We started out with, like, you know, just, like, the bare minimum. Like, the sets didn't have any set bonuses. Like, there was a whole lot of nothing going on. There was no rune words. We didn't have access to anything yet. And then all of a sudden, you know, like, we start getting more items. Eventually, we start getting the Lord of Destruction patch. They start adding, you know, more uniques and more rune words. And then each patch after that, they added more uniques and more rune words until eventually they added them all. But, like, the game didn't start out with everything in it. It was kind of bland. That's why I keep telling people, like, they're like, oh man, Diablo 2 has all this, and I'm like, yeah, and if you go back to a same timeline of like Diablo 2 timeline versus Diablo 4 timeline, like if we looked at where each game is at this particular moment in time, like in their development cycle,
I'm
Diablo
sorry,
4 is
Benjamin, I
currently ahead
disagree.
of Diablo
It's like,
4
you know,
is
you're selling
currently
me a
ahead
car
of Diablo
now
2.
that doesn't have seat belts and doesn't have this.
And Diablo
doesn't
2 didn't
that.
have seat belts, and Diablo
Yes,
2
but
didn't have
there
any
was
of
a
that
reason
either.
for it. There is a reason for it.
There
Don't
weren't
come
even
now and
mana-
say,
there-
oh, every car when it starts
There weren't
doesn't
even
have this
mana
stuff.
potions in the game when Diablo 2 started.
So
Like you're comparing a fully finished product of Diablo 2 to a product that basically has only just reached the shelf.
Did they have a game that had mana potion and then they started Diablo 2 with no mana potion and then added it?
Diablo 2 had
This
no
is what
mana
I'm
potion at all that you could find, that you could buy from the store. You could find them, but you could not buy
This is
them.
not what I'm saying.
You could
Ginger.
find
Okay.
them, but you could not buy them. So yes, they did actually have mana potions in the game. Then they decided to take them out of the shop so that you couldn't buy them. And then eventually they added the potions back into the shop because they realized it was stupid.
The same concept for Diablo 2 versus Resurrected. Why did we need more stuff? We didn't. The game was fine the way it was, but they still added more stuff, which added a completely different floor for power level, essentially. We have more power level in D2R than we did in Lord of Destruction.
I just think that we like the game, so a lot of people giving them a lot of slack for things that should
I ain't giving them not a
have
damn
been.
bit of slack. I ain't giving them no slack whatsoever, Luli.
Like,
I think
there is
you just got
no
like a
reason
really
whatsoever
negative.
to
I think you
start
just
the
got a
game
really
with
negative
no
outlook.
shared stash.
I just think you got a
There's-
really negative outlook, man. Like it's like everything
No,
that
it's
comes
not,
out of your
it's
mouth lately has been negative. Like we're
No,
talking
no,
about
no,
like
no,
this
I am
is
not.
negative.
I like the game. I'm
We're
still
talking
playing
about
it,
like
right?
this is negative and this is positive, and like we're like and this is negative and this is positive, and you just come in and like smack the positive thing out of our hand and then just start like holding the negative
No,
thing
no,
up.
no,
Like we
no,
are
no.
currently well aware that there is a lot of negative things in the game. I have a whole hour and a half long video going over all these negative things. We moan endlessly on this stuff. But we also
If I
got
am
we
very
also got to
negative
be
about the game,
fair.
why I'm still leveling?
But we
Why I'm
also have
still
to be
playing it?
fair with the game. Like, you can't just compare a brand new game that's fresh off the shelf to a game that's 23 years old and has had time to mature. That would be
I
like
agree with
going.
you.
That would be like going to the store and buying like the dollar box wine off of the shelf, and then somebody else has like a 1829 Chardonnay, and they're like, "This is so much better than that one," and you're like, "Nah, dip. Yours is like 100 years old and it's had time to mature."
All I'm saying is, first of all, I like the game. That's why I have 3 characters that's almost level 100. So I obviously do like the game. The only thing I'm saying is, there was no reason for them to start the game with no shared stash tab. And in spite of all the complaints, not adding one. There is no reason for not giving us more. Okay, don't no stash tab. Just let us buy more stash tab. No. You see, things like that, that's
they've-
easy fix.
They've already given us the reason, which is the Xbox pre-approval cycle is so long that it's hard to get those patches out. They've pre-approved Season 1. They pre-approved it. It's done. It's going. And they're trying to get everything worked into Season 2. But I'm going to say it right off the bat. It's too long. Like, they've got to find a way to make it faster. But, like, I'm willing to give them to Season 2 because they've said it. Like, this is them saying. I'd be like, the President of the United States came on, and he's like, and we're going to get this fixed by January, right? And you're like, okay, he said it's going to be fixed by January. And if January comes around and it's not fixed, then then you're going to be angry. You're going to freaking write angry letters to the White House and like, call up the news organizations. But, like, they've told us that they're having trouble with the pre-approval process and all that other bull crap. And I get it, because it's consoles, and consoles have that stupid stuff. But we need the solution sooner. Like, they've got to find a way to make the solution sooner. Like Leon said, we get it that you can't make the fix, that you got to wait until Season 2. But there's got to be something that you can do to stem the tide for now. There's got to be like a small Jimmy fix that you can put in as like okay, this isn't going to be permanent, but here's like, I don't know, like a Herodric cube that you can shove all your stuff into for the time being, and then we'll take that out, once we've come up with a real solution. Like, they've gotta like do something, because it's way too long till Season 2.
Especially that we see how fast they can apply some hot fixes when there is an issue that they deem urgent.
It's small stuff. Like, I somewhere there's probably a list, and I would.
Found
and
6 weeks ago that we didn't know about, and they've been working on it for the last month.
I would love to get my hands on whatever this like agreement is between like Xbox and PlayStation and Blizzard, because apparently there's some sort of agreement that like these are the changes you could make and these are the changes you can't make. Like, these changes you need pre-authorization for. You've got to go through the process of actually contacting us, sending us your patch. We check out your patch and make sure there's not anything bad in it, and then we'll get back to you. But like, there's another list of things that they're allowed to do in the meantime. They're smaller changes that apparently are pre-approved that don't have to go through the approval process. And I guarantee you on that list somewhere is something they could do to fix this right now.
So we should blame the suits.
I mean, according to everything that I've looked up, it's not even Sony. Apparently, it's Xbox specifically has really long.
No, I didn't mean the Sony, the suits, not the developers, the suits.
Well, that's what I thought you meant by suits was Microsoft.
Well, pretty soon
Yeah.
Xbox will own this game because they won their case.
Yeah.
So maybe Microsoft will just be like, yeah, we'll patch this anytime we want.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, is that once this actually goes through, this purchase, they're just gonna, like, Microsoft is just gonna fast track all this stuff because they're gonna be part of the company now. Like, they're gonna be like, oh no, you're part of the company now. You don't have to pre-approve your patches. Like, we'll just, it's already, yeah, whatever. Just release it whenever you need to. Like, no big deal. That whole buyout thing is crazy, and apparently it's already happening. Like, it's like Microsoft is already considering just pulling out of UK, because apparently the UK is the only place that's denying the purchase.
Yes.
And so they're just like, okay, well, we'll just pull out of UK entirely then. You just like, if it's the world versus UK, I guess they've just decided.
I am not aware of any of those issues you're talking about. There is a problem between Sony and Xbox.
There's been an ongoing, like, legal battle for I don't even know how long now. But Microsoft's basically trying to buy Activision Blizzard. You know that part, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they've been trying to buy them for a long time. And then there's like Sony was the main protester, and then they tried to like lobby at the FTC to stop it. And then I guess somehow the UK got involved wanting to stop it. So like there's just legal
What
cases all
Sony
over
has
the
to do with
place.
it?
I mean, Sony's just filing for like competition clauses and things like that, right? Like they'll dominate the market, monopoly clauses, and like they were trying to do all these arguments, but they've lost. They've lost like all the battles.
Everybody has lost except for the UK. They're the only ones that haven't accepted it. But you might be talking about like the Xbox like Sony approval process. Is that what you're talking about?
Sony basically, like, their main argument was, like, oh, they'll make Call of Duty not available on the PlayStation, and that gives us all our sales. And Microsoft's like, no, we'll make it available for the next 10 years, guaranteed. And, like, just all this stuff has been going on.
Like, yeah, no, we'll give you time to develop games if that's what you want, and that's not good enough.
I mean, let's be perfectly honest here, though. Like, it's on the record that Xbox exists for no other reason other than to give Sony a black eye. Like, it's literally on the record. That's why they were created in the first place. So, like, I would assume that at some point, like, even after those 10 years, they would just be like, all right, well, we gave you the time you needed. Do you have the games that you need to support your own platforms? Like, well, no, you don't. Okay, well, too bad. We're still taking all our games off your platform.
Yeah.
Or you can put our Xbox Game Pass on your platform, and you can keep everything. Which I think is their ultimate goal, by the way, is to get basically all of them to be using Xbox Game Pass. I mean, if a company like that has access to all those games says they're going to pull all their games from your platform unless you put Game Pass on your platform, you're probably going to consider it at that point. You'd be like, okay, well, I get to keep all the games, but... I don't think the European market is going to want to not have access to all those games. It's a lot of money loss. It's just like losing out on tourism money coming in. Like, they pay tons of fees and taxes and everything for all that stuff constantly. Like, it's different when like the whole world was going to boycott it and they would have kept the sales for all that stuff. But now, basically, it's turned into a different story entirely, which is like, okay, well, either we say yes, or now we no longer have any of those games. No Microsoft games, no Blizzard games. Like, that we can't do any taxes on any of it. Like, there's no... and we're also going to have people pretty mad at us, literally, that they can't play any of those games in our country. And they're going to be buying, like, VPNs and stuff. It gets a little spicy when you really consider it. Countries don't like losing out on large amounts of revenue. Especially when it's free revenue, like video game revenue.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, where's the next dude jank on here? The other chest is down south, apparently, next to Turtle Run.
Ooh, not doing...
Looks like it's
that sigil.
right there in the middle of all that crap. Oh my god, I had one roll the other day. One sigil, I was looking through my sigils and I was trying to, like, figure out which one I wanted to keep. And there was one in there, it was just like pure cancer. Like everything on it was like the worst roll imaginable.
Yeah, I can't do anything with resource or resource burn on it.
Oh yeah, this one was like resource burn, and then it was like suppressor too, like on top of it, and then it had like what was it? All monsters deal poison damage. And I was like, oh my god, this is like the worst. This is like the worst sigil ever. like, I think even the buff, like the buff that you got, I don't even think it was very good either. It was something like really innocuous, like
Gold signed.
well, not even that. Like it was like I think it was frost damage or something like that, and I wasn't even a frost character, so it was like absolutely useless.
I'm not ready.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was a frost character, at least it would have given me something, but.
I'm not ready yet.
I remember looking at it and I was just like, oh my god, this thing is terrible. This thing is really terrible. The resource burn doesn't even do what it says. Have you noticed that? Like, it says it's only like 16% resource burn, but like, I swear,
more than that.
it's just like a mana burn from Diablo 2. You get hit and you're just instantly, all your resources gone.
Because I think it's 16% per hit, and you're gonna get hit 10 times. That's it, 160%.
I mean, I've had it where literally one shot is enough to like completely take out all of my resource. And I'm not even talking about like on a regular character who only has like 100 resource. No, I'm talking about on like my necromancer that has 250 resource.
I think it's doing something like 16% of the damage that they deal is going towards the mana. So if you get hit with, 10k, they're actually ripping out 1600 mana. And
it's just instantly gone. It's just instantly gone.
Yeah, the same issue that we were having in D2.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
This is speculation too, but it could also be like if they put a dot on you, then that dot also rips your resource.
16% per hit, yep.
Like
16% per dot.
I'm
Oof.
not ready yet.
Good luck.
No, I had one. It was undoable. Like I had the resource burn thing, and I was just trying to complete the dungeon, and this boss came along, and he was a suppressor explosive, and so I had to go inside the field and get hit by the explosive to actually dish out damage. And as soon as I walked inside the field, all my resource was gone. So I was just not able to do anything once I was inside the field. And no matter how much resource I tried to generate, like I could not generate resource while I was inside the field. It was like just a black hole for resources.
That moment when you wish you're a Arc Lance or whatever it is.
Oh yeah, I mean as a basic build you don't even care, right? So like you're just like,
Yeah.
eh.
Arc Flash, there you go.
I'm not ready yet.
Maybe I want to like just, as much as I'm having fun on my druid, maybe I just want to level on a character that I can actually find like the uber rare uniques just in case one actually drops for me.
I'm not ready yet.
Just in case I win the lottery.
I mean, that's what I'm waiting on.
I don't even care which one I find at this point. Just give me one.
We were talking about this yesterday with Leonard. I'm like, even if I found a Sheikah now, like in 2 days, that's it. I'm not gonna be playing with it anymore.
Nah, just sell your account and make a new account. Whether the first guy got $33,000 for his account, like, okay.
You are serious.
Yeah, he got $33,000. Somebody bought his account for $33,000.
For a Sheikah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, what does he care? $33,000 in the bank. He goes, spends $100 on another copy of the game with maybe a battle pass and some other crap, and guess what? Like he buys himself a whole car and then pays his rent for a little while. Like he's not any worse for the wear.
yeah, he's just missing his little crown pup though. Poor guy.
I would sell it for $3,000.
I mean, and I wouldn't even care at that point. Like, being the person who's selling the item versus the person that you're buying the item, you look like no risk for you. Like, the person buying the item has a risk because the account could get deleted or something, like, if they detect that you sold it, like, which can be done, like, depending on how far away you are. Like, boy, you were in Korea, now all of a sudden you're in Texas? Come on now. Come on.
Once you got your money, it's over.
Hey, now I'm from Texas.
But you were in Korea beforehand? Come on now. But the thing is that like the person who's selling it is at like no risk. Like you got no risk whatsoever there. You just like whatever. Just move on. Just make a new email. You'll be alright.
Did they do anything to the people who found the Shakros?
No, they let him keep it. They let him keep
Let
it.
them keep it?
There's 142 people, but I personally don't think they should even change that. They should just let the stuff be farmed and let us have fun 2 weeks before the season reset. Because and then someone's like, oh, but you'll upset the balance of the Eternal Realm. Like, have you played any other ARPG? Diablo 2. Everyone has multiple versions, best rolls of every item ever existed on off season, off ladder.
I'm not ready.
PoE. I have like 30 headhunters and like 10 mage bloods, the rarest items in the game. People have mirrors. Like the Eternal Realms on all these games are just for testing and having fun. You literally collect all the, yeah. You have all the items, like.
Which is something that I'm gonna have to do, by the way, unfortunately. So I'm gonna have to maintain one of every character. I'm gonna have to
The mirror
maintain.
service.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to maintain like all of the unique items in the offline, you know, Eternal Realm, basically. And then I'm gonna have to like every single time new things come out, I'm gonna be able to pull up those characters and test things out. So I have to have at least one character, like one character of everything on the Eternal Realm. Because there's no
It just
offline,
made me
so
laugh.
so it got me stuck. Like at least with Diablo 2, I could just like pull up an offline character, do a little bit of hero editing. Like, all right, let's test this out. Like that's a little bit more difficult on this one.
Yeah, now I'm thinking about you saying that if it is that bad for us, where we do not care about testing and, you know, making videos and stuff, I wonder how hard it is for content creators. It must be like a nightmare for you guys.
I mean, Dash.
I am holding on to one of every single unique item at this point. Like literally, I have one of every single unique already. Like and like that I've found. There's a couple that I haven't found. I haven't found the old staff of the crone. I haven't found that unique wand for the sorceress. And of course, I've not found any of the uber uniques.
I must wait a moment.
Yeah, I haven't found the unique wand yet. I'm level 89. Still haven't found it.
I'm not ready.
Where does life fit into a priority order, Steven? When it comes to defenses, life is not a defense. It's a minimum. You need to think about life as a minimum.
I'm not ready.
So like, let's say I was playing, I don't know, like an MMO, and I was a tank for a boss. Like when you play an MMO, like as a tank, you don't stack HP to the moon and back. You build the minimum that is required for your character, and then if you have extra, then that's great. So like, let's say you're a tank and you're doing the latest raid content, and 30,000 is like the bare minimum. Like they won't even let you into the raid unless you have 30,000 HP for your tank. Like that's how you should look at it. So life in pretty much all games, including this one, comes down to like how much life do I need to prevent myself from being one shot? How much life do I need to feel comfortable so that I'm not only am I not getting one shot, but also like is there time for me to heal myself?
Recovery.
Do I have time to recover myself? Like do I have like enough time to use my defensive cooldown like before I get absolutely annihilated? Your life is not as important as it seems, but you do need to have enough that you feel comfortable.
You need to hit a break point.
So once you get all your defenses and everything in order, and this is important too because the amount of life that you need is going to be directly proportional to the amount of damage reduction that you're running. So like if you're running 85% damage reduction, like if you can manage to get that, then 85% damage reduction is going to give you a huge reduction in the amount of damage that you're taking. So like say a boss hits you for 100,000 health, right? Well, 100,000 health minus 85% means that you need about 15,000 HP to be able to absorb that attack. So you're going to need more than that. You're going to need buffer space and a bunch of other things. And so by the time you're done, you're looking at probably like around like 20,000 HP for that buffer space. But let's take another character who doesn't have 85% damage reduction. If you're sitting at 70% damage reduction, which I think I talked about in one of the videos, I can't remember which one, now you need 30,000 HP. Because that same 100,000 damage hit that's coming in is no longer being mitigated by the same amount, which means that to take that hit, you need 30,000 HP now instead of 15,000. So your damage reduction is equally proportional to how much HP that you need to counter the hit that's coming in. The less damage reduction you have, the more life you need to accommodate for the fact that you are getting hit so hard. The more damage reduction you have, the less life you need to accommodate for that. And also, the easier it is to build a buffer zone where you can actually heal yourself and sustain and things like that. Sustain is also important too, because life is not important. Life is not good without sustain. So if you have like 60,000 life, but you can't sustain it, then it's going to do you no good whatsoever, because you're going to eventually die no matter what. Sustain is basically just things like, you know, being able to heal yourself, heals that come from other people, even like passive bonuses like regeneration and things like that, like life while not being attacked. There's tons of different ways that you can add in sustain. I plan on doing a video on that eventually. But once you put all the components together, that's when you basically come full circle and you realize like how everything works together. I did a lot of tanking in MMOs, and one of the things that you'll find is that like you've got to get a balance between your HP. You can't just stack HP, like that's not how it works, and you can't just stack DR either. Like you got to hit a minimum amount, because most of the time the monsters in this game have like a maximum amount of damage that they can potentially do to you. Like if you can find that maximum amount of damage, which I'm assuming eventually we probably will, but like let's say the maximum amount of damage that a monster could ever do is 100,000, then you can base how much HP that you need off of that. Like you'll be like, all right, well, I can manage to get 70% damage reduction. The highest that a monster can hit me for is 100,000 damage. So I'm gonna need at least like 30,000 HP bare minimum to be able to survive that 100,000 hit. And then you start to realize that it's not quite as complicated as it seems. But we don't have all that data yet, so we don't know the exact amount of HP that you need to be safe. So far, it feels like to me that HP is a lot less important than damage reduction at the moment, because the monsters just hit really hard.
More than 13,000, because I can still get one shot through a 5,500 barrier and 7,500 life. So a lot.
I think if you're doing like tier 95 plus, like tier 100, you're trying that. I think you need an effective hit pool of 20k. I could be talking about my ass, but that basically, from what I've seen.
How much? I didn't even hear what you said. You said 15k?
Like 20k.
Yeah.
A hit pool, however you achieve that, based on the conversation you just had. Whether you achieve that like with the low life strat, where the guy runs around with like 5k health, but then has a barrier to help, and then has 85% reduction from injured, like that gives him effectively a 20k HP pull.
Honestly, I think this game has complicated things entirely because they've added in way too much conditional and intermittent damage reductions, and the conditional and intermittent damage reductions are not giving us a good understanding of how things are working. Like I think in the long run, what's happening is a lot of the times we're sitting on these horrible, you know, like moments, like little fractions of a second, or like that all of a sudden our conditional damage reductions have gone down, or our defensive cooldowns have gone down. And so what's happening is like during that brief period of time, like instead of having our 85% damage reduction like we have with everything up, now we're sitting at like 20%, and a monster comes on and one donks us, and we get the bad impression that like, oh, like wow, we're really weak. But really what happened was the stars aligned at that particular moment, and you just got one donked because all your resistances were down at that particular moment. And it's bad because this game is it's set up so much around these conditionals and these intermittents that like
Heavily.
That when they go down, you're just like you're just dead. That's it. You're dead.
It's so weird because conditional moments can be fun, but this game just stacked both offensively and defensively tons of conditional moments. And then you would think like, oh, we have cooldowns this game, we have ultimates, so those should be your conditional moments. But no, it's just everything. Like you'll be hitting a mob or critting for 100k, 200k, and then all of a sudden you'll proc vulnerable and all your other stuff, and you'll be like 2 mil. It's like I'm doing 200k damage and I'm doing 2 mil damage. Like this is just such a discrepancy. Like it needs to be like balanced better.
I don't know why that stuff even happens, to be honest. Like I feel like I feel like there's some sort of like extreme disconnect with the way the skills are calculating their damage. You know, like if you're hitting a target and then you're doing 10k, and then all of a sudden you've done like 10 mil, and then you go right back to doing 10k again.
Yes.
Like it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like the way that the damage is applying just shouldn't be like that. Like
ideal 6k to 7,400k per shard at 5 shards. Like that's nothing. Ideal no damage.
Use it well.
in comparison to a lot of things. It's just
I
the
must wait a
range.
moment.
It's too large. The gap on defense and offense is just too large of a gap. They can do some conditional stuff, have some fun moments where it's like, wow, I really hit hard because I had all this happen. That's cool. But like, it needs to be a little more streamlined, a little more like the median needs to be a little more common. The range is just too huge on everything.
I mean, the crit is one thing, overpower is another thing, crit and overpower is a whole other thing, but like, most of the characters in this game at this point, I think we're all set up to the point where literally almost everything we do is a crit, so like...
You can't even tell when you lucky hit, which would be nice to know.
I mean, lucky hit would be nice too, yeah.
Lucky hit would be nice to know when you're
I'd rather have
actually
lucky hit.
hitting or not.
Yeah, I'd rather have lucky hit pop up on my screen than 30
Than
vulnerables.
overpower.
Well, no, just like the text on the screen where you have like 300 vulnerables popping up at a time.
Yeah.
I'd rather know that I'm lucky hitting
I
maybe.
make everything vulnerable.
And is
I
it just me,
feel
or
that.
does the buffs that they provide you, like in the tree, like a lot of the buffs are just really too short?
Yeah.
Like let me go to the barbarian for a second, because I feel like the barbarian's a good example of this. But like,
There are definitely some that are,
Like,
and there are some that are definitely worthwhile.
the barb has a lot of these like really weird little tiny buffs that just like seem to apply to other skills,
No,
like
the-
like
The
in
barbs buffs are just terrible.
in very short durations, and it just doesn't. I don't know why they don't add like a couple extra seconds on there or something, because I feel like most of the time, by the time you can take advantage of it, like, or even if you do try to take advantage of it, it doesn't do anything. Like I'm gonna give you a couple examples. Like when you use Rupture, which I think Rupture is a terrible ability, by the way. But Rupture has a hitting enemies with Rupture increases your attack speed by 20%, but it's only for 4 seconds. And the Rupture ability itself takes so long to complete. It's like 2 or 3 abilities worth of like frames. I don't even understand what's going on. Like you gotta like attack with it, and then it like does like a little jiggle, and then it like pulls it out, and then there's like it takes forever for it to go off, and then by the time it actually goes off and you get your little 20% damage or attack speed buff, like it's like already almost over by the time you use it for anything.
You want to really have a
Like, out
laugh,
of your
Ginger?
fire enchanted
And then,
poison,
like, the
enchanted vampiric.
The flay one, it's 10% increased bleeding damage,
Yeah.
right? But it's for 3 seconds. Like, why?
Yes.
What is that? And then Battle Frenzy has a 5% increased attack speed for each stack of Frenzy that you have for other skills. But then, like, the actual Frenzy buff only lasts for 3 seconds. So how am I supposed to utilize a 3-second buff on other abilities? Like, and like a lot of these little conditional buffs that they give you are so short that it's like, why? What is going on here? Like, why are they being so stingy with this stuff?
I have 2 things to say about that, because I was just trying Whirlwind again, and Whirlwind, when you start pushing higher tiers, becomes awful because you lose all those conditional things after a couple seconds of channeling. So like the aspect basic skills grant 20% damage reduction for 6 seconds. You start channeling, you'll be losing that. You lose the frenzy 24% damage reduction, or the flay 12% damage reduction. As soon as you just start whirlwind, you're starting to lose all these buffs that were keeping your character alive. Just gone. And you're just dead. You're like, oh, I channeled for 3 seconds, I'm dead. It's like just another thing that makes it awful.
We're talking about dying here, and meanwhile, somewhere on the internet, people are talking about how they've never died, not even once, while they've been playing Diablo 4.
You want to have a real laugh, Ginger? Have you ever seen
man.
the Violet Hammer of the
I
Ancients?
must wait.
What is that?
The Violet Hammer of the Ancients, after overpowering with your Hammer of the Ancients, you deal 30 times more damage for 5 seconds. That used to be 2 seconds in the beta. 2 seconds it used to be. They upped it up to 5, but that's still not enough to make it useful. You have to overpower, and then you have 5 seconds of a damage window.
I mean, the overpower is a 3% chance. Like, so unless you got like a guaranteed do jank, I mean, that just seems like absolutely terrible.
It is.
I don't even like. You start tying things behind things that rarely happen. Like, at what point does it become like non-existent? Like, oh, you have a 3% chance of overpowering, and we're gonna give you a 30% damage buff for 5 seconds if you overpower, and you're like, I'm not gonna rely. Who's gonna build around that exactly?
The fact that it used to be 2 seconds means they're so out of touch. Like, how would you even set that to 2 seconds on top of all the things you just mentioned? All the things you just mentioned about overpower Like even if you can somehow get overpower to happen like every 10 seconds, you know, from the weapon swap thing or whatever, it's just you have 2 second window to do anything. Like the server lags for 2 seconds. My skill queues.
I know,
And then-
and that's what I'm trying to say is that half the time, by the time you actually try to utilize it, or you're running to the monster to actually use it, like, and that's half the trouble right
Yeah.
there. Is literally you're not always next to
All
the
the time.
monster that you want to use it to. Like maybe you just killed the monster with that ability, right? So then you get the buff after you kill the monster with that ability,
They
then
teleport.
run to the next monster to try and use the ability, and then by the time you get to the next monster, the buff's already gone.
Yep. It's awful. Just a lot of this short window stuff is just horrible.
Like
I just switched
they
back
need
to
to they
hammer.
need to buff up like a lot of this stuff to like a hell of a lot higher. Especially the stuff that's being applied to a monster, not the stuff that's being applied to the player. Like Battle Flay applies to the monster. It says when Flay deals direct damage to an enemy, that enemy takes 10% increased bleeding damage. So it's not even like this is applying to you. It's applying to that one monster for 3 seconds. Like why can't it just apply to that one monster for 10 seconds? Why does it have to be 3 seconds on a single monster? Like, I could totally understand for the 20% increased attack speed, you know, like, for yourself, because that's for you, and that's for everything you do. But, like, the flame debuff is only for that one monster. Like, well, why does it have to be so short? Things that apply to like, as debuffs, honestly, probably should never be that short, ever. Yeah, Nerf Barb. That's right, Dr. Anatani. Nerf Barb. Nerf Barb.
Nerf Barb.
Nerf Barb.
I'm too strong.
It's way too strong. You kidding me? Them barbs be skronk as skronkins.
Hashtag Nerf Barb.
I don't know why them barbs be so skronk. It's about a halfway decent ring. It's not bad at all. And I say just found. I mean, it was sitting on my character. Apparently, I must have just logged out after I found a bunch of stuff and didn't even check it. And it was just sitting in my inventory. It's not bad at all. Pretty solid rolls all the way around.
Ooh,
I must wait.
it's spicy.
Spicy spice.
Oh, so glad I have 4 dodges.
Yeah, I saw there was a bleed thing going on with the way that it was like stacking back and forward. And it's funny too because he basically says in the video, he's like, "Remember that aspect of the berserk ripping that they said they fixed?" He's like, "Yeah, well, they didn't fix it."
Not even a little bit.
Like they totally did not fix it, and it was not fixed. I hate to tell you guys, but it's
Oh,
not
they
fixed.
They didn't do anything with the elite stacking on top of each other either. They didn't fix any of that shit. I know of a dungeon right now, if you want to check it out. It's the which one is it? It's the Dominine tunnels. It's just to the left of Korbach. You'll go into a certain room and there'll be like 5 to 7 elites all stacked on top of each other in this one teeny tiny corridor.
Can't remember what
I
can't
tried it,
remember
like,
what
4 or
dungeon
5
I was in,
times.
but I was literally running along and we were like, I was fighting some wraith or something. Like everybody was dead. I was fighting the wraith. Like it was a struggle. We finally managed to like kill everything. I killed that last wraith and then literally like about 35 different monsters like spawned on top of my head and like 8 of them were elites and I was just like, I think I remember just like being flabbergasted. I was like, because I was literally
Man,
just
I
like, whew, finally did it. I cleared everything.
Frozen
And it
it.
was like,
Why
ah!
does my game keep freezing? Yeah, I'm probably gonna be dead here. This is the second time that my game is frozen today. Yeah.
I really don't like the gouts of flame, by the way. Like, they hurt a lot. And I know it has to do with resistances, but man, they hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Like,
Fire and poison.
Those gouts of flames will just, like, annihilate you when you're not paying attention.
Oh, oh, oh.
Especially as a melee character that gets in there and actually fights stuff, and
Wow.
you can't really see what's going on half the time because you just have like tons of effects going off under you like all the time. You don't even see the gouts of flame half the time. They'll just be underneath of you and you'll just be dead.
Have you felt like tier 80-ish electrified the obelisk things that spawn? Like those.
Those things just appear underneath your anus. Like, it's not even... I don't even know how to explain it half the time. It depends on how big the room is, because I guess they're supposed to be like something that appears on like either side of you. But if you're in a smaller room when they appear, you'll have like 2 or 3 of them literally just pop up directly underneath of you, and you'll just instantly die, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, if you are unlucky enough to have them spawn directly under you, you're basically just screwed. What's up, Sean? How's it going? I mean, obviously, Barbarian's getting nerfed again, so...
I wish I had the talent to make like those machinima videos, like the animated stuff, because I thought of like a whole funny video in my head, like the whole script, the whole thing of it, with just the barb sitting there, and every time like a class like one-shots Uber Lilith, the barb is just shaking in the corner, waiting for the Blizzard hammer to come at it. Just like a bunch of funny things. I was like, this video would be so funny. But I can't make it. I don't have the talent.
The name of my barb is Nerf or Nothing.
Nerf or nothing. Honestly, at this point, like, I've fallen in love with Kick so much, I really want to make like just a Kick build.
Yeah, Kick is cool.
I want to be like a Kick Barbarian.
Kick is super cool.
The explosion from Kick is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. I don't care what nobody says. You literally can kick a monster into a bunch of other monsters and just get like 1,000 million explosions, and it's just absolutely glorious.
Kick can hit super hard by itself too. Like I've had kicks for 35 mil.
I don't
Probably
even,
can go heavier than that.
I'm not even built for it, but like it doesn't even have to hit in the millions. It's the way that it functions because of how it like is exponential damage. And it's really just how it works, is the exponential damage of it, like in big groups. You can literally just kick one monster into a bunch of other monsters. And then, like, there's a damage for the kick, there's a damage for the monster hitting another monster, there's a damage for the monster hitting a wall, so if you happen to kick the monster into the wall, and then any of the monsters that are kicked, if they die within 2 seconds, they explode, and then they explode and kill other monsters, and then if they happen to kill one of the other monsters, it happens to be kicked, then they explode, and like by the time you're done, there's like freaking 1 trillion numbers on the screen, and none of it's even legible.
Welcome to my life with that shit.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know, Destination, you missed out on my my freezing arrows on, so my freezing arrows on is set up for exponent damage. That's literally how I set her up. And we were in some really high-level dungeon. I can't remember which one it was, but frickin' Chunks did his corpse tendrils and pulled everything in. And I fired a shot into the pack, this big giant pack of monsters, and I have it like it was like I even did like a blow by blow on it because I was trying to see if I could actually read any of the numbers. And everything in the pack basically died in one shot. Like it was like multiple explosions all happening simultaneously on top of each other. And like we went back and looked, and there was like you could not even read even one of the numbers. Like there was like no number you could read. They were like you could go and you could read like maybe like the first number of a number and like the last number of a number as it like exited the circle of the explosion. But like there was so many numbers on the screen that they were just completely overwashing each other to the point where you couldn't make anything out.
Yeah, I feel the same way with ice shards, shooting 5 shards in quick succession like that. If anyone uses corpse tendrils or anything like that, pulls everything together. Every monster I'm hitting creates 5 numbers.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know how many explosions it is on that character, but it's a lot. I'm using that passive on the rogue that gives you the explosions, like the chance to get the explosions or whatever. And then I also have the shadow imbuement, so that gives you the explosions. And then I have the other one, which is like if they're affected by a chill or a freeze, then there's another explosion that happens. And then like if they die, like I think I had another explosion. So it was like, I don't even know, I think it was like 4 or 5 different explosions, like radial explosions that happened within a group of like 35 monsters. And they were like triggering other explosions. I don't even know how that works, but it seemed like that's what was going on. It's cool though. It's fun to see it.
I need time to do that.
This boy is just ridiculously strong at this point.
Let's see if I die.
Ever since I got Ramalodni's, like the game has become a joke. Like I just walk around just like one-shotting everything.
You don't have a good one.
I don't even have a good one.
Ramalama
No.
Ding Dong now?
I finally got a Ramalama Ding Dong. I can't even. It's so crazy because I was relying on the multiple hits to build my fortify and stuff, and at this point now I can only get like 1 hit on most targets before they die, like unless they're like an enhanced health monster, and then it's like 3 or 4. But like, it's hard for me to maintain my fortify because everything dies so fast. Like, quit dying. Don't like it when you die. Quit dying. Yeah, I would like to see the vulnerable spam turned off. We were talking about this earlier too. Honestly, we'd like to see that customizable. Like, why isn't it customizable? Just let us customize what we want to see and what we don't want to see. Like, I would totally be up for that.
It's actually so surprising. It's just another thing like they just must have not had time for. Because I mean, WoW has literally been doing this, a Blizzard game, for 20 years. Like you can do a whole customized scrolling combat text. Like you can do your own add-on version. You can do anything you want in that game, for what you want to see, how the numbers appear, everything. And this game is just like on or off, and then you can't even turn off the other text.
And you can't turn off everything. They left on some of the more annoying things.
Yep.
Is Ramalodni's that good? Yeah, for specific builds, it's very good. It depends on the build that you're running, but like Ramalodni's gives you a huge damage bonus. Multiplier even.
I must wait.
What is it capped out? It's like a 65% damage multiplier or something?
I didn't know there was a cap, but that was just based on how much fury.
Well,
You
yeah,
can
well
stack.
I mean like maximum fury you can possibly obtain, I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, possibly. It's just 0.3 times the number of the fury you can obtain.
And then I feel like Ramalodni's is always paired with Edgemasters, so you might as well just add Edgemasters in, which is another 40%. So you're looking at like bare minimum like a 100x multiplier at that point.
Well, and if it's on a core skill, then you use Limitless Rage as well. Because that's another 60%.
I can't remember who said it, but like it was like really early on when we were first playing. Like somebody found Ramalodni's and they were like, "Look at this piece of crap," and I'm like, "That thing looks pretty good, actually."
The first thing I did with it was try double swing out. I was like, let me see how good double swing could be.
Somebody was saying that for my build. Apparently, like because of the way I have everything set up, that it might actually be beneficial to throw in a little bit of double swing in there, but I don't know if I want to.
Double swing hits hard. But yeah, you're starting to just change everything because you're gearing for basic damage, you're jamming for basic damage. Like you're built around being a basic. At that point, you just be changing to a double swing build. And if you need a skill to dump Fury, then Kick is the best one to do it. Because Kick just has that multiplier. It dumps your whole Fury bar. And the kick is also based off your maximum fury.
Oh, I don't use kick for the fury. Because
If you-
it burns the fury, and I don't want to burn it.
Yeah. But it hits really hard if you do use that one. You probably
I mean,
could build it right back up.
As
It's up to
fast as
you.
I build, I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Doesn't it burn like all of it though?
Yeah, and because it burns all of it, it scales off the plus fury, which you are scaling. So if you have 300 fury, for example, it's just gonna hit way harder than 200 than 100.
It comes from. I mean, I was thinking about that. 24 to 2,934 per fury spent. I mean, it could definitely be something I could play around with and see how it works.
It's just insane damage. Like you have a problem mob, like a high HP elite, you just kick them once they're dead. Like you dump that fury into them. It's a way to make use of dumping your fury.
Level 90. My last potion finally.
You'd probably one-shot most tier 50, tier 60 bosses with it too.
Where's my potion of resourcefulness? I'm gonna use one of those. Really don't have any potions of resourcefulness? What?
You gotta find those bad boys.
I know I have them on my other characters, but I thought I at least had one on this character. Because I don't even think I was using them on this guy. This is just never...
Yeah.
Oh no, there we go. I got 11. I got 11 of them. Never mind.
I assume your Necro has a bunch too, because your Necro was using like an Essence build, so...
I'm not
Because I was
ready
born to be a birdadine, where at least I know I'm a berber. Because I was born to be a birdadine.
A barbarian.
yet. I'm not ready yet.
I like being a birdadine. You got your second Mendel's ring? I want to build a character around that eventually. I think it's pretty powerful, but... What the hell just happened?
I really love the Deathblow build I did, but it fell way off at tier 70, just way down the drain.
Well, it relies on you killing stuff, and if you can't kill stuff with each individual hit, then...
Yeah. As soon as the monsters got way tankier, then it was just useless. But I feel like if you invest everything you have into it, it should be better than that. It should scale higher.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, let's see how hard I can kick the boss in the face. Put a little bit of that, get a little bit of that down, a little bit of this, get a little bit of this, and then kick him. Oh yeah, I think I just one-shot the boss. Well, he was at half health by the time I kicked him, but still. I half shot the boss. Really bad barrier pants. Has anyone been frozen in midair? I haven't been frozen in midair. No, I can't say I've had that happen to me.
I freeze things in midair a lot. Okay, I had my flame shield up. Why did I die?
Oh, you looked away for half a second. There is no Soja at the moment. A lot of us are theorizing that the Soja is going to be one of the uniques added in the first season. I mean, if they want to like something to hype people up to hop on and play, I mean that's an easy low-hanging fruit right there.
I must wait.
It seems to be all Blizzard's going for at the moment.
You I don't have the Pharaoh's Den.
I'm asking to die in this dungeon. Resource burn, 30% more life. They're just gonna live forever. Vampires. They'll be teleporting around. I'm just asking to die.
Vampires. I should make a whole series. Like, let's pick the worst possible... the worst possible sigils that we can. Let's see how terrible things go. The freaking music starts playing.
I used my deep freeze, and the enemy's attack lined up perfectly when my deep freeze ended, and I got one shot.
So then, I stuck the fool with his own blades.
Nice.
Proud
So,
to be a barbarian.
interesting topic. Have you guys seen these, like, the bandits that'll be, like, inside the dungeons, and they're just, like, trying to loot a chest, and they're, like, talking about how they killed somebody? They'll be like, and I stuck him with his own blade. Ha 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 ha. Now help me open this chest. And I'm, like, watching them, like, do stupid stuff, and then you go up there and you try and click on their chest, and they're like, no, it's my chest. And I'm like, what a weird little event thing. Like, it's just, it's really strange.
Not ready yet.
Wah, 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 wah. If I am gonna use this kick do-jank,
Not ready yet.
I think I need more resource regeneration. What if I swap back to my Fists of Fate? Fists of Fate have like a chance to generate primary resource on them. That way I could just have like massive amount of resource constantly coming in from all sources.
I think Fists of Fate are the best gloves you can put on when you're not doing core skill. And you're not doing core skill, so they're probably the best you can put on. And then Ginger, you combine that with the kick thing I was talking about, so you get the 300% multi on top of that huge kick. Like, watch your kick damage. You will one-shot the bosses with kick.
I just did 2.3 mil right there with just a one kick. Oh god, let me out of there.
I'm dealing 20k on crit.
I'm not ready yet.
The only thing I don't like is they die so fast with the kick that sometimes they don't. Like before, when I was using the other one, they would get knocked away, and then they would find the other pack, and then they would explode in the other pack. So like you could like kick a monster into the other pack. The way that it works now, like I kick the monster and he's just instantly dead.
Yep. You're just eliminating the hardest target in the pack. You're just like, I want this guy dead now. Kick.
I'm not ready yet.
The explosion is so nice, though. Like the kick explosion is great.
That's the aspect, right?
I put it on a two-hander just for fun.
Yeah, any clue how much it's actually hitting for?
Not ready yet.
What?
Or it's too hard to tell. The explosion on the 200. Like the base damage is probably like 10k, right?
Base damage is 11,800 something.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know. The base damage on the explosion is 10,766.
I must wait.
Just having trouble maintaining my my maximum fury at this point because I can like kick 2 times, 2 times per series of do-janks.
I must wait.
How much resource generation do you have? You probably never thought about that stat because you didn't really need it before.
Nope. But I mean, Romuladni's has a lucky hit resource regen on it. It's one of the features of the ability. It has up to a 5% chance to generate 20.3% primary resource. And then the Fists of Fate have a lucky hit chance up to 5% chance to restore 18% primary resource. So, like, I don't know. Like,
Are you always berserking?
Yeah, I'm pretty much always berserking, yeah.
Because Prolific Fury, I don't know if you have that, that's 18% there. And you can get the stat on rings as well.
I must wait.
And you just like generate a ton of resource when you start stacking that.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
It's like the main way Hoda fills up its resource
I
for
think
the next hit.
Fists of Fate will work on a minion build. I mean, so the whole thing about Fists of Fate is it's trying to give you like a massive damage bump. The more hits you have, though, you're basically just averaging it out at that point. So it's like, it's no longer like a 300% bonus at that point. You can pretty much just say it's a 51% bonus. Like, I think it's 50.5% or something like that. Because by the time it averages out across all your minions attacking, it's gonna be just a 50% flat.
I'm not ready yet.
Necros may have other options too, don't they have different unique gloves? I don't know what they do. Haven't played
Howl
Necro
from
yet.
Below is the only other one, I think.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh dear lord. That is not nice.
I must wait.
You're a saint.
What's up, Devil Cookie? How's it going, man? We didn't intend barbarians to be Bruce Lee. Well, that's terrible. Barbarians are supposed to be Bruce Lee.
We noticed you're having too much fun using the pick ability. Hotfix coming.
Well, they're just
Fun.
gonna start calling out, like, creators, like, by name. They're gonna be like, because of Ginger Gaming Mentor's videos on Kick, we've decided... blame Ginger Gaming Mentor. I'm like, oh, okay, alright, jeez. Just because I was having fun, huh? Alright.
Yep. Specifically just because of that reason. Can't have fun.
Undetected.
There you Speaking of Blizzard watching my videos and nerfing things that I'm doing, so this month alone, I have 120 views from Blizzard.com, which is a separate entity. So, like, in the analytics, it'll show me, like, where views come from. Like, you know, like Diablo 4.life, for instance. I get a lot of views from Diablo 4.life because we have a partnership, right? And then the forums, so like the US, it's like us.forums.battle.net.com or whatever, right? So it'll show me whether it comes from the forums. This just says Blizzard.com. There's no like, you know, like dot in front of it. And like I got to imagine that somewhere along the lines they'll see my videos and they like probably have like internal emails And they're like, did you see Ginger Gaming Mentor's video on this broken thing that we need to nerf into oblivion? I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it says. 120 is a lot. That's a lot of views for, for a domain that no views should be coming from.
I could see that, especially right now with the game's launch. The Eye of Sauron's been out there. Like, they're very attentive, so I can see them sharing emails.
The Eye of Sauron is on me. I actually posted a screenshot of it, by the way, in Kinship chat. Like,
yeah, I saw that.
Apparently they viewed 120 times with a average view duration of 4 minutes and 50 seconds.
What video do you have that's 4 minutes and 20 seconds?
Well, I've actually checked a couple of them. It's actually been spread out over a couple different videos.
How do you apply to become like an official partner?
No, they pretty much just choose you, from what I understand.
Uh,
I've already looked into it.
Llama.
I've already contacted the right people, like according to what everybody's saying, and like if they want you, they'll get you. If they don't want you, they won't get you. I think they got some sort of contract with Maxroll, because I swear it's like most of them, if not all of the ones that they've chosen, are like Maxroll like partners.
I'll shake on that.
So if you're not a part of the Maxroll family,
this is pretty cool. Like, they'll hire like content creators to create videos on the official Diablo channel, which I thought was always pretty cool.
sell what? What am I selling? They don't need nothing else.
Paladin.
They don't need nothing else but
I
this.
just wanna run a paladin so I can buff my party and sit in the back.
Oh, Paladin would be so much fun.
Look at this. Look at this amazing manliness
I just
here.
wanna-
Okay.
I just want to figure out how to build the party then again in this game.
I
When you guys are all pushing.
think people are crying too much about group play that I don't know if they're going to give the party in that strong of a case. It's like group play is too strong.
Local then. Make it local. So when I'm doing like legions or bosses or anything like that, just localize it then. That way it's not specific to any one party.
Man, what a tanky pair of pants. I think these are my new pants. I mean, they don't have like the best rolls on everything, but like I'll be danged if they don't have literally like everything.
Found a new pair of gloves today.
I literally have everything.
It's got a lucky hit resource, lucky hit life, lucky hit chance, and 4 to ice shards on it. And the imprint is lucky hit chance increased by 15% while you have a barrier active.
Ginger, how do you feel?
Barriers.
How do you feel about them creating a special like craft and special material that will let you reroll one stat on a unique item?
One stat? I think one stat would make the unique items a hell of a lot more useful, but wouldn't make them like godlike or anything. I could get behind that.
There are some uniques that I actually like the stuff that's on them, but I don't like their specific modifier. I would love to imprint them.
Yeah, Devil Cookie, that's kind of the same thing that I came across too. Like I felt like that was exactly the same conclusion that I came to, which was like I didn't really feel like he actually wanted to play the game. Like it felt like somebody forced him to play the game.
If he wanted to play a game, he would have got well past level 48. I mean, I don't know how it took him 30 hours to get to 48. I don't know what he was doing.
I have no clue.
Whole bunch of low-level content.
He said the game was too easy, so if the game is that easy, you should be zooming through it. How did it take you 30 hours to get to 48 if it's too easy?
All the side quests, every single one of them.
Not sure what to re-roll all these pants. I like the barrier though, and that's what I want. So it's got the barrier, it's got flat damage reduction, if it's not really the best roll, unfortunately, but could be a lot better than that.
Another thought experiment question. How do you feel, Ginger, about adding one more skill ability to the bar, and it's just an ultimate skill, and that's where your ultimate goes? So everyone essentially gets one more ability they can put on their bar.
I mean, that's
It's
no,
a
that's no
multiple
different than like Final Fantasy 11. I feel like Final Fantasy 11 had the same thing going on. Every character got an ultimate skill. It was on an hour cooldown, by the way. But like your ultimate skill was just there. Like it just every class had it. Like
Yeah.
I would be fine with the ultimate skill being kind of its own category because I feel like every class pretty much takes an ultimate skill. Like most of them anyway. And like the characters that don't are literally sacrificing their ultimate skill just so that they have like another skill. So I don't think it would necessarily be a terrible idea.
Yeah.
I also feel like it's the same thing for the basic skill. Like I know that some characters don't use basic skills, but you still have to put 2 points in a basic skill no matter what.
I
So,
don't like that.
So
Yeah.
you are like stuck with a basic skill whether you want a basic skill or not. And I feel like having a basic skill slot wouldn't necessarily be terrible either. Like just if you're going to force us to put points into that basic skill even if we don't want to use it, at least let us use it. Like without having to like, you know, tie our hand essentially and be like, "Okay, well, you can use this, but you're going to have to give up something, you know, better." Like and just give us the basic skill as like a basic skill that anybody can utilize no matter what, and then that way we can like choose something else without having to sacrifice. I mean, they're the ones that forced it to be that way. Like you got to spend 2 points in that tree no matter what. So. Man, that goes up so fast. I think it was 70k for the first reroll. And then the second reroll was 353k. Like, what the hell? I didn't go up in any kind of, like, easy way.
All right. Another thought experiment. I'll just keep throwing these at you as I think of them. How do you feel about adding a affix in the game that gives you like
I must wait.
bonus duration on buffs? So like these little short buffs that we're getting, the 3 second, 4 second, you can double them to 8 seconds maybe with the stat.
I don't know. I think they just need to fix them. Like, I'm not really 100% sure how well that would actually go. 'Cause I feel like at a certain point they just need to be fixed. You can't just have all these like little tiny buffs and then force people to just increase the buffs. It's kind of the same thing as cooldown and cooldown duration. At a certain point, like when do you realize that like cooldown duration is just them artificially inflating the cooldowns,
The cooldown just
and then
it's like the
forcing you to run cooldown reduction equipment to get like back to where you probably were in the first place.
everything on sale, and it's just set at the price that it should have been all along in the stores.
Exactly. Like when you go to the store and they're like,
Yeah.
"Oh, everything's 50% off," but little do you know they bumped everything up so that 50% off is literally like the normal price.
That's kind of what happened with a lot of cooldowns for sure. We expect you to get this percentage cooldown reduction, so we're going to set it this much higher. So basically, your choice was mandatory.
Triple coupons. It reminds me of this Garfield episode. Did you guys ever see that Garfield episode where there was like a supermarket that opened across the way and like he was given like double coupons and like triple coupons and quadruple coupons and whatever. And Garfield ended up like ruining his store because like he pushed the microphone button while he was talking to some guy. And he was like, it doesn't matter how many coupons I give him. I just raise the prices so that the coupons bring it back down to the original price. And like, he basically told everybody that over the intercom, and then nobody wanted to shop at his store anymore. But that's basically how a lot of the times it is. Like, they give you all these little discounts, and it's like, oh, well, like I could just go over here and buy it for the same price without the discounts. Like, is it really that big of a deal?
I must wait.
Yeah.
Hmm.
41.9% cooldown reduction.
Well, that's what I ended up with. So, not bad after I got it all finished up. I need to get another aspect of Bull Kathos.
Bring us back something shiny.
So I can throw the...
That is no use to me.
I guess I can just throw a codex entry on there for the time being. That's interesting. So when you put your item in the window with a codex entry, and then it shows you the preview, it doesn't represent the item power the same way that it does on your character. So when you hold your mouse over the item power for your character, it says 768 plus 25. But then when you look at the preview, it just says 793.
Yeah, it actually just does the math. It's kind of cool.
Alright, so now we are looking at some pretty hefty damage reduction numbers. That should make me even mo tankier than ever before. Even mo tankier. My damage reduction went down by 0.3, my flat, and I lost the armor, but I gained 16% damage reduction from close and 11% damage reduction from bleeding. And I also gained the, honestly, the best modifier for pants, which is the while injured, your potion grants you 30% maximum life as barrier. That way, when you actually need your potion, it actually does something more than just heal you. It also gives you a barrier, which is really nice. I think that's my favorite one so far. Like, as far as pants go. What is the aspect of the Bull Kathos on? Can't remember which one was the best one to gamble for that one. Let's use the tool that I created.
It's really rare on Sorceress. Like, really rare. You can only find it on rings.
Which one is the Bull Kathos one?
The Bull Kathos one is the leap one. There's pants. Okay, so I'm gonna go gamble up some pants and see if I
The
can
leap
get a go.
damage or the leap cooldown?
The leap creates an earthquake, and then while standing in that earthquake, you gain damage reduction up to 15%.
Oh, actually, so that's like, it's probably more than that. Then that's 3 leap ones I can think of. That one?
That one's really good because it gives you the earthquake, the 15% damage reduction while standing in the earthquake. And then you also get the 15% damage increase while standing in the earthquake from the ground stomp one, and they actually stack. So when you create the earthquake with the leap, it still gives you the 15% damage increase from the earthquake ring. It's a nice little doojink there.
Now, it seems you're...
I don't have the coin. I must wait.
Oh, also, if you want to kick more often, did you ever find the ring one that gives killing an enemy while berserking has a up to 40% chance to grant 32 increased cooldown reduction to your brawling skills?
I think I did see that one, and I was thinking about it.
It just like gives you way more kicks, right? It's just gonna
Kick. Oh, if
give you
I
crazy cooldown.
that's what I was saying. It might be fun to just like make a kick barbarian, like just a full kicker. Like that's what
Might
he
as
does.
well.
He's just a kicky kick. He kicks.
I
What's
mean,
a
you gotta-
barbarian doing? He kicks. He's a kicking. He kickers.
You got 3 days till the pre-patch, so you might as well try out every build you wanted to try. Just do it. Just commit.
Just
Hey, technically, you're so close to being like your basic build is so close to being able to do a full kick on top of it. It like synergizes pretty well with the basic part. How much do you have to sacrifice to get the kick build going? Really?
I don't know, not much. I'm already
Not much in your build.
like just playing around with it. Like, I mean, kick resets leap, so that's nice already. Like, I'm utilizing the brawlers aspect, which gives me the huge kick. I put that on the two-hander because I think that's fun. I'm assuming also the Edge Masters probably gives me a massive bonus as well, like for the kick, because when I kick with full resource, it's just massive damage bump
Yep.
there. I mean, I don't know, like, in general, it seems to be pretty nice. And then the Fists of Hate, I think, are 300% bonus. Definitely is not a slouch.
I still have yet to find one of those.
What, Fists of Hate?
Yep. I've only found one pair of temerities.
Well, let's go test out my increased
Found, like,
tankiness.
I must wait.
8 ice heart praise. Only 1 temerity.
Oh my god, I don't really care how you build your character, but like it started to wear on me. I remember when like during launch, like there was not a single bar build that didn't include like all 3 shouts, and I'm like, is anybody gonna build anything else?
My Deathblow didn't have any shout.
Anything else? It's just like all 3 shouts. Like that's just how we're gonna build our characters always. Like, all right.
I think the main problem is as soon as you build for 1 shout, it makes sense just to get the other 2. As soon as you put all those passive points in, you're committing like 9 passive points. You're getting like 3 aspects related to the shout. You're getting a glyph or 2 glyphs related to like cooldown reduction. Like as soon as you do like 1 shout, it's like, well, I might as well have the other 2, so because it all synergizes.
What's up, Origin Complexity? How's it going? Let's do plus 10, minus 54. So like 44-ish sigil.
What a superior product.
Stormbait Wraith. Yucky yuck.
And another pair of shoes for my other sorceress.
There's so much stuff in this game that messes with your head on how your damage numbers go too. Like there's stuff in here that like doesn't you don't even think about it, but like if you actually sit there and think about it, like say for instance you were running this dungeon right here that I just got, right? So this is a Conclave Sigil. One of the modifiers is monsters' critical resistances. Monsters take 60% less damage from critical strike. Like, you could go into the dungeon and just have, like, a completely negative outlook on how your character plays. I don't even realize the fact that literally 60% of your crit damage is just gone. Can you imagine how much damage that would take off, like, a Bone Spear Necro? Would like, builds, like, entirely into crit?
Yep.
And then you have things like this one, which, like, all monsters take 30% less physical damage. So if you're a physical build, again, going back to the Necromancer, now 30% of your physical damage is gone, and the Bone Spear Necromancer is now losing 30% of literally everything. Yay.
At the same time, though, they could lose 30%, still one-shot everything in the game.
I don't know, 60% crit, I feel like that would probably donk on most crit builds. 60% is a lot. Like, that's... I mean, even if you say, like, you hit for 11 mil, that's, like, 60% of 11 mil gone. So you're losing, like, what is that, like, 6.5 million off of your 11, so you're going to be doing, like, 4.5 million hits at that point.
Which brings it back down to where every other build is at.
But, I mean, you might as well just say, in that dungeon, you're doing 40% of your damage. Have fun.
Yeah. I mean, dude, my crits are only hitting for 20k right now. Times 5, so... 100k?
Can I give you some advice about your character looking like a Viking? You gonna do some Leif Erikson? Get a little more red beard going on there? Am I playing hardcore? No, I'm not playing hardcore, Brennan. I'm blah, blah, blah. Every time somebody asks that question, I give the same answer, and it's getting boring at this point. But it basically just involves me laughing a little bit and then saying something along the lines of, like, can you imagine, like, I would be dead in 2 seconds, and then, like, the dog would probably, like, lick my butthole or something, like, at a really awkward time, and I would end up dying, and you're like, why is your dog licking random parts of your body? And I'm like, I don't know the answer to that question.
I must wait.
Like, it's all very silly, and it involves just me never being able to actually focus 100% on the game. I just never can. Ever.
I need time to do that.
I think right now, like, with the dog asleep, my girlfriend's not here, which she's about to be here, by the way, in about an hour. But with my girlfriend not here, her daughter, I think, is off with her dad right now. And, so, like, this is, like, the first moment in a very long time I've actually been able to focus on the game fully. But at any point, Cody will wake up and start doing weird things, like licking my elbow. And, like, I don't even know, like... Yes. I think hardcore is for people who can, like, focus 100% on the game. I think that's what hardcore is for. If you can apply, like, 100% of your focus on the game and you don't have anything else to deal with, no cats, no dogs, no girlfriend, no daughter or son
Not ready.
or anything, like, you got it. I had a laugh when one of the first one on level 100 died because he checked his map. Like, boy, if that ain't like the definition of exactly what this game is all about. Like, oh, you looked in your inventory? How dare you?
I must wait.
Man, that DR boy is rough. Come over here, buddy. Alright, let's see if we can get a nice kickoff on this group of monsters here. Okay, that was first one.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm certainly not having any trouble with damage. Oh, speaking of the tiny buffs, you know that the damage reduction that comes from Frenzy is so very nice. Like, it really is. But it only lasting 3 seconds has got to be like the biggest crock and sham. Like, you basically have to only use Frenzy. Like, if you want to keep that up at all times, if you want to keep that massive damage reduction up like all the time, you literally cannot use anything other than Frenzy. Like, switching to any other abilities at all for the most part will lose you your stacks, and then you have to rebuild them back up. It's so freaking fast. Like, it literally is just so fast.
I must wait. I must wait.
Die. Just TP to home when you gotta look away. Yeah. I just... Like... I can't even explain how wrong that is. Like, this isn't like a regular game. Like, TP a home when you need to look away is like the definition of you not realizing that literally looking away for even a fraction of a second can lead to death. So, like, at any point, if anything distracts you for even just like 1 second, just 1 second, that's all it takes. That's enough for you to die in this game. And, like, you can't always teleport back to town and literally protect yourself that way because you don't know when the events that are happening that are going to distract you are going to distract you. If I knew that my dog was going to lick the back of my leg at some particular moment or start chewing on one of my prized transformers, like, yeah, I guess I could teleport back to town in advance of him randomly licking my leg. But the fact of the matter is these events, these small little events that happen in the everyday life of individuals are not predictable. Like, you can't predict something like that. Like, I was literally playing the other day, and literally for some reason or another, my dog decided he wanted to try and jump out the window. And I don't mean a window that literally, like, you know, he could jump out of. I mean like a big glass window that doesn't open, and he's like full force about to run and jump out the window as if he could somehow do that. And even if he managed to make it, he'd probably end up cutting himself up real bad and killing himself. And he freaking almost does it. Like, I have to stop what I'm doing immediately and stop him from jumping out the window because he's a moron. And I died. Like, obviously. Like, I had to stop him from doing something because it was instantaneous. I had no choice.
I need time to do that.
I'm not going to prioritize the life of my game character over the survival of my dog. Like, my girlfriend comes home and she's like, why is the dog dead in the yard with glass shards sticking out of his neck? Well, he decided to jump out of the window and I was busy at that moment, so I just couldn't stop him.
I need more time.
Why is he getting so enraged?
I need more time.
Where was the DR? Oh, there he is. I was wondering where the DR boy was. Come here. Come here. Let's just take you out of the equation entirely, shall we?
I need time to do that.
I'm so confused as to how these suppressor shields actually work. Like, I swear there's like no rhyme or reason to them half the time. So the suppressor shield is on the boss, on the elite, right? The suppressor shield's on the elite. The elite has this shield around him. Everything that's within the shield, any monster that's within the shield, is protected from the shield. If you're inside the shield and you fire an attack inside the shield, you can hit the monsters that are inside the shield. But if your attack boomerangs and it comes back, it can hit the outside of the shield and then stop. If you have two suppressor shields overlapping each other to where one suppressor shield is guarding the other suppressor shield monster, it seems like the two suppressor shields actually make the monsters basically invincible, because even if you're inside suppressor monster A's shield, if suppressor monster B's shield is covering up suppressor monster A, then suppressor monster A is now guarded by suppressor monster B's shield, and it doesn't make any frickin' sense. But sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you're standing inside the shield and like you can hit the monster inside the suppressor shield. Sometimes you're standing inside the shield and nothing happens. It's like the monster's just invincible. And then, like, sometimes you'll have, like, 6 or 7 suppressor shields all overlapping over top of each other, and I honestly just have no clue what's going on at that point. Like, I just go in there and I just try to kill stuff, and I just don't even try to think about it, because it's just yeah.
Stay alive.
Just stay alive and just try and kill stuff. Like, you don't even, there's no thought
Don't
process
die.
at that point. It's just
Yeah.
don't die.
Don't die and keep shooting things.
And hopefully everything will die eventually.
That's how I wing it every time.
I must wait.
Too many suppressor shields. Too many.
I'm 1 XP off of leveling this glyph. Rip.
I like kicking the suppressor shield monsters across the wall. Like, you don't even have to kick the monster, you can kick the shield. It's the silliest thing in the world. You could just walk up to the suppressor shield monster, not even go inside the bubble, and you just kick outside the bubble, and you literally can kick the whole monster just by kicking the bubble. And then the whole monster just flies across the field.
That's amazing. Well, it's like, wait. Yeet.
It's like, oh, you got a nice shield there. Here, let me see a... I think it's because your attack's not supposed to be able to go through the bubble. The bubble acts as like a solid defense, so I guess your kick can actually contact the outside of the bubble, which is hilarious.
I wonder if we can double kick it. I wonder if you get on one side and like I would get on the other with kick. If you could kick it and then I could kick it.
I'm pretty
and
sure you
just ping
can.
pong it.
I'm pretty sure you
That
can.
would be hilarious to watch a suppressor shield just get yeeted.
Get a whole group of barbarians and just kick it back around in a circle.
Just bully him for him bullying us.
Get like 4 of them in a group, and a barbarian kick barbarians in a group, and just kick the suppressor monster around. Diablo 2 would run smooth on any computer, but you're probably talking about Diablo 2 Resurrected, right, Inhale? Diablo 2 Resurrected does need a little bit of a beefier system. Not too super amazing, but as long as it has a dedicated graphics card, then you should be fine. So make sure that it has what's called a dedicated graphics card. Or I think other companies, call it discrete. I think discrete is another term that they use. Discrete essentially means a graphics card that is not integrated into the system. You don't want an integrated graphics card. That's where things are going to go bad. I mean, I could give you like a minimum list here. Here, let me just write a. I'll just let me just use my massive tech brain for you here. So 16 gigabytes of RAM is your bare minimum. You don't want to go lower than that. And then also you're looking for a discrete graphics card. It doesn't necessarily have to be the most amazing graphics card in the world. Diablo 2 Resurrected doesn't really require like too ridiculously good, but I would definitely try to get something a little bit more powerful than a GTX 760, which I think is like dirt cheap at this point. Like a 760 generally costs about like, I think it's like $30 to $60. So if it's not more powerful than a GTX 760, like just see if you can find one that is. You can plug those into like GPU compare programs, and you can usually like be like GTX 760 versus, and then type in whatever the graphics card is on the system, and you can see whether it compares or not. You want a solid state minimum, a solid state hard drive. You do not want a platter drive.
They're like $100 on Newegg's right now. On Newegg, it's $100
for what?
760.
Really? $100 for a? I see them on eBay all the time for like 30 to 40.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still pretty cheap. A solid state minimum, but preferably an NVMe drive. Do not get a hard drive system. Platter drives are old and they're slow and they're terrible. As far as the CPU goes, it's not really too big of a deal. Most of the modern CPUs that you get these days can handle Diablo 2 Resurrected no problem. Just try to avoid Celerons, i3s, which are terrible. Those are like bottom bargain CPUs. I can't remember what the bottom bargain CPUs are for the AMDs. Are they usually like A3s
same
or something
thing.
like that, or like?
Nah.
I can't remember what
Or
the
even further than
crappy
that.
ones are.
I think it's like an A2. I think you were right on the money there.
I think it's like, yeah, it's like A2, A3 or something like that. I think that's the designation for like the bad ones. I can't remember exactly, but like if you go with like the Ryzen 5000 series or the Ryzen 7000 series, you'll be fine. So like probably like at least Ryzen. Actually, I'll even go as low as 3000. So 3000 series, which there's a lot of really good 3000 series processors that are probably pretty cheap nowadays.
Go with like a AM4 socket. FM2s are kind of the old ones.
There you go. I typed it all in for you, although it didn't format the way I wanted. Honestly, though, pre-builts tend to be pretty bad because of the power supply problems. We actually researched this in detail, and one of the big issues with pre-builts is a lot of the times they don't come with sufficient power supplies. The only way that you're going to be able to like figure this out is just have a minimum. Like I'll say minimum.
I'm not ready yet.
750. I would not get anything lower than a 750 watt power supply. So if it has lower than a 750 watt power supply, I probably wouldn't pick it up. Preferably something a little bit higher than that, but don't go lower than 750 watts. A lot of the times that's just going to end in misery for you. That's one of the main issues that I've found with pre-builds, is not necessarily that the system is terrible, but that they just don't put a strong enough power supply in there to actually support the system.
So I can actually 100% agree with that. I had a cheap 1000-watt power supply in my pre-built, and I would get black screens and all kinds of issues all over the place on it. I changed it out to a Corsair 1000-watt power supply and haven't had a black screen since.
Yeah, I mean, and quality power supplies is also a thing. So like, let me put that in there as well. So power supplies have ratings. They have what's called a, I think it's like bronze, silver, and gold ratings. And generally you just want to go with a gold.
Clear. They have like clear as well, I think now, which is
I think
even
there's
less than bronze.
isn't there platinum as well?
There's platinum and titanium.
Well, so you just need to get just a gold. Gold is fine. To give you an idea of what these ratings actually mean, your power supply pulls power from the system. So let's say let's just pretend it's actually like a phone call meeting at like a job or something, right? So your computer goes, hey, power supply, I need 15 watts. Can you handle that? Can you give me 15 watts? And the power supply is like, sure, I'll give you 15 watts. And then, you know, he gets the 15 watts and it's only 14 watts. And he's like, and he calls him back and he's like, hey, that wasn't enough. I need an extra watt. That was only 14. I need 15. They're like, oh man, I was pretty sure I sent you 14. Hold on, let me send you 15 again. How about that? And then this time he only gets like 14.5. The gold rating and the silver rating and stuff like that is actually like more of a guarantee that the system is actually going to provide exactly what it states, as opposed to like a variable. So the better the power supply, the more likely the system is to actually supply the exact amount that is required, as opposed to supplying something that's a variable of what was required. And the issue with that is that if you have a really crappy power supply, it might supply 15 watts one time, and then it might supply 10 watts the next time, and then it might supply 17 watts the next time. Like, it doesn't really, like, it's not a constant thing. And the system doesn't need 12 watts and 13 watts and 17 watts. It needs 15. Anything lower or higher is going to cause issues and stability problems. So the better power supplies tend to help system stability because they more often than not supply the correct voltages at the correct times, which is really the only way that you can look at it. Your last PC was running Vista? Oh my god. Vista was one of the worst operating systems that was ever created.
Well, that's what my last PC was running.
Oh man, Vista was so bad. Vista was so bad that literally when anybody came into our shop with a PC running Vista, we immediately offered them, like, you know, to change it to a different operating system. We're like, we'll downgrade you to XP or we'll upgrade you to 7, like whatever you want. Like, let's get this piece of crap off of here.
Yes, I'll take it.
Oh man, Vista was so bad. It was so bad. Like, I can't blame it all on Vista, but like, it was really bad. There was some issues around that particular time period where the amount of memory that systems were being shipped with was much lower than what was recommended. And granted, Vista was not the most amazing operating system in the world, but when you took one of the worst operating systems in the world and then you like reduced the amount of available memory by like half of what the operating system actually needed.
Come back if you need anything else.
Combined with the fact that there were no solid states at the time and all the computers were running on hard drives. And then as soon as it hit the point where it needed additional memory, what would end up happening is it would start using your hard drive as virtual memory, which most of the time the hard drives were like old and failing by the time they came to us. So you had a computer that didn't have enough RAM and was using the hard drive as virtual memory, which was absolutely terrible. What's up, Mother's Chosen?
That's a spicy one.
That's a spicy meatball.
Yeah, it's your favorite. It's the suppressor mod with cold damage and barrier breakers. Which for me is rough. Although I did get a couple of reduced cooldowns on kill mods, which is beautiful in my class.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know. I just remember when 7 came out, and Windows 7 was like so much better than Vista. I remember anytime a Vista computer came in, we tried to shoehorn Windows 7 on there, whatever way we could. We would shoehorn it on there. Like, people come in, they'd be like, oh, I don't need a Windows upgrade. I don't want to go to 7. I'm like, you want to go to 7? They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you want to go to 7, okay? Like, occasionally we would have some people that would fight us and want to stay with Vista, but we would just be like, look, don't do it.
I still remember Windows 2000. Good times.
I must wait.
Oh, yeah. Here's if switching to solid states and NVMEs is unconvincing for you, and you're still in the like, but I really like my hard drives. Like, let me give you one more little tidbit if you use laptops. So this is specifically for laptop users. Hard drives are terrible for laptops. They are the worst idea like in the world. Hard drives are very sensitive to movement. They're very sensitive to vibrations, like when you drop the laptop or when you handle it the wrong way or when you just pick it up too hard. Like I mean, I hate to use a baby as an example, but if you guys have ever had a baby, you know from experience that like if you shake the baby too hard or you pick them up too quickly, they'll vomit all over you. Like it doesn't take very much to upset the baby's stomach. Like, you know, just a little bit of too much bouncing on the knee or whatever, and all of a sudden, bleh! Like, hard drives are very similar. They do not like movement. They do not like, you know, like constant, never-ending, like picking it up, moving it here, taking it over here, putting it on the couch, like sitting on top of your knee, and then all of a sudden now it's on the coffee table. They don't like that stuff, and it can cause damage to the hard drive over time. And the more dramatic the situation, obviously, the worse it gets. But like, solid states and NVMEs don't have that problem. Like, you could frickin' chuck your laptop across the room to your friend and he'll catch it like a football, and it's gonna have basically no effect on those solid states and NVMEs. Might break your screen, but it's no longer gonna have an effect on your actual like performance of the hard drive.
Oh, how did that? Oh, your favorite. I had a fire, one of the fire enchanted dude.
Mm-hmm.
And there's backstabber on this particular dungeon, and I was standing against a wall. I was facing the fire. It hit me, didn't hurt me at all, but since it blew up against the wall, it hit me with the backstabber mod. It hit me for an extra 50% damage and killed me. One shot me. Like, Jesus, come on.
And I've had
Maybe
quite a
like
few. I've had quite a few deaths in some of the higher tier dungeons where I'm just like, how?
This is
Like
only
how?
a 47,
Like, how?
I think.
How?
Yeah,
How did that even
this is only a
how?
47.
I was theory crafting like a really awesome like bleed build for the barbarian, by the way, and this was part of it right here. So I was thinking about like the bleed build, and then like building. I was thinking about death. Why am I blanking on the name of the skill all of a sudden? Death blow. I was thinking about death blow because like I was thinking what I could do is I could just throw that death blow unique on, or maybe even not even use it. I don't know, but just basically just spam death blow for the vulnerability. But then if I can make it stun too, and then use the other aspect that causes 80% of the bleed damage to solidify on the target when you stun it, then you can just spam the stun over and over again.
That would work.
What dungeons need to be
Okay, buddy.
removed or reworked? Some of them definitely need some work. Like the ones with the poison floor, they really need to do something about that poison water floor thing, because like you can't see any of the things that appear on the floor. Like it's really difficult to see any of the like ground-based effects because it has to go through the water. Having a full desktop in a camper is a nightmare. I mean, nobody said laptops are bad. I think desktops are objectively better than laptops, but depending on your situation, that might not be an option for you, you know? Just go with it. If you have to go with a laptop, then go with a laptop. Personally, as someone who's worked on many laptops over
All things
a
have
long
value,
period of
I
time,
suppose.
I don't really think laptops are worth the investment unless you just have no other choice. Like if you travel a lot and you just can't bring your desktop with you or whatever, you know, like where you just don't have a static workplace, then yeah, laptops are good in that situation. But like if you can have a static place to put your computer, like I just don't see any reason to get a laptop. They're like twice the price of desktops for the same performance. They generally wear out much quicker. The hinges break all the time on the stupid things. They overheat like crazy. They generally have much inferior parts by comparison. Like it's only been recently that like they've actually started putting like full-sized video cards in the things. Most of the time they're using like mobile chips. They're usually not set up properly, and they require undervolting to actually get them to perform correctly. Undervolting is amazing, by the way, with laptops, but you have to spend some time to like fine-tune it. I mean, I could go over laptops and I could talk about how terrible they are for a while, but at the end of the day, it really comes down to, do you need the mobility? And I think that's sometimes where people go wrong, is they just get a laptop and they don't even need the mobility. Like if you don't need the mobility that a laptop offers, then don't buy a laptop. Like it's not worth it.
They have laptops nowadays too, where if you're forced to get one, you can do an external GPU with like a Thunderbolt connection style or USB-C. Like I know Razer had that like 6 years ago, so I assume you can do that all the time now. Just have an external GPU.
I've never played around with the external GPU thing. I've seen it though. I've looked at it.
Well, it just makes sense in a laptop because it reduces the heat and everything. And like when you can have the external GPU, you run that. And then when you have to be in like a hotel room, you can't take that with you. Then you have the internal GPU as well.
Well, one thing that I can't stand about laptops though is that basically like sort of what would I call it? Lack of ability to. I'm trying to think how to word it. Like repairability. Like everything's all in one. Everything is like the whole motherboard is like one piece, and like half the time the video card is like integrated into the board, and like as a person who likes to repair things and work on things, like it's always kind of bothered me that like you really can't repair them. And then most of the parts are just like proprietary. You got to call up the company to get them, or go with used parts, which aren't always, you know, in good shape. Like, and it's kind of like the really sad thing about it is like, so say you have a laptop and something breaks on it. More often than not, that is the same component that breaks on all of the laptops. It's an issue. So you're not necessarily like actually able to fix it, because even when you go online and try and find like a used component, like that used component is still has the problem. You're not fixing the issue. You're just putting another defective part in the system, and so then it just gets, you know, just gets even worse. And eventually there's even, you can't even find the working defective parts because they're all defective.
Yep. And it's the same thing. You can't upgrade them usually. Like if you just want to upgrade a couple of years later, it's very difficult.
I remember one laptop it was a really nice gaming laptop, and I had the video card was defective, and like I was desperate to try and see if I could fix it, and you couldn't get another video card. Like the only video cards that were available for that laptop were the defective ones. So
I'm not ready yet.
Other things that people do too is they'll do the super small form factor desktops. Those are becoming more popular now. They can actually just like have a carrying handle on them.
those are pretty nice. I'm a little bit on the hot side, I think, from like the heat standpoint, but
Yes. Still better than the laptop though.
one thing I noticed a long time ago, and so I just gave up, is like small cases. Small cases are so hot. Like my case is huge. Like it's I don't even know how to explain how large my case is. It's a Lee and Lee case, but it's monstrous.
That's EATX style case, big size, full tower.
Yeah, full tower.
Full tower plus kind of shit. Yeah, that's what mine is.
I mean, honestly, the bigger the tower is, the less heat concerns you have.
Don't have enough energy. I'm not ready yet.
Whole case is made out of aluminum too, which I think helps. I put my foot on the case sometimes, and I'm like, oh man, this is real warm. There's a reason why it's so warm.
I need more time.
I always wondered why cases didn't have more passive like heat dissipation methods. I mean, not like in lieu of, but like just, you know, in addition. Like I always had a really cool idea in my mind. I was like, why not just have like a reverse heatsink? Just have like a big copper block or something like on the inside of the case, and then on the outside of the case you just have like a little heatsink, so that it's just like constantly pulling heat from the inside of the case and then like redistributing it to the outside of the case. It doesn't have to have any kind of like actual like airflow between the two. It's just copper block on the inside, aluminum block on the outside.
Low on energy.
The aluminum block on the outside would have fins, and the copper block on the inside would just be a block. The entire purpose of it would just be to absorb heat, and the fins on the outside would be to dissipate the heat.
I need more time.
Would probably work really good in those little small form factor cases. Oh, hello, suppressor poison. Well, you're just nasty, aren't you?
I don't have enough energy. I need more time.
Die. Still can't use my frosties. This whole build was built around the frost burns, and I still can't use the tank things.
That's definitely interesting.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, Chunks, I was trying to find you.
I was just in your party.
Yeah, and then I was switched to a different character.
Oh, I'm in the HellTide.
I need more time. ready yet.
I really want to see how her damage changes once I get the Frosties. I think it's going to be massive for this build.
I need more time.
Can't hear you all of a sudden, Destination.
That's weird. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
One cinder.
One cinder to rule them all, one cinder to bind them.
Why do you think the Frostburns do so much more damage? Just because of the
The interaction,
damage?
the interaction between the Icy Alchemist loop passive, which is damaging an enemy who is chilled or frozen with a Shadow Imbued skill, has a 75% chance to release an explosion, which does cold damage to all enemies surrounding and chilling them. So basically, what'll happen is I can actually just fire the Shadow Imbuement instead of having to switch back and forth between them. So I just fire the Shadow Imbuement. One of them will get frozen. The freezing effect, as long as like I'm hitting a big pack with a 25% chance, it's definitely going to freeze something, and then the shadow damage is going to cause the explosion, which does chilling damage to all the rest, which then on the subsequent shadow damage attack will do another set of explosions, because everything will be chilled or frozen. So it will allow me to get the explosion damage from that just like a lot more easily. Which I think is gonna like be massive for the way that this character works. I have some other reasons why that helps out a lot too. I'm basically, I got a lot of like plus like various things to crowd control and frozen enemies, and I'm running the cold imbuement as well. So I get 10% increased damage to chilled enemies, 20% versus frozen. A bunch of little stuff there.
Let's check it out then. I will come in with the frost sword. I'll just freeze everything. You can just blow it up.
Oh, I've already tested it with a couple of characters, and like when the monsters are frozen and I shoot my shadow imbuement in, it's like absolute insanity. So, but I have to freeze them first or chill them first. Like it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that's why you have me. I freeze everything, whole screen, frozen.
Alright.
I need more time.
And where's a pack when you want one?
Nowhere. That don't exist.
Me, pretty much.
Oh, there's big boy.
Oh look, there's this guy. Hey, look, freeze.
You are almost out of the HellTide. You are out of the HellTide.
Did you see it? Did you see it? When they're frozen, I do massive amounts of damage.
There.
It's not just the chill; it's the freezing effect. Like it's kind of massive.
There's an event up here on me in the HellTide.
There's one. Oh, there's one right
There's
here.
one right here by us too.
You're out of the HellTide.
Yeah,
Are we out of the
that is
HellTide?
true. Just barely.
Just barely. Is this in the HellTide, or is this still out of the
No.
HellTide too?
We're
That's
out
terrible.
until we get to.
That's
To
terrible.
me,
Chunks just wants our companionship. That's all.
that's
It
right. I
does.
do. In the HellTide.
So come over here and kill stuff. That's what he said.
Okay,
Yep,
I'll
yep,
murder
I'll-
the screen.
I'll follow this guy in the circle around.
There's not enough monsters here for me to kill. It's not dense enough of a pack. I could do this too, which is hilarious.
ready yet. I'm out of energy.
We did. Surprise. Frozen.
I didn't get to shoot her. She's already dead.
Yeah. I told you I freezy all the things.
I do also freeze it too. I'll do that. And then I'll do that. And then I'll do that. And then everything dies. And then I'll do
You know
that.
where the chest are?
I can pull it up.
Getting awfully close. 50 away.
Need a helmet is what I'm basically just going for now. We're just going for Shaco.
Give me a grandfather while you're at it.
It's over
Okay.
here. You want
I'll
those
take
over
a
here?
Doombringer.
I'll take a Doombringer too. I'll take. You know, I'm not stingy. You know what? I'm not stingy. Just whatever
I'll
uber
take a
rare
Shaco,
you want to give me.
Andariel's Doombringer.
Whichever one you want to give me. Like I'm more than happy. I'll take it. Okay, I'll take it.
Build an entire character around it for whatever they give me. Hey, look, I went to the right one. Look.
And Dariel's is pretty good, to be honest. I think people are
really
sleeping on that
is.
one.
Absolutely. The ability to leech, it's the only thing that I know of that has the ability to actually leech.
Well, and the massive poison damage would be amazing for poison damage characters.
Oh yeah.
You basically get a free poison nova. You can just spam.
On me, there's an event.
I was opening up the chest. If you guys want to grab this chest over here.
I'm just a little short. After the event, I'll have it.
It's okay. If you put some, shoes on that increase your height by a couple inches, you can make up the difference.
Yeah. I've been short my whole life. Well, 5'11".
I've been tall my whole life, and I don't even know what it's like to be short. And I remember this one guy came into our store, and he was like, I don't even know how tall he was. I'm just gonna take a guess and say it was like 7'8" or something. And I remember when I first saw him, I like looked up, and I was like, this is what being short must be like. It's like for the first time ever, I had experienced what it was like to be a shorty.
I didn't really get any kind of height to me until
What I feel like
about
next to one of my
22.
friends. And I used to do security with. He's 6'8", 300 pounds. He's a bodybuilder. Dude is just giant. He's a big boy.
Please
I'm
don't
just
eat me.
like, good God. Like, the amount of people who try and fight him is hilarious. Like, it's just, do you not understand?
I'm not ready yet.
I've seen him bench press 2 of you.
Well, there's a reason why weight class is actually a thing. I mean, it's not like not a meme. Like weight class is a real, a real thing. And if you fight somebody that's outside your weight class, or two or three high levels higher than your weight class, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. Goku or Vegeta? What?
Is that even a question?
Is that even a question? Come on.
The Prince of all Saiyans, obviously.
Anything else?
I think Goku
Why would you
cheats. I think
choose anyone other than Krillin.
I think
Come on
Goku
now.
cheats.
Fair trade.
Well, I'm gonna call out Goku. I think he cheats.
I need more time.
You guys are probably like, how does he cheat? What are you talking about?
Another helmet.
Listen. I'm gonna explain how he cheats. Okay, every single time Goku usually waits for frickin' Vegeta to go in there and do his thing first.
Yep.
And he watches the fight and he learns from the fight in advance. And then when Goku goes in there second, which is usually what ends up happening, and it's not necessarily like I think Goku's fault because Vegeta's just like all hot-headed and he always likes to go in there first. But like then when Goku goes in there and makes it look easy, like by comparison, like it's because he literally watched the entire fight, like while they were fighting. So he's just like, oh, okay, yeah, all right, yep, oh, that makes sense. All right, he's like, I know the weakness now.
I mean, that was literally his strategy to defeat Cells. Have Gohan watch, and Gohan learn Cells
Like, don't take your eyes off of him.
The point was to get Gohan mad enough so that way he would surpass everyone.
Well, Goku already knew Gohan had the strength in him. He also wanted him to learn how Cell fought. He said it.
Farewell, and good fortune.
Event is done. I beat it on my own.
And then Gohan became the biggest disappointment ever. Superhero, schoolboy. Vegeta started laughing at him.
I mean, he eventually he's gotten strong. He's gotten very strong now. In the latest movie, he kind of achieved like a new
Beast
form.
mode? Like Jesus.
A whole new form. A whole new form. A different colored frickin' hair.
That's what he said he was gonna do. That was his whole goal.
Yeah, well, he achieved it.
You guys, I'm going a different way.
Well, the half human, half Saiyans have more potential power than the Saiyans, is what it looks like to me. That's what I've seen in the out of everything. It seems like for some reason the mixing of the dead DNA between the humans and the Saiyans has created like a higher potential. I have no doubt that eventually all of the half-breed Saiyans will probably exceed Vegeta and Goku given time.
Low on energy.
I mean, they all hit Super Saiyan faster
I'm not ready yet.
as children,
Mm-hmm.
nonetheless.
I always thought Future Trunks was interesting, the way he was always powering up.
Oh, okay.
Should I use Edge Masters on
Your Hoda build?
that one? No, on Bone Spear. I'm on my Necro.
Oh, it's good for that build, yes, but I don't know how you're going to be able to actually work it in, though. That's the problem. Like, there's not enough slots. If you can work it in somewhere, maybe, like...
Slots and Las Vegas. You won't know what to do.
Why do you do so much damage, you little rude? Boy did like some sort of AoE attack where he like struck the ground with his pole, and like I was instantly dead and didn't even have a chance.
Balanced. Skills, all things should be.
I'm wondering what it does. They go damage reduction to amulet.
I'm not ready yet.
Got that one.
I'm not ready yet.
It's like following along in y'all's wake, picking up all the cinders.
Man, we had somebody the other day who was just following us around on horseback. Like legit, just like following us around on horseback everywhere, just stealing everything we had. Like didn't ever hop off the horse once to help, nothing. Just like, and was obviously following us directly. Like they were just riding around on horseback, following us, picking everything up. I like this boy don't move on. A moocher of Moochin land.
Ow!
That's what you get. I don't know what you did. You deserved
I'm
it.
not ready yet.
Where's Duck when you need him?
I oh right. I'm fighting the commander.
I'm not ready yet.
You can't kill me. You can try. It won't happen. Why you run? Why you run? Are you ready? Hit him, Ginger.
You see my damage spikes? Shoom, shoom. I do pretty good. This character's not even like high enough level to actually be here, but whatever.
Pew pew. Die.
I'm basically triple imbuements at the moment. Imbue. What's up, bear? Have one of these. What's up, bear? Have one of these. Oh no. Oh no, the bears, they beat me up and they took my lunch money. They beat me up and they took my lunch money. They're rude.
I need time to do that.
You're Norwegian? Well, welcome. I'm Virginian.
I need more
I
time.
am Texan.
West Virginia.
Born and raised. West Virginia is a crazy place. It's like so many like big mountains and valleys over there. It's like imagine a state that's only in the mountains. Like some states have mountains in them, but like West Virginia is like 100% mountain.
I used to have to go there for work. Well, right by there, just hopping in.
What's up,
Texas
Fighting
is
Spirit?
Everything. Texas is just everything, all the time.
I'm not ready yet.
I've had to go to West Virginia many times. Kind of surprising how many times I've been to West Virginia. I went there a couple times for camp. My parents sent me to this like kind of a really cool like 2-week camp thing. It's pretty neat. I liked it. First time I went, I wasn't sure about it. Second time I went, I was like, yeah. Took this little old lady up there to go retire. That was another whole other thing. I went way up into West Virginia for that one.
I don't have enough energy. I'm not ready yet.
In Harrisonburg or Roanoke? No, not in Harrisonburg or Roanoke.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, look, an event.
How about One Punch Man? You mean the meme character? People get so serious about him. He's a meme character. He's like legitimately a character that is designed as a meme. Like somebody sat down and was like, "What if I can make a character that literally just one-shots everything?" And that's like what he does. He just one-shots everything.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, is there anything he doesn't one-shot? Like, no, he just one-shots everything. Just call him One Punch Man.
Where is the commander?
Yeah, no, I see it up on the screen, but I don't see the command name. I'm guessing he's in the the event over there.
Right here. He is the event. Oh, Jesus, something almost murdered me. I don't know what that was.
It was me. Turned PvP on for a second.
I'd believe it for how hard I just got hit.
Bop.
I need more time.
Next event.
I need time to do that.
picking on them poor spiders.
The can.
Boom, boom.
Wow,
What?
that's a lot of cinders. Just ride around and pick all these up.
I need more time.
Oh, it's the boss again. Oh, what fun.
It is
Oh,
to
what
ride.
fun it is to ride on a one-boss sleigh tonight.
I'm not ready yet.
He set himself up.
It's an invasion portal. I hate it.
Riding through hell with the flames and fire around.
Getting one shot.
I'm not ready.
Getting one shot by all the blowy up guys tonight. HellTide boss, HellTide boss, HellTide boss, you see.
I'm not ready yet.
HellTide boss is coming, yes he's coming just for me. That works so well. HellTide boss,
Oh, it's-
HellTide boss, HellTide boss, you
It's a little
see.
hiss.
HellTide boss,
Lovely.
HellTide boss for me. HellTide boss, HellTide boss.
I need more time.
Eat him, Ginger.
Oh, I did.
Hey, he did the thing.
He did the thing. Do 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 do. 154 doojanks. I don't have enough
Got
for a.
114.
I don't have enough for a chest.
80.
But there is a-
Okay, cool. The chest is right here. It's right around the corner. If you're going for the
Oh, we
mystery
already
chest.
already did that one. Unless it respawns.
I need time to do that.
It respawns on the hour. Did you do it before or after the hour?
I don't know.
I don't know either. That's why I asked.
It's not here. I already did
Need more
this
time.
one.
Okay, well I didn't. I do's in it. I do's in the janks. Look, I got garbage like usual. Yeah.
Garbage drops, garbage drops, garbage drops for you. Look, there's
Wow,
another
you're right.
event up in some giant tornado.
Oh, really? Oh, then that's another. That's an event boss. That's HellTide boss.
I'm not ready yet.
Let's see, is it? Yeah, it's HellTide boss again. Yay.
need
I
more
can't
time.
click on the doojank. I am not tanky enough for this. There's too many effects going on all over the place. I can't click on anything.
You stop moving. Thank you. You stop moving. Oh, yep, I just froze again. Come on.
I'm not ready yet.
Protecting.
Protecting.
Yeah. Back down to 115.
My bags are full.
You know, I just thought of the most interesting feature. So we're in a group right now. You just DC'd. You let us know that you DC'd, right? Like, why couldn't there be just like a little feature where we're just like all the three of us vote, right? And we're
Drop them
like,
from
yeah,
game.
yeah, like it has disconnected, like enter disconnect protection or something. Like give us the ability to set somebody into a disconnect protection.
Just disconnect protection for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, but like we know you're disconnected, but like you can't tell them that because you're disconnected. So like, if they gave us a way to designate you as a disconnect, like, I don't know.
We know where
I went
the
into
next
the tornado to kill things, and the game was just like, nah.
The other
know
chest
where-
is like way over there in the middle of nowhere, like
next
way
one
over
on.
yonder on the Chattahoochee. Never knew what that muddy water meant to me. That's where I learned how to swim and I learned how to love.
I can't
I
do
learned a
that.
lot about living and a little about love.
Alright, I got
Time to
75
do
again.
that.
Someone find me a helmet.
Trying to go toward the other mystery chest. Get
I think
wrecked.
my horse is drunk.
You think your horse is from
Drunk.
Texas? From Texas? It's a Texan horse?
Time.
No, he's from Kentucky, and I think he's hammered on moonshine.
He's from Kentucky.
He keeps running into trees.
I mean, you found the embodiment of me. Is that what I'm hearing?
Maybe.
I can't do that here.
I mean, I'm in Texas. Family's from Kentucky.
I'm in Kentucky. Here it is.
Hmm.
I need time to do that.
Sounds like you're from that song. All my exes live in Texas. And that's why I hang my hat in Tennessee.
I'm at the mystery chest.
The mystery. Oh, yep, there it is.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
right around here somewhere. There's a boss on top of me there.
I'm
It's
standing at it.
right on top of us. Yeah.
What's this?
Yeah, you went too far.
I didn't know where it was. I didn't even have the map discovered.
Oh, well.
Like, I was just coming over here to discover the map, basically. I was guessing.
I need more time.
I don't have the cinders.
That was a
since
good
I just
guess.
opened up the other one. No. Polar bears, go away.
Polar bear gonna one-shot me. Them things are mean.
I need more time.
I'm just a little baby. Stop being mean. Oh god, they're back.
I need more time.
This is a
Gotta
Trying to
go
pick up
angry.
my doojanks.
I'm at
Carrying
109,
too
so
much.
not too much further.
I'll do a quick sell it in town, make some of my money back.
Yeah, I need my money.
You like my singing? Well, good. I'm glad. Let me sing you one of Chunk's favorites. Can your dog poop a pine cone? Can he poop it on out? Because if your dog can't poop a
horrible.
pine cone, then you probably have a cat. If your dog can't poop a pine cone, then he's probably
He's
alive.
Probably alive.
Because if your dog can't poop a pine cone, then you probably have a cat.
Oh, well, look, there's an event here. How lovely of you. Put an event in my way. We're almost done with it.
I have a lot
Nice.
of really funny songs I've done over the years. I swear, they just get better and better as time goes on.
When's the Christmas album coming out?
Well struck.
I should have one. That'd be
You
great.
should put out a Christmas album. You should absolutely put out a Christmas album. None of Christmas stuff, though, of your songs. Just at Christmas time.
Yeah.
I've
Here comes the
watched
Dario.
Christmas
Here comes the
stream.
Dario. Right down Poison Lane. She's got an apple rings. She's got an apple rings all around the chains. And it is snowing, and she doesn't care. She's got nothing on but her fiery hair.
I'm trying to think of what game you were playing on the Christmas one I watched.
Anything else?
I think it was that Santa one where you were walking around murdering people.
Yeah, that's a terrible one. Nobody liked that one. I don't know.
I did.
Oh, you like that one?
Oh,
Yeah.
I watched it the whole time.
Yeah, okay. All right. There we go.
Yep. Family started bugging me. I just come down here and sit there and watched you kill people in that burning
Murder.
hospital.
Murder.
What was the name of that game?
It's the one with the Christmas tree, right? Where the Christmas tree was telling me to do bad stuff.
You were like some kind of Santa Claus.
Yeah, those are puppet combo games, and my girlfriend
like
was the
it.
one that got me into those puppet combo games. They're a pretty hilarious company.
So
Some of their games are straight up hits, and some of them are misses. But like,
Ready yet.
they've had a lot of really good games. Every time a new puppet combo game comes out, I usually play it.
You look like some kind of like a Michael Myers Santa Claus thing going on. You're running in the flaming hospital.
Hey, they were nuns and they were evil nuns. All right.
Sounds like a game that I used to play way back in the day, before Grand Theft Auto was cool, called Redneck Rampage.
Oh my god, I remember that game.
Not ready yet.
I had that game.
It's so amazing. Don't play that one on stream, Ginger.
Oh, I forgot about that till you said it. Yes, I played the crap out of that game. It was hilarious.
Oh, there's quite a few games I wouldn't play on stream.
You
What was
should
that?
absolutely play it on stream.
What was that? Postal? Postal was the one. I would definitely not
Postal
gonna play
is
that one
another
on stream either.
Yeah, Postal is another one. Think Redneck Rampage is basically the same as Postal, not quite as like
You fight with Gary Coleman.
grungy.
You get to pee on people in that game.
Hey, here's a boss down here. Well, it was.
Trying to get
Oh, stupid death explosion. It was a really small area, and I didn't.
this mystery box. Open sesame.
Don't hit me.
Give me Shaco.
Good luck
Got a
with
ring
that.
and a focus. That was not Shaco. Back to Kyoba shed.
I need more
To
time.
sell and gamble, because I'm at 1,000 obols.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, Cody's whining, and he's trying to get out of the door, which tells me that his mama's home.
Is it bad that I don't look at anything unless it's item power 800 or higher anymore?
For weapons, like, I don't bother. For everything else, like,
Anything. It's just
for everything else, it does matter. Like, 724 or higher is perfectly fine. For weapons, you definitely need, like, 800 plus, but honestly, 820 is kind of, like, more important. But for rings, armor, helmets, like, you really don't need anything higher than 725, unless you're one of the rare people that uses flat damage aspects, and in that case, you might want, like, 820s, but
I use several of them.
yeah, in your case, you're looking for high flat damage aspects, but there still can be some really good rolled, like, rings and
I
stuff.
need more time.
Yeah, for mine it's the barrier in my helmet is a big one. I think that's maybe the only
I need
thing.
more time.
Yeah. Yeah, just the barrier on my helmet.
I'm not ready yet.
Have I tried the Full House fighter game on SNES? I do not know if I've ever played that, no.
My maximum ice shard damage now is 7777. Nice. Let's go gamble rings and spam.
I need more time.
Penetrating shot has the most crazy lucky hit, I swear. With 3 combo points, I'm looking at a 99% lucky hit chance. It legit says that on the tooltip.
Amazing.
So, like, when those Frostbird gauntlets, like, I know it says 25%, but, like, for most characters, it's not 25%. For me, it's actually going to be 25%. Like, it's a 99% chance for a lucky hit event to occur, and a 25% chance for the freezing effect to happen. Like, and then on top of that, I hit multiple enemies. So like, I'm pretty sure that like it's higher than that. Like when you're hitting like a big pack of monsters and you have like 10 monsters and you have like a 25% chance on like 10 monsters, I'm pretty sure it's a lot higher than 25% chance that at least one event will happen.
I need more time.
Cody, is your mama home? She gonna come and say hi to you? Are you gonna be mean to her and step on her foot again? You know she doesn't like it when you step on her feet. But you keep doing it with your big old clod hoppers. And then she gets mad at you, and then she banishes you back to the Shadow Realm.
Every time.
And every time you're gonna get banished back to the Shadow Realm. You don't want to get banished back to the Shadow Realm, you better watch your clod hoppers.
It's such a pretty ring too. It looks like a little snowflake. I wish I could use it.
Pew 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 pew.
I need more time.
I sing lots of Kuba songs too. I don't think he likes my songs though. He yells at me and stuff.
I need more time.
Hey, here's an event on me.
Put these potions away.
I
I'll
need more
join
time.
you. Oh, I missed a legendary.
Oh,
somewhere.
wow.
My box is screaming at me.
Not in town.
Oh, it's Snow Guard necklace. It's garbage.
The event's over. I
Yeah,
didn't mean to kill it that quick.
Wow, well,
it
dang.
happens.
Dunks.
Not
Well,
in
I-
town.
Did a corpse tendril and shot a couple bone spears and everything exploded.
Cody, let me
Welcome, welcome to the Bone Spear Bill.
secret, you ready? Your weapons. It's a bullet face. That was quite a hefty yawn there.
Can I please look at the map for just 1 second?
No.
No.
Clearly. Good Lord.
No. No, 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 no.
Here's some kind of boss.
Let's find helmet again.
Boots.
There was some kind
Time
of
to do that.
boss.
The feed rose right here.
I'm just looking for helmets.
That's what I was trying to
I
find.
need more
The
time.
helmet chest.
Oh, there's a bunch of them in the other one. There's like 3 of them.
Cody, I smell something cooking. What's cooking? Somebody cooking something, Cody? They got some food in there? What are they cooking in there? Can you smell it? He said, can I smell it?
I need more
He said, do
time.
you realize I'm a dog? He said, I smelled it before you even knew it existed.
Where you at, boss?
I got my butt kicked by this giant pack of elites over here.
Let's see what that is.
Lord. What is with this pack of elites? They are just nasty. There's a teleporter, there's a freaking poison one, there's a freezing one, there's like,
I'm not
there's so
ready.
many elites in one little area.
Where's, will you pin it?
I'm not
I
ready
gotta
yet.
go to the other area. Hold on. Let me teleport real quick to Ministed. I'll pin the other ones.
Go to
I'm
Minstead.
not ready yet.
Sell what I got before I head that way.
Okay.
But don't I
So-
need a...
That one's a helmet.
Potions.
Hold on, I'm gonna look.
I I have it. It's okay.
What color? Teal?
It's the one right
I'm not ready
outside.
yet.
Yeah, teal.
Okay.
Okay, that took way too long. That was way too many elites in one little spot.
You go
Oh.
check the other one.
For little old
There's
me.
only 6 minutes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I won't.
Let's
So.
just go for it.
Yeah, I've only got enough
This
for
is
one.
chest. That's protection. Oh, you only have enough for one?
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
I've been opening jewelry once.
Oh, yeah, too expensive. This is boots. I don't want boots. I'd rather have literally anything else other than boots. There's no way that boots will ever give me anything better than what I have now.
Well, there's an event on me.
Honestly, any chest is better than nothing because they give the materials and the potions sometimes and all the other stuff. So, like, I usually just, toward the end of the event, I just spam them.
I'll never find any better pair of boots than what I have.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go say hello to my beautiful lady, which I'm assuming is home since Cody's throwing a fit. I'll be right back.
Oh, Jesus.
There's an event on me if you want to get the experience for it. After you open your chest.
I don't know what chest this is. And this is pants, which I don't care about pants nearly as much. But I'm gonna open them, because I might get better temerities, because mine are kind of garbage. I got sacred pants. Cool. Not even gonna pick them up. Garbage. Alright, I'm coming. I got better stuff out of this event than I did that HellTide chest. That needs to be fixed.
3 minutes and I have 61 cinders, so I might be able to open this one chest over here.
Yeah, I'm
Get
going back to that one I was at up top. Just to open it, just to open it.
Yeah.
It's boots, but whatever.
Have exactly 75.
Nice.
And it's pants. Uh-oh. They're trying to blow me up. Leave me alone. I got ancestral pants. There's an event down here. Get some more ovals.
Oh, meteors. One last chance for it to try and kill me. Lovely.
Oh, I got a boss.
there's no way I'll make it in time. I'll just port to Kyoto. Bullshit.
Going to town. Trying to think of that helm that I need. What is it, like Deathless Visage or something?
Mm-hmm. I've got
How's
a
it going,
couple
guys?
of them.
Can
What's up,
you
man?
link?
Watch.
Can you link one of them?
They're on my Necromancer.
Oh, okay. I don't know if they were in your dash or whatever. Alright, I know what they do.
The Deathless Visage, it echoes the Bone Spear.
Oh,
Has those
Right.
3 echo explosions. It's fun to play around with, but you lose stuff to use it.
yeah, I would lose cooldown, might, and maximum essence.
Yeah. You lose very important stuff. I mean, it's good when you're leveling, and I'm sure you can try to work it around it, but most of the time the things die because of the Bone Spear, and the echoes don't do nothing.
Pretty much.
Only time I've seen them do something is when they get stuck in one of those wind walls and explode all on top of each other.
Pretty much. That's when they're awesome.
Yeah,
Especially if you drop it just past the wind wall, so when it comes back, they're all stacked up. Just
Yeah.
but all 3 of them are hitting.
It definitely has its place. It's just I didn't like using it. I don't think Ginger liked using it for very long because it's hard to fit into like a minion Bone Spear kind of build. There's other things that you need.
Are bone skills physical damage?
Yes. It should say at the top of the Bone Spear. I'm pretty sure, yes, they are physical.
It's just core bone.
Hmm. Wait for Ginger to get back. He'll
Yeah, it
definitely
does.
know.
They are physical damage. I see it at the bottom. Below the modifiers on it.
Practicing on my druid because that's what I'm going to play in season 1. I think I need to level him from 0 first instead of power leveling him.
Everything I do is physical damage. Except my skeletons. Good grief. 337% critical strike damage.
I'm back. What's going on?
How much?
A whole bunch of nothing.
Talking with
up
Chunk about the
next?
Deathless Visage.
Yeah, I better
I think it's
Java
I
up
think
in
it's great
2
for
hours.
for trash. I think it's absolutely amazing for trash. I think it's not that
Yeah,
great.
it's got its spots.
It's like I like it. It's not a bad unique, but I think you're still better off with like a really real well rolled rare with like a modifier on it.
Agreed. Can I get an invite if you guys are going to kill the world boss? I gotta switch world tiers.
In 2 hours.
Oh,
Plenty of
never
time.
mind then.
It's kind of hard to beat on some of these slots. Like, I'm gonna be very sad whenever I lose my helmet. I'm gonna have to rework a lot of my imprints to try and make room for a second unique.
You guys gonna be doing nightmare dungeons, I guess then? Maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Just want to track a level 52 druid along. Super weird and underwhelming. No,
Alright.
I'm joking.
Sounds like I'm doing lower level dungeons than
No,
not
it's
on
fine.
tier
I'm not gonna drag you guys down. I was just joking.
Oh, it's fine. I'm level 90. I'd be carrying them anyway if I was doing on tier stuff for me.
I was thinking 31 or 35, so I'll just go ahead and craft up some.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Craft some up and we'll bang them out. I don't care what we play. I'm not trying to push to 100 or anything. It gets done when it gets done.
Same. Like I'm on 96 on my necro, and I'm like,
Eh.
feels leveled. It's good. That 4 extra levels is gonna get me a few more Paragon points. So it's meh.
It's basically the same difference between if you did or did not do your renown.
Yeah.
Paragon.
I was actually kind of
Exactly.
curious about that. Like, how much EXP would we get from all that renown at the beginning?
I don't think it's gonna give us EXP at all.
Well, when you
Rax
hit
did
the
a
claim button,
spreadsheet.
we're gonna have.
Yeah, right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're gonna get the bonus EXP from claiming the first one, and the bonus EXP from claiming the second one, and then probably the third one's gonna be really easy, which is another bonus EXP times 5. So as soon as you make your level 1 character, you're gonna get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 3, which is 15 different bonus EXPs. You're gonna be able to claim like all at once. So your level 1 character, as soon as you start, is probably gonna be like. I don't know, level 10 or something.
I gotta turn in my whispers.
Yeah, you'll get all of the first and second one, and then for all 5 zones, you'll need less than like 350 to get the second skill point, and then you can work on your own to get to the Paragon stuff later.
This guy's tanky. Jesus. Is there like a frost negation on this one, or
I need more
what?
time.
Or is it just because I'm carrying 2 other people?
I'm gonna come help.
Well, I know, but I'm clearing it already.
Who else wanted to join us, by the way? Put an X in. Oh, Siberius.
My load times don't suck anymore either.
Oh, you got it all fixed up?
Yeah, I just
Now,
Bought a
I need
PlayStation
I'm
5.
allowed.
I was
Oh, God.
irresponsible.
So much
That's
poison.
what yeah, that's what I'm saying. Stuff in here is actually kinda rough.
Spicy?
It's not spicy for me, but they take a while to actually kill. Like this wall is gonna take me a minute to destroy. Yeah, like Chucks drops it faster than I do.
Wow. Rain of Arrows looks cool.
Yeah, I do quite a bit of damage.
That's Rain of Arrows with Word of a Con, though. Makes it look even cooler.
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
And all the 52 level damage.
I'm trying.
Not ready yet.
Doing like no damage to these guys either. I'm pretty sure my character currently out damages the conduit shrine.
Mm.
I need more time.
Like that? Beautiful explosions. Here, have some Rain of Arrows, my friend.
Yes, fight me.
I'm not ready yet.
You'll never get this. You'll never get this. La 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 la.
I'm not ready yet.
Can I have the unique staff, please? Can drop it at the end of the dungeon for me, I would be appreciative.
Of course. Big boy with the big attacks.
Oh. Little lizard. We'll get him. Alright, I'm gonna try this, I'll probably get dead.
I need more time.
Oh, we got friends behind us.
Yeah. Dang, you guys got a lot of people.
Man, Rain of Arrows be always getting me killed. I went to go use Rain of Arrows on that steps. Stopped. Couldn't move. And died.
So,
Can people join my Discord? Anybody can join the Discord. Type in
move.
!Discord.
I got a double smash guy that wants to stun me. He's currently slow. Come on, buddy. Right here. Yep, follow me. There's a death train over here.
Wait for me!
I'm waiting at the door for you guys.
I'm so slow.
I know I'm a little fat for as far as there is. 4 dashes and a teleport, that's 4.6 seconds. And I can
Yeah.
reduce it by 3 seconds when I teleport
Yeah,
into a group, so.
I don't have a teleport.
I'm not ready yet.
I've only got a little hop skip.
Good try, buddy. No, you leave my friends alone.
Not gonna load on it.
I need more time.
Thank you. Back me, please. I wish I could extend his DC. Come on, do the bubbly, do the boobly. Thank you.
I got a blind burrows.
There's one I've been looking for. I want to try it as a nightmare dungeon if we can find one.
What is it?
It's the one that's just to the left of Korbach. It's like Dome Hanin tunnels or some shit like that.
Language he's streaming. Holy crap. It's the lowest roll on the vulnerable, but pretty nice ring nonetheless. Ew. 696 item power ancestral rare ring.
Well, that's really low. That
How
won't
does that even happen? I thought it had to be at least 700.
hit the highest breakpoint.
No, it doesn't.
That's a deal.
Look at this one though.
Yeah, give it over.
Yeah, give it over.
You want it?
I ain't seen Meow in a couple days. He alive?
Oh no.
The NPC just reminded me. He sounds like Meow.
That's a deal.
It actually is a
Out
nice
for
ring.
blood, eh?
Armageddon Signet.
Yeah. Man. Vulnerable crit. And you're shadow damage, aren't you? On your imbuement.
Yeah, I am.
You want that ring?
It's like 10 levels higher than me, but yeah, I could probably use it.
won't take you long to get 10 levels. So if I had 2 more skeletal mages, and I've got them set to give me essence every time they attack, that'll be even more essence, right?
Yeah. You can put that on your boots relatively easily with with like no ill effect. The +2
Yeah,
skeletal mages on the boots is not bad.
Well, that's the boots I just found. And right now, the ones I have on my boots are that my skeletal mages cast a blizzard
Mm-hmm.
that chills.
There's another one you can get. It's a ring. It's called the Requiem ring, and it gives you 5 maximum essence for every minion that you currently have active. So you can get your essence up by like 50, which massively increases your damage output.
Yeah, I only use the skeletal mages though. I
Well,
finally did
you
get
just you sacrifice the skeletons.
Yeah, I sacrificed skeleton warriors and the golem. I only use the mages for the essence. But I did get my ring of torment, or exposed flesh. I mean,
Nice.
world boss dropped it yesterday. It's a low roll, but still, I finally got one. 34 out of 30 to 50.
Are we gonna pop another dungeon?
Oh yeah. I'm just
Or
crunching on
there's
popcorn over here.
There's a legion in 2.5 minutes.
You use Bone Storm, right, Chunks?
Yes.
Every time you need essence, just pop Bone Storm and run in the group. Your Bone Storm is a bone skill too, and works with that ring.
Okay. I mean, I use it, but I've been using it for like a DR basically. Just give me a little bit more armor.
Bone Storm is everything.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, it's
I don't know if
it's
you-
literally everything.
Yep, with the barrier, that's the barrier aspects on it.
It's an
yep.
offensive cooldown, it's a defensive cooldown, it's a utility cooldown. It's like there's nothing.
Where would I put?
Nothing
Where
it
would I
doesn't do.
put that aspect that makes it consume corpses and last longer?
Mine's on
I
the
actually
legs.
had to kill that one, unfortunately.
The osseous scale.
Yeah, I used the one with the barrier. That one's very important. But the one that where it consumes corpses, sometimes you just can't fit that in.
I need time to do that.
There, a lot of the necromancer ones you will find are gloves, like ring, like they're very specific slots, and like you just don't have enough slots. Like you end up burning up way too many, and then you can't fit that one in.
Well, I could take off the torment aspect on one of my rings.
Greetings.
Yeah, I mean, if that would make the bone storm last longer, then I wouldn't need the 20% regeneration.
I don't think I'm using two regenerations on my guy. I pretty much just use the exposed flesh.
Because right now I've got exposed flesh, I've got lucky hit on my gloves to restore primary resource, and then I've got ring of torment. Critical strikes with bone skills increase your essence regeneration by the lowest roll. So if I could put the bone storm there, that'll make it last.
Yeah. Campfire only got to 13. Rip.
Yeah, that'd make it
Just a
last longer.
smidge late.
Don't see me, I'm just a bear against the wall.
What's up, Nick?
I need more time.
Were you at the Legion event?
Yeah.
No.
Teleport over. It's still going.
I got
We're just killing the first boss minion.
Ooh. Grody. Stop putting your spit all over me, Cody. Weird spit dog. Spit dog. Spit dog.
I'm not ready yet.
Alone in the world is a little spit dog. Spit dog. Spit dog.
I thought that was you, dead Ginger.
That's not dead.
I need more
I
time.
live. I live.
I'm not ready yet.
Stop slowly walking away from me.
I need more time.
Ow.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time.
Well, he tried to bonk me in my head.
He did, I saw it.
It was not nice.
Oh, he
I
was
did
real
not
nice about it. He
appreciate
used a velvet club. Just for
Yeah,
you.
but
It was a velvet
It was a
club.
big old club.
It was it's covered in crushed velvet.
A big old meanie.
All that now. Man, I tried to get out of there so hard, could not get out of there. I'm not going to mirror on.
I need more time.
Dang it. Why did it spawn me all the way out here? That's just rude.
I need more time.
I
What
appreciate
you get for laughing at someone's misfortune.
I got a ghastly rains. I already got 18 of them.
Yeah, I've got quite a few of those myself.
What the hell's going on with the boss? There's like multiple of them like spawned on top of each other and they're all breathing heavy and they're like, it looks like some sort of
They're all
freaky
dead.
nightmare thing. Look at it.
We killed him too quick and he's like just crapping all over himself.
Yeah, but it looks like there's like 3 or 4 of them all like breathing in like not in sync and it just looks really weird and his titties keep bouncing back and forth.
Okay.
I mean, call it like it is. He got some big old jambalams. Got them jambalams. Had a goddamn jambalams. Bamba jamba lamba bamba lamba lambs. Cody said,
This tunnel up here
Cody said,
between Paragar and Korbach.
What's up,
I've
walking
got it
dude?
pinned. If you want to see what dungeon I was talking about. I've only
There
had
it
this as
is.
a nightmare dungeon once. But even
Nope.
as
Dopamine tunnels?
a yeah, exactly. The tunnels. For some reason, that one will have somewhere between 5 to 7 elites all stacked on top of each other. And it does it more than once.
The Crusaders Cathedral.
Even as just a regular dungeon, not even a nightmare dungeon.
Don't ruin all that work.
It's still insane, because once you get to that part, you just leave. Like a quick little spike in EXP.
I got a lot of Renegades Retreat.
Rare to have something so fine.
Of course, they're like 40s.
Don't ruin all that work.
36 to 40s is what we're doing. I'll make one or two if I can.
I
Oh,
think
that
we're
ain't-
doing 30 to 35s, whatever they 31 to 35.
I
Is that
got
what it
a
is?
36.
That's fine.
I'm actually completely full. So
Oh,
Gold
cool,
ran
that's
slums. Got the slums coming up in here.
Slums are fun. I like those.
yeah, Ginger's not gonna like it.
It's a death pulse.
Yeah,
Not
Well,
gonna
I
do
don't
it
like death
there.
pulse.
You're not
I
gonna
don't
like
think
it.
anybody likes death balls,
Sure.
including Chunks.
I do.
Mind it. I don't mind it.
Get there. Oh, excuse
I'd
Get-
rather
get
have that
out of the
little
way.
stone chasing us.
No.
Y'all
Storm
let me know
Bane.
when
Now
y'all
that
are
one I know
here.
is Chunk's favorite. He loves the stone. You should put that one up for him.
I can deal with that one more than I can
I like the other one.
Drifting
The
Shade.
shade. The drifting
Drifting-
shade.
Drifting Shade can
It's
bad
smaller.
word on stream. I can't say
True.
the word.
It's a smaller area that it impacts, so I don't mind it as much.
I can say
Storm-
going from the
So-
PS4 to the
one-
PS5.
Yeah, until you have four
I
of
could
them
see
all on the
something
screen at
like
the same time.
Yeah. Players 1, Drifting Shade is nothing. When you have 4 people and they're all stacked in one spot, it's terrible.
Why you go?
Because then you
over
get
here?
4 drifting shades.
Yes.
I'm okay with that.
It's not okay. It's really not okay.
Oh, it's terrible.
Like it gets to the point where literally if you're in like a small area and like all 4 of them shoot their little thing at the same time, you can't even fight. Like you just like because you can't because while you're inside the effect of the shade, you can't do anything. And if it's a small enough area, like all the shades will literally just black out the entire area, and you're just like, oh, okay, I guess I just won't fight. Well, thank you.
Hey, oh, what? Why? I didn't do anything.
They saw you back here, shaking your thing.
They're like, there.
Probably tasty.
Wouldn't have made it without.
Absolutely
Lord.
is tasty.
Cannibals.
They're cannibals, but that don't mean they don't eat bear.
I'm just a human dressed like a bear.
Well, they're cannibals. They don't care. One way or another, they're getting their meat.
But does a human transformed into a bear taste different?
Good question.
Yes.
That's what you gotta ask the cannibals.
Inquiring minds want to know. Leave me alone. That's what they want to know.
Oh, where did they come from?
I don't know. They're just randomly spawning on me.
I know, they keep like randomly spawning. Like, why are they so attracted to you, Mr. Bear?
I don't know. All I'm trying to do is just pick up the gold and the random stuff that drops and keep up.
Got you. Okay, don't die. Court. Lay to rest.
My savior.
Aw, come on, I'm trying to eat my popcorn. What's up, Garmajolt? Monsters won't let me eat my popcorn in peace. Rude.
Oh,
Can't do it.
I just want to eat my popcorn.
it's against the rules.
Like I didn't know those little frost explosions actually had an indicator on the ground how large the radius is.
Yes.
It's a
Now
lie.
that I can see it,
It's a lie. Don't trust that. Don't trust that radius.
it's a lot.
Assume that.
Give it, give it
assume.
3 feet.
Yeah. Assume every radius that you see is like a little bit smaller than it actually is, and just give it like 3 feet. Because like, I don't know what it is about this game, but like all the radiuses and all the ground effects, they're wrong. Did I offer to share with the monsters? I share them with Cody. Cody's been sharing with me. Here, Cody. Ow! I'm trying to give a piece of popcorn to the dog. Here, you want a piece of popcorn?
Let's get the key.
Yes. Here, take it.
I tried to pick
Who's
it up.
still dead?
Ow! Don't eat my whole hand.
We got
Oh,
ambushed back here
now.
again.
It's just a popcorn. You don't gotta eat my whole
gotta be
hand.
It's gotta be like an anti-system.
So don't tell
It's
me
gotta
what to
be.
do.
And for people who stand at the entrance of the
Really?
dungeons. Why you revive? No revive.
He killed himself.
Who killed me? What?
Siberius
I thought I was
slain by Siberius.
I thought I was accepting a revive. I'm dumb. I'll go sit in the corner and
Who has the key?
Someone has the key. They need to open it.
I'm playing Druid.
probably the
Thank
guy
you.
that
Reach level 92. No Tempest Roar yet, huh? That's sadness. Wait, I was trying to read the
Ow.
comments on the Doojank. Honestly, Tempest Roar has been a topic of discussion. Apparently, a lot of people have been having trouble finding it. We have several people in the kinship who've been like just lamenting life because they can't get their hands on it. I don't really know what to tell you, man. We could try using the unique target farming tool to farm more helmets. Nightmare Sigils seems to be the way to go. Oh, come on. What even killed me there? I don't even know what killed me that time.
I'm gonna bet it was that Wraith standing beside you.
Yeah, but I don't even know what he did. Like, he wasn't using his regular attack. Like, I just all of a sudden fell down. Like, I didn't even see anything on the ground or anything. There was no indicator.
One of these guys.
I need more time.
It's not like extra spicy, but it's not easy over here.
I'm trying to keep these guys alive.
Yeah, see, all this extra stuff just spawned out of nowhere.
the slay all enemies mechanic. It's all like happening right here.
I need more time.
Yeah, this is really weird.
Where's the dead guy over here? I see the ghost,
here.
but I don't
I
see
got
the.
him.
I don't
got
see
him.
the actual ghost.
They never put it where it is.
Why though? Like, such a simple mechanic to like put where the guy's dead, and it's like never right. it's never right.
I need more
The
time.
$1,000,000 question.
Where did it die?
Where did he die, George? Where did he die? There, have a little bit of that. Which way did he die, George? Which way did he die?
Disobedience. It's garbage. Yay. That was fun.
You got 8 glyphs at level 15 now. I think that's one of the unfortunate side effects of running Nightmare Dungeons for loot. Is that the glyph basically stops being important at a certain point. Like, you're just like, yep, on my 9th level 21 sigil. Or glyph. Like, you get like so many level 21 glyphs, you're like, yeah, I don't need any more. Like, I don't
You
need...
make another character.
I've maxed them all out. What do I do now?
Make another druid.
And
Make a second druid. Go
go find all the glyphs again.
Yeah, I really want to find a Nightmare Dungeon of that tunnel.
Craft it up, yeah.
Yep, just
I-
keep on
craft
crafting.
I
it
wish I
up.
could craft a specific one, but
Ooh.
Craft it up. Craft it up.
This I can sell.
That'd be a nice.
What do you want, Cody? You want a punch in the snoot? How about that? I got plenty of these for free. I got punches in the snoot for free. You want one of them?
Alright, I got a serpent lair serpent wood volcanic and a mallwood volcanic. 36.
He said, I don't like punches in the snoot. Nobody likes
shit.
those.
Should I roll anything on that?
Decent value.
Maybe the minion life? Hope or what?
Why you? I see.
Poor fella.
Your life is ending. Your mama says she come get you in a little bit.
Yeah, I would get if you get rid of anything, minion life out of that.
Uh-oh. He said, I'm coming up to beat you up. He said, you better stop. No coming up to beat people's up. It's rude. It's rude. 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 Rude, 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 rude.
Should I roll anything on that armor?
You put it in
Should
party
I
chat.
just sell it? I did.
Noble impact.
I mean, I assume if I did, I would roll the minion life.
Yeah, I mean, you got damage reduction from close and damage reduction flat. Those are both pretty good.
if you're gonna roll anything, it's the minion life because you don't use minions.
Yeah.
But what would I be aiming for?
Armor or another damage reduction. Like, there's a couple different ones you could go for.
But right now,
Diablo fortified.
I've only
What
got armor 15
Minimal
on
damage you
stat.
have. There's you have damage. I mean, damage reduction from distant. Not the only thing I could really think of.
Or light. Well, can life roll in a chest?
Yes.
Yep.
Well, then life would work. I've only got 5,900 health.
What else?
What's this? An ear? Give me this ear. Give me all this. No, give me
Pretty
these
sure you
meats.
can get. Do you fortify? Pretty
Yes,
sure there's
sir.
fortify generation.
No, he doesn't use minions, so he can't fortify. There's like no way to do it unless you use minions.
4.6 total armor. What it rolled first. I think it's low.
Cody, do you got to go Peppus? I think that is a yes.
4.6 is low.
I need a taking the dog out to go Peppus screen. Taking the dog out to urinate.
5.8 total armor. That could be good.
If it's not upgraded, I'm sure that's a pretty decent roll.
Well, mine's upgraded, and it goes to 14.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if
Upgraded.
it's not upgraded, I'm sure it's probably. You could go for stats as well. Stats can roll on
Yeah, I've
chest
got
pieces.
15 all stats on the one I'm wearing, but it's a low roll. And 7.3 total armor upgraded out of 10.2.
Yeah, I mean it's not terrible.
It rolls to 7.3. Shielding storm. Do I have another shielding storm? Yes, I have several of them.
I gotta go pick a whole bunch of plants. Or just do Legion events.
I don't know.
Well, I've got a lot of damage reduction now. Wonder how much I have in total. Damage reduction, all damage reduction 25, damage reduction from close 29, distant 25, injured 38. Down here in the cellar. Get a whisper.
Probably gonna go do that dungeon really quick.
Oh, here's an event up here. You wanna join it?
I just want to like keep doing this dungeon every now and again when it resets to test my theory that it has a bunch of elites still stacked up on top of each other. Because that's one thing that
We doing this
was
dungeon?
adamant.
You in
I'm
there
doing
yet?
a dungeon. I'm in there. Crimson Passages. I'm in here. Yeast. Join the Azure.
I'm gonna come poke stuff with my arrows, and they not gonna like it because it's gonna hurt. Because that's what arrows
It's
do.
just a normal. It's just the normal dungeon, so it'll be on level.
Yeah.
I just want to test the theory.
Well, not for me, because everything's still higher level than me, no matter what.
Well, there you go. Even better.
Full fighting spirit, and we're full, my friend. Of course, you'd know that if you were watching this stream. Can't even kill, doesn't everything dies. Gotcha, get your pizza pie.
Bless you.
What's up, Mr. Buddy?
That's not fun.
Why is that guy so evil? He feared me into an explosion. That was just rude. As he literally put a fear down, and then feared me away, and then he ran me into an explosion, and I died. Like it was absolutely perfect, like
Well,
storm.
you're alive now.
I am alive. Here, have one of these. It's gotta be quill rats.
Yeah, it's the only bad thing about this dungeon. This guy right here.
Is there still one alive?
Yep. I told you it stacks them up in this dungeon for some reason. The next area is even worse. I don't know what it is.
Oh, well,
but
thank
it's
you,
something
Project
about-
Hail Mary. Glad to have you on stream, man. We having some fun playing some Doojanks. Oh god. A whole bunch of monsters just spawned on top of my head.
Yep. They'll do that too.
Did I kill them all? I think I killed most of them.
Yep. Alright.
I wasn't paying attention. I just kind of fired off screen.
Yeah, it's after this area. So this area should have the big boys all packed up. So be careful.
Nice and packed up. I can kill them.
Like this. On me. Right now. Yep, they did it again.
I'm not ready yet.
Teleport right on my head, huh? Okay.
You're up, Severius.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of monsters back there.
I need more time.
Yeah, this whole hallway was full right here. Literally, this entire hallway right here was just full of monsters.
And I did my best to kill what I could. They were chasing me backwards.
Alright, that's a trap chest. It usually
I'm not
is.
ready yet.
Nope. Alright, cool. Even better.
Well, he's upset about something.
He's just probably barking at one of the cats because he's an idiot. Come down here and play with me.
Let me eat you.
Pretty much.
Next big area I find, I want Ginger to see it.
I mean, I saw it. I was getting chased away by a bunch of monsters backwards. There was like 3 elites chasing me backwards, and there was a whole bunch more up front. I was kind of like off screening most of it because like I couldn't really go in there and actually fight it, or I'd end up dying.
I need more time.
Yep, here's the other one. On me.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, yeah. Probably gonna end up dying in there. Oh, Lord.
I don't know what it is, but it's something about this particular dungeon. Just, it stacks them up like that for no reason. Even though they said that they were gonna fix it. I guess they missed one.
That's super useful. Let's not tell anybody. Too late.
Too late.
I don't care.
Yeah, it
I
doesn't
hope
matter.
they do fix it. Okay.
Yeah, I would prefer it to
I
be
need more time.
equal-ish.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if
I'm not ready yet.
this was the intended design for this map, but I don't think it was, because it just puts him in these narrow corridors rather than in the big open spaces that I could do here.
Yeah.
Stones here.
I need more time.
Is that it?
No.
I was like,
Killed them too quickly, so they took forever to load.
Thank you, Wanderer. Without you, I'd be dead.
Okay.
Get us our stuff.
I think I can manage from here.
Stop wandering into
Take this.
dungeons in World Tier 4.
Yeah, check us your giant box that comes from nowhere.
The worst one that I've seen so far is literally you save this guy and he dies anyway, and like as he dies, he like falls backwards. And it's like almost simultaneous, like as he falls backwards, the chest literally pops out of his crotch.
I need more time.
And I'm just like, wait a minute.
Alright. Yeah, that's it. Right?
Wait a minute.
That's a
We-
terrible kidney stone.
Whew. No, you know what they say, when somebody dies, it releases. It's a giant release.
I'm not ready yet.
Hey, this is just a normal dungeon, but yeah, so this one is definitely still broken for some reason. Very, very broken.
Going back to the nightmares stuff.
You talking about the ones that drop specific items, Curious Genie? Like Jebta the Blade Bearer? You can farm them faster by going to a nearby cellar, going into the cellar and coming out. It'll change your instance.
Or dungeon, just somewhere where you have to zone.
Yeah, somewhere you have to zone. It works pretty effectively. He generally spawns about 3 times really fast, and then after that it's like, meh. So we usually wait for him to spawn 3 times. Go to the nearest dungeon, cellar, whatever, zone in, zone out, and then come back. If he's back up, kill him. If he's not, maybe zone in, zone out again just to make sure. I did that for like a whole day.
I don't have any damage over time effects.
Nope.
Right?
No, you're not using
Nope.
DOTs.
That's too bad.
I mean, if you wanted to, and you're using corpse explosion, you can do the shadow explosion, and that puts a dot.
Nah.
Yeah, all I have are high tier sigils.
An equitable transaction.
What tier are you thinking of?
I got a
I'm still full on them. I got a 36. That's poison enchanted.
Yeah,
I got
41 pluses.
I got a
236s. They're both volcanic. One's moldwood, one's serpent's lair.
So,
Matter.
this one looks fine. Oops.
Cool.
You can sell those to NPC? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
It was 1 gold. Woo!
Woohoo!
Oh, that's a lot of money right there. 1 gold.
Yeah, they make it to where it's not a costly mistake. Just good.
Dragon Barracks.
Fun.
I'm in there. Waiting on the ginger.
I need more time.
Hey look, it's here.
Yeah, it's useful.
Condom.
I need more time.
Oh, that got spicy real quick.
I'm not ready yet.
It's the ones that get bigger. That's why. There's a
Yeah,
bunch of little
enjoy.
minions around them.
What's up, Hidden Squid?
Oh, Avengers with the charging little fatty dudes. Oh,
Yeah, that can get a little spicy sometimes.
I need more time.
Stop running away from me. It's suppressor, boss. Everything is frozen.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh,
2 seconds.
I tried to get out of the way of those explosions, and then there was one on the steps too. Got me. It's a lot of explosions.
They're like, look at these little guys. They don't belong here. Let's get them first.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
This guy's not fun. He is vampiric.
There was an update. I'm not sure. Probably a hot fix. Oh, the big update doesn't come till the 18th, so I doubt it was anything important. Either that or nerfing the druid.
Yeah, they're super overpowered.
Or redisabling the berserk ripping aspect again. Oh, come on. Feared me back into a skeleton, one of them big ones with the axe, and he was already swinging. It wasn't even swinging at me, but he was swinging at somebody, and they feared me right into the axe swing, and I just immediately died. It's beautiful.
That's what you call teamwork.
Teamwork makes the dream work, I guess.
I need more time.
This is just a dead end.
Oh, explodey boy.
That hurt.
He said boom. And I said ow.
Look, he said boom twice.
Do I have freaking tick on my back or something? What's going on? Doesn't feel good. Good luck me actually seeing it.
Spider on you.
Spider in your brain.
I'm not ready yet.
Just use your stream chat. Turn around. Chat tell you.
I need more time.
'Cause I don't know if I want you guys seeing my back. It's rude. Go judge it. There's probably a mole on there or something that looks like George Washington.
That is some foreshadowing. I don't know what is. There you go, big guy.
I pulled him right back over.
I know.
Nope, we're not quite done with you yet.
Make 'em go boom, ba boom, bum, boom, ba la la, bim, bum, bim, bum, bim, bum, boom.
That wasn't fun. Got corpse bow to the face.
I thought that's what you like.
This is actually my least favorite thing about this game.
Corpse Bow isn't your favorite NPC?
No.
Don't you love how they can walk around?
I do think that is hilarious.
They're like, oh, you thought I was stationary. I thought they were stationary the first time I saw them. And then it walked up on me and killed me.
They're your favorite, don't lie. Got a picture of a corpse bow next to your bed, don't you?
Man, I can't tell what's going on in here. There's so much stuff happening. Between the rain of arrows
Don't be
and
talking smack about my
all
random
the
arrows.
bodies, the ice shards, and chaos and anarchy.
Plus you have extra stuff too, because you have all the bodies and everything.
Yeah,
Like, all
I know.
the corpses.
Like, I can't see anything.
Last one's on me. I thought it was here.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop trying to help.
Hey, we did it.
Hey, look at that! I got a
Get over
horse.
here.
Hey, I was in the bubble!
I pulled him in the bubble.
No, they're in a different area.
Oh,
Yeah, the dome's on us.
I was just trying to res you, and they killed me because I was standing just outside the bubble.
We
Yes.
can res them. It's done though.
Yeah, we can. I was gonna be lazy.
Nope, you were just outside the bubble.
I was just outside nothing. I was inside the bubble, then I died, and then I was outside the bubble when I died.
My bags are full.
Rudeness. That's what that be all about. Rudeness.
You got an hour and 8 minutes till the Shava spawns.
I'm gonna go grab a bite to eat. And I'll be back for that.
Anything else?
Oh, I didn't even see it. I got a unique. Cool. Lamiston's staff. At an 809, that's not terrible.
I'm so confused. Why does this Why does my ring have a higher roll than what the maximum says is allowable? My ring says the maximum roll is 1009 and it says it's 1250.
I'll be
I
back.
don't know what's going on there. It's a little strange.
It's the 50. No, that would be on an amulet. I was gonna
Did
say
you
it's
up
50%
the?
buff.
Did you up it
Weird.
before you took it off and then imprinted it?
I don't remember.
Yeah. That's the only thing I can think it is you upped it before you imprinted it, and then when you upgraded it, it put it past what it says it's supposed to be the max.
It's a beautiful ring. Burn out now.
Oh, mini buff for my boots. Let's go. Going from 42% chance for crowd control effect to spread to 46% chance.
Good boy.
I'll be back in a sec. 2 seconds.
Don't care about resistance or potion healing. What's this?
Well struck. Can I help you?
Can I
Fair
help?
trade.
The boy said fair trade. HellTide just spawned. Go try not to die in the HellTide. Try not to die challenge. That's a try not to die challenge. Cause I'm too low level for the HellTide, but the monsters be killing me. And they just step on my face and they kick me in the bees.
Not in town.
They're actually quite rude.
I need more time.
Don't much appreciate it. Back right off, Mr. Blowy Uppy boy. Ain't nobody like you. Everybody hates you. Might as well go eat worms. Nobody like you. Everybody hate you. Might as well go eat worms.
I need more time.
Right, not bad.
HellTide just started.
Oh, it's HellTide time now?
There's a tide of hell, and the hell is here, and the tide came in without fear.
I need more time.
Just come on down and have some eggnog. There's all these freaking monsters, and they keep being mean, and I don't know what to do except for make them green.
I'm not ready yet. It is done.
Ah, Splody boy up here. Oh god.
I'm not ready yet.
No, don't kill me. There's so many elites. Why are you all so rude? I'm running away. Potion up. There's like a splody boy up there, and there's a freezy boy up there, and there's not enough room. There's not enough room up here for all this.
Alright, well, let's just delete 2 of them really quick then. I meant 2 of them, not you.
I didn't die.
Not it. Totally it. But, you know.
Totally it.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll be lucky if I'm able to collect 75 cinders with all the dying I'm gonna do.
I need more time.
Like that EXP to.
True.
The only thing I really care about. Mess him up, Ginger. He's right there.
I shoot him with a poison imbuement. I make him bleed out of his anus, which is a bad place.
I'm not ready yet.
I believe there's another event up here. Can't remember.
Yeah, so the chest is... what's that?
I'm not ready yet.
Right there-ish. Guessing.
Yeah, there's an event over here about to spawn.
No, the chest is right here. Pretty sure it's right there. Yeah, it's right there. No. There's just the event that we just did. That's down here by me.
I'm at an event now.
Really? Oh, I haven't looked on the map. Shame on them.
Don't need a map. I know. My brain is like a trapdoor for knowledge. Goes in and doesn't come out ever. Like even when I want to pull it up. I need a Dewey Decimal System.
Dewey Remember System.
I need more time.
I don't know what system my brain uses to store information, but I can't figure it out. I often call my brain a pot of bubbling cheese, like fondue or something. Like the memories work themselves to the surface on their own. Like I don't really have much say in the matter.
I'm not ready yet.
Mess him up, Ginger.
Well, I did. He got wrecked. He was frozen. And he died. Alright. Look at that big old pack. We'll die. I think at this point we go back down to the next event.
I'm not ready
That's a
yet.
big pack.
The main area should be like right here. It's good this way.
I need more time.
Sometimes these guys... What the hell is this? Bound prisoners?
No. Let's just spawn this big guy. Oh, and meteors.
And yeah,
And a harbinger already.
nice.
Come here, harbinger. Quit standing in the
Harbinger of
thingies.
Doom.
Ow, meteors. I was just trying to avoid you. Why'd you have to hit me anyways?
They say we see that Wolfie running out on the highway. Try to avoid meteors and whatever come his way. I go down to tier 3 and then come back up to tier 4. Yeah, I know that. It's not as fun that way though.
And then you gotta go back to town, and then go back to your portal, and you're spending majority of your time just sitting there in load screen. I'd rather just do the same thing than kill stuff.
Do the same thing but kill thing.
Have more levels and then it'll slightly be more effective.
Honestly, you should be able to kill stuff right now if you gear up your character.
Oh, they've already got this going. Jump in
Like
there.
I've leveled up many characters now. Like, and honestly, around like 54, 55, if you get your gear set up and your character, like your points in, and you start messing with your Paragon board, you should be able to effectively kill level 73s. It's not impossible.
I'm not ready yet.
Just requires a little bit of effort. Usually what I do is, and yeah, you're really close to 60 now, so it might not be that big of a deal, but usually what I do is I take the 45s that I get, whatever 45 sacreds, and then I just pick the best ones, and then I go to the girl and I just re-roll the worst stat, like once or twice, and I just fix all the, like the worst stats on the items. And then by the time I'm done, like after I throw on the codex entries and whatnot, like I have a pretty solid character that can do some decent content. It's like it's a whole process, but like power leveling characters, it really feels like you can, just with like minimal effort, you can make them actually like capable of killing stuff. Oh, look at all those cinders up there on that cliff I can't get.
That was me.
Stop, Ginger.
What's up, Wolverine?
I clear stuff so quick in these areas.
Time to do that.
The HellTide.
Yep.
Is your Uber unique yet?
I do not have one. I keep playing newer characters, so I'm probably not gonna get one.
To do that.
I will.
I just scared the crap out of some dude. I teleported on him and he swung.
Yeah, boy.
It made me happy.
Time to do that.
He said, "Get out of here with your hot roofs."
I'm almost at my 175.
Fiend Rose.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright. Oi, corpse bow. I don't like you. Go away.
Don't talk to him that way.
I need more time.
He's a living being. He deserves respect.
No, it's a corpse. It's dead.
No, it's a corpse bow. It's several corpses, okay?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, okay. That was rude. Let's trying to be helpful. And they freeze at me.
Sesame.
I need
My
another
bags
40.
are full.
Should fix that. You need another 40?
What's up, Abdul Razak Duty? Why is your name Duty? Why are you a duty? That's not very nice. Call you a duty head?
Come to me then.
That's a
I'll
duty.
get you another 40.
Are we buying?
That's the duty.
I thank you.
Well, why? But I'm reminded of. Do you know the way?
Do you know? Do you know the way?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Do you know the way?
This I can sell.
No? You do not know the way?
Probably get the rest on the way back.
Decent value.
Yeah, let's just kill this Harbinger right here.
Harbinger of
Good
Doom. Where are we?
Try and go a different way.
I need more time.
Ooh, this is a big group. Have that. Not very many cinders from that group.
I need more time.
Oh. Alright, they're back up in here.
I need more time.
Get it?
Hit it, ha.
They tried to jump you guys. They didn't like y'all opening that box.
They don't like opening boxes.
Just stay here in the open area. Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
Cinders. The boy's an executioner.
Alright, the next box is gonna be... stop jumping me!
I need more time.
Jeez, I just need to look at my map. Alright, next box is gonna be like down here. In the other area.
Yeah.
We shall run!
I need more time.
There's 2 events that aren't too terrible.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need time to do that. I need time to do that. I need time to do that.
I need more time.
Hey, look, there's an event.
I need more time.
The events of doom.
Kill all the things. Can do.
That's a lot of cinders. Oh, okay. Just permanent CC there. I kept waiting to break out of the CC and it never happened.
Yeah, I think they need to add some sort of diminishing DC returns to our side, the player side, too. The stun lock is just so frustrating.
I mean, if the right circumstances happen and they spam enough CC on you, like, you're not getting out of it. Like, they'll just keep hitting you until you're dead.
Yeah, and you run out of your unstoppables. That's it. Jeez, get over.
The juice.
I'm at 171.
I'll be close by the time we actually get down there and find it.
I have it marked on the map.
Yeah, I should definitely have enough by the time we get there.
Heads up.
I need more time.
What is that? It's a helmet. It's helmet I'm opening. Nope, it's just garbage.
I think after this I'm going to take like 10 minutes and so it's without my character a little bit, so it's not as scrubby.
Grubby.
I need more time.
Y'all doing okay up there?
Killing stuff and killing stuff. Got 162 now, almost got enough.
Yeah, I'm at 219. What box is this? It's pants.
Crotch rot pants. Crotch rot pants!
Hey look, an event. Oh jeez. Can't see. Black camera. This is HellTide boss. You probably don't want to do this. We should probably skip this. Go to the box. It's probably gonna kill y'all.
Any weaponry?
You guys doing like high level content or? Oh, you guys just doing HellTide.
HellTide, but they're low level.
I'm
Yeah.
not ready yet.
Oh, I had enough. It's all good. It's all good.
You're up.
Where's the Dujin at? Let's go get this thing first.
Over here.
Oh, okay. You're just gonna pull me in like that, huh?
You can get clips out here? What?
Yeah. Once you hit level 50, they drop pretty much everywhere.
Till you get them all.
Oh, it's on the other side where the boss is.
I'm not ready yet.
It is here.
$32.
I like using the rain of arrows as a defensive mechanic versus them. Like, I want to open the chest, and you just fire off the rain of arrows on the chest. They can't do anything. They cannot stop me.
I'm not ready yet.
I'll head back and clear out my inventory real quick.
Going into the Templar route would be nice, but probably won't get any cinders in it.
Beautifully cut. This I can sell.
That is protection. I want to see what that one is.
Hmm. Who deserves the hardest nerf in the patch? Nerfs.
91, let's go.
I don't know.
First
Like,
one to come to mind is Necro.
the shred druid hitting for like 2 billion was pretty nasty, but then there's also a freaking berserk ripping bleed build that hits for like freaking quintillion damage or something. I don't even know. I don't know if you guys have seen that one.
I've
Yeah.
not seen that one.
It's like
The one that Rob did.
Like
The zeros go so far off the screen.
quintillion. Like it's I don't know what he did, but he broke the game basically. Looks like a number you get when you were a kid, and you would just like punch a bunch of stuff in times a bunch of stuff on a calculator, and it would be like off the screen. And he's like, it totally doesn't need a nerf. And I'm like, what? He's like, you don't understand. Here, have this. Have that. Have that. Have that.
It's fixing to go down. Hit him, Ginger.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm trying.
There's so many mobs around.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. They came up behind me so fast. I was trying to kill the boss.
Dude, why'd you pick me? Not it. Did you hear? Oh, not it.
Not it.
Just get a schoolyard tag.
Pretty much. Alright, he's down. Hit him, Ginger.
I'm trying. It's not really taking a whole lot of damage from me. He's got a lot of HP.
I'm not ready yet.
I mean, maybe he is taking a lot of damage, he just has a lot of HP.
Let's run a party. I mean, I could stand here and pretty much base tank him all day. It's the beautiful thing about this build.
Hey, malignant thing. Probably have about half hour to.
Another boss is about to spawn on top of us.
That's fine, he's dead.
Thank you.
I'm not ready yet.
There he is. There's the other boss. Just stay alive. Got it. Oh, is this where it'll spawn? Cool.
Oh, am I completely full on memory apples? Oh, look at me. Look at me, fancy pants. I got 1,000 memory apples.
You got some obble tension?
Murmuring snowbirds. Murmuring bobers. Ooh.
This I can sell.
That chest has probably surrounded the super chest.
Boy.
Which the big one?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, the mystery chest.
I'll run to it real quick if you just want to stay safe.
Okay, I will.
You guys will
Or
go
go back to
and
town.
then- Yeah, I'll port and then I'll port to you.
Yep. Best way to do it. I'll be there about the time you get through your load screen. You can port to me, it's clear.
On it.
There you go.
There's a event back on me. So you guys are done with that mystery chest. Probably the same one you just did with that wandering soul.
No, it's different.
No,
Oh, okay.
we just did
They spawn
the
different. Okay.
HellTide boss.
Okay. I like how he's like, my grandfather was supposed to walk me home, and then we just walk around looking for him, I guess. Event's over. The boss is gonna spawn on me, or some sort of thing's gonna spawn on me.
And HellTides?
Yeah, I'm in the HellTide, yeah.
If you see meteors, there can be a harbinger that can spawn out of the meteor impact areas.
Yeah, that's
you
what
not-
I was having.
Yep. It has a chance.
Yeah, it
Not
didn't.
guaranteed.
My character's on content level for this, so I'm able to kind of move around on my own.
But I have a chance I can upgrade those boots finally. 4% increase, let's go. Only 4% left. And then I have perfect boots.
What's up, Guy Bear?
Nice.
Rogue my main character? No. I don't... my Necro basically is my main character, I guess.
He's your highest character, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, that much is for sure. I had to go change my shirt. I think my shirt was itchy. I was trying to figure out why the hell I was itching, and I'm pretty sure it was my shirt.
Too much Cheeto dust?
I don't know. So, you know, sometimes you get like those shirts that have like the cheap fabric or whatever, and they seem to like when you dry them, like put them in the dryer, they get like the hair gets like stuck in them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what it was.
Hit level 91.
91. Look, now I'm Invisibrew, see? Invisibrew.
Invisibrew Ginger?
Yes. Ethereal.
That map
just turned into
is
an ice
falling
block.
down corner there. That's been bothering me for a while on your stream.
What?
The corner of the map.
Oh, is it folds down? Yeah, I fold it up all the time, and then it falls right back down. Every single time. I fold it up, I'll even like rub it against the thing to get like some static going, and it'll just automatically refold itself like before I even know what's going on. It bugs me.
Yeah, bugs me too.
Good, I'm glad it bugs you. I'm glad it bugs you. For just $29.95, I'll fix the corner.
Well played, whoever wrote that.
I'm not ready yet.
Is your ticker thing broken? I don't see my tip in your ticker thing.
Oh yeah, yours is at the front. Wait till it. We gotta wait till it goes all the way back around, and then once it goes all the way back around to the beginning, it'll be the first one on the list because it's in order of most recent.
So I'm just too focused on playing.
Yeah, sometimes you miss it. Like, ever since I moved it away from the top, but then people were saying that it was blocking the HP bar. So, and they're right, it does block the HP bar at the top.
I'm not ready yet.
Got a wicked pack right now of poisonous fire.
There you go. It just ended, so yours
monsters.
should be coming up any second.
Alright.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
So as soon as it restarts, which there you go. Say you're right there at the front. Look, whoopee.
Whoopee! $38.19. I gotta love that random.
Man, people be donating stuff all the time in like other currencies, and I have no clue what the hell the currency is. They'll be like 5,000 RBGs, and I'm like, what the hell is an RBG? And then like one guy, he was like, don't get excited. It's like that's like $5.
I'm not ready yet.
$5 still $5. I mean, that's why I need Starbucks.
Oh, I don't care. I'll take it. Donation is a donation is a donation.
Exactly.
Why? What is up with all these boots? Quit giving me boots. I want helmets.
No Shaco for you. No
Just wear a boot
Sharko.
on your helmet.
No Sharko for you. Not unless you sing the song. You gotta sing the song. Baby Sharko doo 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 doo.
Keep singing. Keep singing. Keep
Baby
singing.
Sharko doo 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 doo. Baby Sharko.
Copyright strike.
I'm not ready yet.
Is that song even copyrighted? I thought that was a YouTube famous song.
It's from a
I
kids
have
TV
no
show that
idea. Yeah.
that blew up.
I need more time.
Because of the internet.
Yeah.
Internet ruins.
Well, I said Sharko, not Shark. Okay, so.
It's true. I heard it.
I'm not ready.
Ow, ow, stop donking me into the dirt, you little
I
turds.
need 40 more cinders. Come on. There's an event on me if you make your way back over.
I'm not ready yet.
Trying to open our helmets if I can find them.
Well, if you're busy, you're busy. It's all good.
I need more time.
Yeah. Handguards, don't care. Just checking the other chests, seeing what they are. Making sure I get all the helmet ones.
Buttons work.
I'm over here doing this event. Trying to kill everything on my own.
That's the big pack of elites. Hello.
Yeah, I'm shooting
Hi.
events on my own too, killing everything.
I need more time.
Finish mine.
Killed my elite pick. There's like
Well, now
4
the
of them,
bosses
4 or
can
5 of them.
spawn on me.
Mm-hmm.
HellTide boss.
I need more time.
What is this chest armor?
Is the mystery chest still down in that bottom corner that I marked?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a world boss, HellTide
I
boss
need more
on me.
time.
Oh gosh, just about murdered.
Ow, 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 ow.
In a second. I've got meteors.
Oh, I
I
get
can't
her.
really.
I got her. She just has wicked poison I gotta avoid.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, almost didn't avoid it.
Same.
Alright,
Right.
down.
A Shoppa in 21 minutes.
I need more time.
It'll be the last thing I'll be able to do.
That'll be the last
Heads
thing you
up.
do ever.
You gotta go out to a soccer game.
I need more time.
Temple of Rot.
Just
Ew.
like a, is this like a stronghold that I'm
Yes,
Oh, you little
it
punk.
is a stronghold, and guess what? You won't get cinders in here.
Oh. Well, I was literally just riding by. You guys don't need to come here.
Too bad, I was fixing to teleport on you anyway.
I need some help. Come help me. This boy's about to
Sorry.
kill me.
You chopped liver.
His name is Jaffix Darkfist. And he keeps jumping on my head like he's a leap barbarian.
Another boss down. Oh, he's the electric obelisk. So that's gonna be death. No, no!
I need more time.
Not allowed.
That took way too long. Murmuring obols.
I need more time. I need more time.
What's up?
Hey, you're back.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
They really wanted you, Ginger.
What?
They really wanted
I'm
you.
not ready yet.
Mm-hmm. See all the monsters I killed?
I think you saw the ones you didn't kill.
I did good.
I
Shush.
need more time.
I did a rain of arrows, and then I did a doojank, and then they're all dead. Didn't take much effort.
You full now?
Wolfie
That's
showed
still
up
your
and stole your
spot,
spot.
I won't be here for very long. I'm leaving in about 20 minutes. Just after
Bad
the world
boy.
boss.
He thieved your spot.
Fight me for the spot.
Shoot you in the face with a bone spear.
Whoa.
He's ready.
That's aggressive. That's aggressive. That is aggressive.
Or I could just hit you with the hammer from the barb.
I don't even think I could fight him right now, and even though I'm level 91, he'd still probably get me with his bone spear.
You know, without contact, that's an awkward state.
See, someone else did a video about that guy, Ginger.
Oh yeah, a bunch of people did.
Yeah.
Your
Fair-
video
he was-
performed pretty well.
Yeah, but I got a bunch of negative comments on there. I got a bunch of positive. I got some in between.
Of course, Llama agreed with him.
Well, Llama agreed with him, really?
What?
Pretty much. That's the gist I got of it. I skipped.
Llama's already given up and gone back to D2. Arr.
I mean, I saw
I
that,
skipped
but
to the end and was like, oh, he makes a lot of good
So-
points.
He's gonna trash anybody who... Or he's
Yeah.
gonna agree with anybody who trashes it.
So I gave my dislike.
Yeah, I'd have to think that Llama kind of TLDR'd that then if he agreed with it.
yeah, I feel like you might not have actually watched it then. Because some of the stuff he said in there was just like straight up wrong. Like it wasn't even
He
like
watched it. He watched it on his, same as you did.
Oh,
I need
really?
more time.
Yeah, like he had like an hour and something video up of it. I just skipped skipped through it,
I mean, there was stuff I agreed with on his as well, like, but like,
and then I skipped to the very end to get like his final comment on it. I was
I-
like, well, dislike.
I'm not ready yet.
honestly, it sounds like to me that what's going on with that video and why it has so many views is that there's a lot of people who just want to hate the game. And they don't really, like, a lot of people haven't even played the game. Like, I look through the comments and they're like, I haven't even played the game, but I hate it. And I'm like, what? Like, you don't even have it downloaded? It's like, I haven't even paid it. Why would I waste $100 on a game I'm gonna hate? And I'm like, alright. That's not really fair.
Yeah, it's not a terrible game. It's certainly, I don't know. I don't find it as returnable yet. But
It's
too
not
early for it to
D2. It was
tell.
never gonna
Yeah.
be D2. I mean, I never had any thought that it could even be close to D2.
Yeah, the people thinking that it was going to replace D2 or
No,
living
D2
a pipe
lasted
dream.
for
23 years.
over 23 years because it had replay value. It always will have replay value.
Still very widely popular game.
You know, one day we'll be playing it in like VR. We won't be able to-
Perfectly honest,
D2
every
VR.
single Diablo game has replay value. It's just what type of replay do you want to do? Most people enjoyed the Diablo 2 version. I had fun with the rifts occasionally in D3. I like all the Diablo games just for different reasons.
Diablo 3 was more about the story, and then I put that away and came back for Reaper of Souls expansion. Put it away again.
See, I never came back to the Reaper of Souls expansion, so I never got to play like any of the rifts or anything like that. I was already done and over it by then.
I found it was something to do, just to have something to do. Diablo 3. It wasn't like Diablo 2 where I was like, yes, I want to go play this to get this specific thing to build this specific build. It was just, hey, I'm gonna randomly,
hello,
mindlessly kill
Pixar.
things.
More time.
You found Kixer?
I found Kickstar.
Oh yeah, but you're not in our group.
No, he's dead anyways.
I don't know. Do I want to go die more? Sure.
I'm not
Yeah,
ready.
he got absolutely destroyed.
I don't know, but one of the things that kind of bugged me is that a lot of people just seem to be jumping on the hate bandwagon without actually, like, I mean, if you dislike something, then yeah, that's cool and all. Like, okay, like, I got a whole video on stuff that I dislike about Diablo 4. But if somebody's just outright lying, and you're just like, yeah, what he said, like, at that point it just gets silly. Like, at least hate the game for things that are actually wrong with the game. There's plenty of those. Like, there's plenty of reasons to dislike the game at this point. Like, if you really wanna make a list, I mean, sure, let's do a list. But like, if you're just gonna like completely misrepresent the facts and just basically tell lies, I'm not gonna agree with you.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, I don't know why anyone would, unless they just want to hate the game. But I mean, if you want to hate the game, like, you don't need a fake reason. Like, there's a bunch of reasons why. I got an hour-and-a-half video of like all legitimate reasons you can go hate the game. Go watch that one.
Well, whenever he
I
brought
think-
up the point, like, he only made it to level 48, and yeah, I can see how it's repetitive and it's not fun anymore, and blah blah blah. Like, no, like,
Spent like 30
That's-
hours to
that's
make to
you
level
just-
48. I 100% guarantee you he was doing all the side quests, which are repetitive as hell.
if
But
you
they're
never
side
made it
quests.
to a nightmare
He said
dungeon
he
and
skipped
you're
them
saying
all.
the game's easy, then you're,
Tons of content.
According
you're
to
just an idiot.
him in that video, he said he skipped all the side quest dialogue and he skipped all the side quests cutscenes and he ran by everything. He didn't even click on chests or pick up gold. According to him, the way he played the game was like a speed runner, like running through the game, avoiding anything that wasn't efficient.
Speedrunning isn't fun.
At 38 hours, he wasn't speedrunning.
That was what he said. He even showed clips of himself. He even showed clips of himself running past chests, running past groups of monsters out in the open, He showed clips of himself like skipping through dialogue really, really fast. Like, I mean, it wasn't like he was just pretending. Like,
Yeah,
he
so
literally
you know
was
the
running
context of
by
the
just about
story.
everything that he felt like he didn't need to have to kill.
And he didn't even get the royal gem. He didn't get the level 60.
No, he didn't. He didn't do anything. He didn't finish. He didn't finish his skill points. He probably didn't finish his renown. He didn't get to World Tier 3. Like he didn't. He didn't hardly do anything. Like, and then what really bugged me about his review was he spent the entire time complaining that the game wasn't hard enough. And then he finally got to the World Tier 3 capstone, and he was like, and I finally got to the World Tier 3 capstone. He goes, and it was finally difficult. Like, for the first time, it was difficult. And then, and then he quit.
Quit.
And I'm like, wait, what? You finally got what you wanted. Why are you quitting?
Yeah, so it's just hilarious.
I just saw no reason. I just saw no reason to continue. Like, despite the fact that he got exactly what he wanted, he's like, "There's no reason to continue." I'd be like if I was a gold miner and I literally was like mining in the ground for gold, and all of a sudden I get to like a big giant gold vein, and I'm just like, "Well, no reason to continue now. Just gonna go ahead and quit it here." It's like, you're not gonna mine the big gold vein that you just uncovered? No, that's it. I'm just gonna not do that.
I don't like mining anymore.
Yep, I don't like mining anymore. No, this is terrible. There's no reason to continue this. This is just an endless struggle of endlessness.
Just gonna leave that valuable piece of gold there.
Just that a big hunk too. That'd probably fetch me like $1 million. But you know what? It's not even worth it. I'm just not even gonna pick that up and bring that back down.
Oh, it's that poison chick again. Oh.
Poison chicken.
Poison chicken.
Pirates.
Poison chicken.
Pirate Bark Fist. He has like this round poison that just rips through me. Find
Your way
chest
down there.
so I can open. Weaponaries are 150. Okay, I have enough.
You better hurry. It's almost over. You got like 3 minutes.
I got this. My wolves.
Be wary of bandits.
I mean, I know where the other chest is. If you want to know where the other chest is, I'll mark it on the map really quick.
Nah, it's fine. I already spent them.
The other chest is right there. It's right there.
Fine.
How many 2 janks I got left? I don't even know. I didn't spend them.
How much more time on that world boss?
9 minutes.
Okay. Someone make their way over there yet?
I'm working on it. I'm a little low level, so this might take me a little bit, but I'll get there.
I'm gonna get there one way or another.
I need more time.
Maybe I'll be in the same instance with you all, but I doubt it.
Really?
Well, we can get everybody there, and then I can. Well, if we get everybody there, and then we can one of us drop and invite you. It should work.
Dude, I wish we could do like
Time to do that.
Clan world
Clan
boss.
instances?
not even that. Just do it like an actual raid. Have like party leaders that are able to have, 4 people in their party, and then able to have the party leaders also be in a party of 4.
So turn this into an MMO. I think that would be fun.
It's
But
what it is, isn't it? Only
Yeah.
for world bosses, though.
yeah, I would like to see a lot more 12-man content, 12-man areas that you can plan to go into with a group of people. That would be really cool. I think that would be a great concept to add to this game.
I agree.
I'm there, but I don't see any. I don't see any ginger tags.
Yeah, no. The zone I'm in's already got 12 people in, so I'm gonna back out a little bit.
We say welcome to the ginger.
No,
You guys
no
want to zone on
rebels.
me? It
I'm getting
should switch the layer.
incense.
Wait,
for
I
all
do
you
see a ginger.
lobies.
I do see a ginger.
Who do you see?
Ginger's Fury.
No.
Ginger's
Clan.
Fury.
Yep. Clan NTX. Level 91.
And the TX. It sounds like a Nintendo Switch knockoff.
NTX Ginger's Fury is his name.
Calliope.
Oh, okay.
I did find a ginger.
All right, since Ginger's here, I'm gonna try to invite Chunks over here. Watch it,
Frostbite?
like, yeah, zone to frostbite.
Okay.
Probably gonna kick me to a different layer, but you know.
Yeah, it did. Straight booted you.
Oh, the Fury left.
Hey, it worked.
I don't see no other gingers in here. Oh, I see a
Yeah,
wolfie.
there is. There's
Yeah,
a Wolfie and Ginger's right here.
Yeah.
I'm a big bear.
Big ugly bear.
Run into you guys, right? Meow.
There's a bad old bear.
Should see a Azure come running up here shortly on a moose.
Oh, I think we just got bopped to another.
Did we?
Yeah, you guys did. Me and Chunks
Dang it.
are alone now. It's all good.
Someone should name their druid Butters.
Well, I'm making a new druid for
Butters.
ladder. Have
Y'all
a
remember that?
naming poll in the Discord.
Y'all remember
Type 2 incense.
the Paris Hilton episode where she had Butters as her pet?
I don't know if I remember that one.
Nope.
The South Park.
I mean, yeah, South Park, obviously.
Nah.
It was a stupid spoiled hose episode.
Yeah, no clue. Never watched that one.
There's like a million South Park episodes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
can't say I've seen them all.
She took Butters as her pet after one of her dogs, well, her last dog committed suicide again. Apparently, it was a thing of her pets.
Mhm.
They would kill themselves. And then she put him in a bear costume. Tried buying
Roy
Butters from her
Munson.
parents.
Player option.
Hello. Greetings. Hello.
Greetings.
Oh, here we go again.
Time for our roads to part.
Yo. Anybody got room for World Boss? I know it's coming up soon.
Chunks might.
There are so many
4
ways
minutes.
I can kill you. Greetings.
Chunks, you guys still have room in your group?
There's one spot.
Yeah, we got somebody asked in chat, so I invited them.
Greetings.
Totally just Blue's Clues. Let's go get a job up. Go get
Let's go get a job up.
Get ourselves some loot. Boop, boop.
3 minutes and 47 seconds.
3 minutes and 8 seconds.
What I got.
Mm-hmm.
My timer on Diablo 4 .life says 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
It is wrong.
It is wrong.
I find it sad that the community has to make all these external tools just to get basic information that should be in the game.
To agree in some ways. We're definitely playing a game that is a work in progress.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Watch,
It's barely finished from a core perspective, but there's a lot of supporting stuff that's just absolutely needs to be fleshed out.
Just missing. Yeah.
Oh, someone's already increased their max life. Looky there.
As long as they don't turn the notification of world boss into a screen shake that you cannot disable.
Somebody
Screen
just
shakes are so dumb.
Somebody just made fun of this guy, like on that "Why is Diablo so bad" thing. He said okay. He said, why did this guy say that an item power 491 ring with less resistances than my item power 421 ring, and the 421 ring was literally upgraded 3 out of 3. He was like, if you buy the other ring and then upgrade it, also it literally the resistances will be higher. And he's not wrong. I didn't even realize that when I was watching the video.
That's kind of... There's just too many things to facepalm at in that video to catch them all.
I'm still. I don't understand why people are hating on a game. It's less than 3 weeks out, 4 weeks out.
The world we live in.
And like one of the main features of the seasons isn't even implemented until the end of the week.
That instant gratification.
Well done.
Let me beat the game in 40 hours. Okay, what's the next one that I'm gonna
Halt.
make jokes about for another 6 months while I wait for the next game?
They want the next 40-hour campaign already.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Greetings.
Like, it's
I
fun,
got tired.
but it's like
I could use some
millions
assistance.
and millions of hours went into making a 40-hour campaign.
I've had more fun playing indie games than like mainstream games. Like
Have
Hollow
you guys
Knight
played
was
Halls of
amazing.
Torment? That game is so addicting.
Halls of Torment.
It's like $4 on Steam.
Dang, breaking the rules at work.
Somebody said Asmongold sure looks different in this video.
He always looks like a dirty hippie.
Why does he dress so terribly, by the way?
Wow.
It's his thing.
Faster, Shava, faster.
I'm not ready yet.
Mars is almost executed.
Yeah, we're almost nub. For some DPS to happen.
I need more time.
Oh, I ain't got DPS. I'm a low level 69. This boy like way higher level than I am.
I'm not ready yet.
I only hit a shaman for like 10k a pop.
Move fast.
Yeah, I did absolutely nothing. Ooh, I got a tree done with that. Nice. Let's go get the crappy items from the tree.
Right? Like, I haven't gotten one of the special caches in a long time.
I opened one of the regular caches earlier today, and I got 3 freaking legendaries out of it.
I think legendaries drop too much.
I'm kind of surprised.
I'm not ready
I
yet.
need to make them more neat. Drop better.
I mean, there are rare legendaries, but like some of them are just really common. Oh, I was in the middle. Did she turn? Did she like? I think she
Yeah,
turned.
she did a little slight rotate at the end there. Yeah.
That was a little rude. Because I was pretty sure I was directly between her legs.
I'm not ready yet.
Not like I haven't
think they
fought a
should be
Shava about 10,000 times by this point. We are full chunks.
Alright.
I need more time.
Ours was dead.
So,
Actually, ours has been dead for quite a
Okay, braggy brag Mercersons, some braggy brags.
For the last phase.
Yeah, ours was at like 10% in 2 seconds.
I need more time.
yeah, this is the way the fight should be. About this level of difficulty. Great.
Oh.
You got stomped again.
I did.
And he's dead.
I was trying to get out of the way of the cleave.
I think we got you just in time. Hey, I got the ancestral chest.
I appreciate that.
I appreciated it.
You're going back to Nightmare.
Efficient.
You can have my spot, Chunks.
Impressive.
I'll leave.
I'm taking it.
Efficient.
But if you pay $70 to $100, stable. Well, I haven't experienced any crashes. Origin X.
I crashed twice today.
It's been solid as a rock for me.
You
Although I
still
am
on?
on. Go ahead, Chunks.
Oh,
I just left the party now, so there should be a spot for you to join on Jin.
Jajanga. Jajangalanga.
I can't say you crashed very much either, too, Ginger. No
Crashed?
crashes for you. Diablo 4?
No, I haven't been crashing at all, really.
I still have a major issue with this game right now. I've got a block on the left-hand side of my screen that I have no idea why there's just a gray block on the left side, and the little icon, like in your start menu at the bottom, is just a piece of paper.
sounds like
And I
somebody
don't know
got a hold
why.
of some crayons.
Yeah, I don't know why, but my game is definitely broken.
Decent
Have you
value.
uninstalled it?
Hell no. I haven't done
Have you-
anything with it.
So it's like a black block? Like, are you able to take a screenshot and post a picture
Oh, yeah.
of it? I'm curious now.
Have you done like a scan and repair of it?
I haven't had any of those issues, Origin. I mean, I've heard of some people having some pretty unique issues with the game, but like, well, I haven't been having any issues at all with my computer.
VC1 chat, if you want to see what I'm talking about.
C1 chat?
Huh.
Yep.
Oh,
I don't know.
wow.
Yeah, it's just there all the time.
Have you done a scan from the launcher?
Yep, it's fine.
What resolution are you running?
1440p.
What
Is
if
it
you make the
actually
game
is it
Windows?
actually 1440p?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it like slightly off from what 1440p is supposed to be?
Let me check.
I'm curious. Can you live stream in Discord? I want to see if that block appears for your streaming too.
It should. I can live stream.
Yeah, go ahead. And then if you go into windowed mode, does that block
It's
go
there.
away?
You can see it.
How much memory
Oh,
do
yeah, I
you
can
have,
see it.
Origin?
It's right there.
What's your memory right now? Because
So, yeah.
one of the things that we noticed in beta was that the game was consuming a lot more memory than normal.
It's got a leak.
I'm actually experiencing the hiccuping and stuttering that he's talking about, and I have 64 gigs of RAM. It doesn't problem go away.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not talking
what the
about
issue is.
destinations. I was talking about Origins.
Yeah, I was referring back to Origin.
Oh.
For destinations, I'd recommend that graphics card utility. What is it? By DU or something?
I have GeForce Experience.
Yeah.
Have the latest. Have the
Yeah.
latest driver on it.
You don't experience that block in any other game.
Nope.
Probably not
Let me
driver
see.
related, but
Does it even tell you what graphics I'm
I
playing?
don't know,
at?
Origin. I mean,
Like,
I've
I'm not even
played
playing on everything very high.
I've played tons of games over the years, and literally, like, I remember back when I used to play Lord of the Rings online, there was like a glitch that would happen only on my computer, and everybody else thought I was crazy. But like, turned out it was like some sort of weird interaction between like my specific video card and Lord of the Rings online, and it just wasn't working right. And when I switched out the video card to a different model, like it actually fixed all the issues, and like I never had the problem again. And I'm not saying that's your specific issue, but like sometimes you can't blame the game itself. Like I hate to say it, because over like 2 decades of gaming, like a lot of the times it's actually the PC. It's not the game itself. And fixing the PC usually ends up fixing the problem. And if you can determine what the problem is, something specific on your computer that's causing the issue, a lot of the times the issue goes away completely. I mean, I'm not saying it's water cooling or like heat problems, or it could just be something as simple as like an incompatible component.
The 8700K is a pretty old CPU. I know I was having a lot more hiccups when I was playing on my 7700K. And upgrading to the 13th gen, I tell, was helpful.
I mean, I got
BIOS updates, firmware updates, chipset updates. Like, don't overlook that if you haven't looked at those in a while.
BIOS updates can actually be pretty big. There's usually a lot of fixes inside the BIOS updates. Little issues here and there.
How do you know when you need a BIOS update, though?
Honestly, as soon as you get the motherboard, like as soon as you buy the computer, you should go check and see if there's a BIOS update.
There will be.
And there usually is a BIOS update almost immediately as soon as you get the new CPU or the new motherboard. And then on top of that, like if it's an older motherboard, especially if you've had it for a while, like 2 or 3 years, usually there's a final revision at some point that fixes a lot of stuff.
I had to do the
go to the website and download it, I guess.
Yeah, the manufacturer's website.
Yeah, you want to go straight to the manufacturer's website, and you want to get it straight from the manufacturer. Like you don't want to, you never want to download it from a third-party source or anything like that.
Now, is that one you'd have to put up in a flash drive?
Depends on the company. Some companies have like a tool you can use.
MSI.
Like it depends on the company, but some of them do have like a flash tool.
How new is your computer?
Months.
Anything in the last 5-10 years has a Windows BIOS flashing utility. A lot of the other stuff have like built-in log into your BIOS, connect to the internet, and download it and do it straight through the BIOS too.
I mean, I've seen tons of stuff that goes on in the background that messes with certain games, and it doesn't mess with every game, but it messes with some games. Like that whole Windows thing they added a while back with like the game mode or whatever.
Yeah.
Like that game mode thing apparently F's with some games like crazy.
So mine did the same thing during the beta. I had the same issue.
Another very simple thing that you can do that fixes a lot of problems is if you go to the task manager, and bring it up here on camera, and you go details on Diablo 2 or Diablo 4, you go to set affinity, and then you disable CPU 0. Disabling CPU 0 actually has a pretty drastic effect on the performance of the game, and there's a reason for this. Everything uses CPU 0. So it's a CPU 0 is constantly and heavily taxed by every single application that you have on your computer. And if you have some other application on your computer which is messing with the game, it's probably through CPU 0, which is actually part of the issue. So if you disable CPU 0 on a lot of games, it will prevent that interference. And you might notice a significant performance increase just by simply deselecting CPU 0. Because basically what happens is, say you have some program in the background, I mean, it could be your antivirus software, it could be anything, and it goes to access the CPU 0. Well, your game is accessing CPU 0 also, and then both the things are trying to access it at the same time. And everything is accessing that CPU, and it just tends to be an issue. I remember back in Counter-Strike days, to get like optimal performance and less frame dips, that was one of the main things people would tell you, was just deselect CPU 0 from the affinity. Don't let Counter-Strike use that CPU, because it's only going to cause problems.
How do you get to that?
Task manager. So you just go to the task manager, and then you go to the processes. You can right-click on Diablo, go to Go Details, and then you right-click on the actual exe right here, and you click on Set Affinity, and then in the Set Affinity you can choose which CPUs are attached to the process. And in this particular case, all I did was just select 1 out of 15 CPUs that were attached to the process. It does not, taking one CPU off of it does not reduce the performance of the game whatsoever. And that CPU specifically is the one that's the most heavily taxed anyway. So removing that one doesn't even really reduce the performance anyway, because it's the one that your computer's using the most.
Remove CPU 0?
Yeah, just uncheck CPU 0 and that's it. Leave all the rest of them checked.
Can I do it with the game open?
Yeah. It'll just stop using that core and it'll use all the other cores.
Okay, I did it. No better do anything. But...
It's something that you have to do every time you open up the game, unfortunately. It's not something that's going to be just like a one-time deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
I've never heard of it though, so that's good to know.
Yeah, it's something you shouldn't necessarily need to do, but it's nice to know these tricks.
Yeah.
Niche tips.
I mean, it's just an issue with the way that Windows works. Windows prioritizes everything to CPU 0. It's like every application, every program that you have, your antivirus for software, Steam in the background, the Blizzard launcher, it doesn't matter. They're all using CPU 0, and even if they're only doing little tiny tasks, they're all requesting, you know, support from CPU 0. So over time, what happens is if you have your game running and then everything is as requesting support from that CPU, if your game uses that CPU, then it's going to have like issues, like stuttering issues and all sorts of other problems because it constantly has to switch back over to other CPUs, or it just has to wait for other applications to get the data that it needs, and then it goes in turn because it's all like, you know, like a queue basically. There's a lot going on computers. It's more than just what it seems. Yeah, there's a lot of games that don't take advantage of all the threads either, so it doesn't even really matter. Like most of the time, most applications will not use like anything past like thread number 3 or 4, which is
21.
Which is why leaving all the threads active for the Diablo game works out better, because nothing is using those threads in the higher numbers.
Now, whenever you were talking about the BIOS, that's you have to reboot to see what version you're running.
Yeah, you'd have to like reboot the system, and you might even have to go into the BIOS to check and see what number. It's usually like a number and then a letter, then a number. So like it might say like F12 or something, or like F13. And then you go on the website and you see what the newest version is.
There's a Windows utility called CPU, and it will tell you the details about your hardware as well.
I've got a CPU-Z and hardware monitor.
Yeah, so yeah, if you go to the CPU-Z and go to the mainboard tab, it'll tell you the revision of the BIOS you're running, dates BIOS.
And you know,
and if there is a newer version, like I want that regardless of changing processor or anything.
Pretty much, yeah. Like there's very rare situations where you don't want the newest version of the BIOS, but like usually yes. I will, you know, disclaimer is that obviously if the BIOS update fails, it can irreparably damage the system. Most motherboards these days, though, have what's called a dual BIOS, which prevents that sort of thing. So even if it were to fail, there's usually a second BIOS that kicks in, and it's like, oh, something's wrong with the first BIOS, and then it just like switches back over to the second BIOS. So it's usually not as big of a deal these days as it used to be.
Ryzen AMD processors have some, you may not want the latest BIOS for chip support.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Intel.
Yeah, then you have nothing to worry about then.
I couldn't move there for a second.
Check on it.
To leave the game.
Level sitting there, sitting there, sitting there, sitting there.
Not in town.
Not for streaming.
Alright, guys, you have a good one. See you later.
You too, buddy.
Bye.
You have a gift code for me, Purple Vibe? What kind of gift code do you have for me, sir? Is it a terrible gift code? Is it a troll gift code? Do you have a troll gift code? Made of troll bites? Trollo bites? If you paste it in chat, though, it's going to get swooped up by everybody else who's watching chat, so... Haha. That's a gift code. Don't mind if I do. Ain't got no paved streets up in here.
I hate lightning storm.
Where's a lightning storm?
No, one of the signals I got. Like, I don't mind them by myself,
Destroy it.
but with a group, they're a pain.
Destroy.
I got ooh.
You want a drifting shade? That's what I heard.
No, that was a storm thing.
Drifting
I
shade.
got a 37
Thank you.
all around slums.
I got a champion's demise, but it has drifting shades.
Oh, thank you.
I thought you liked drifting shades.
You don't either.
I thought you said they were your favorite.
Mm-mm.
I don't mind them.
I hate their guts.
They're bad whenever they stack.
I can't stand that mechanic. The you can't do anything while you're standing in this cloud mechanic. I can't stand that mechanic.
Don't you love the one that, like, you quit moving and then it follows you and then it just stays right on your butt? But it won't blow up until you don't think it's going to.
You gotta.
You go to move and then it's like, oh, real quick, pow!
Snap back to reality. Open the goes powity. Oh, this has got snakes. This is your favorite. This is your favorite, Chunks. Snakes
I hate
everywhere.
the oracles. I hate the
Snakes
oracles
on a
of the passion.
plane. Snakes on a plane. Snakes on a train. Snakes on your brain.
They can just lock you down.
Snakes
so
doing
easy.
cocaine.
It's the oracles.
Yeah, especially
the
if you get them
oracles.
cold enchanted too.
Cold enchanted cocaine snakes? Sounds painful.
They might as well be. That's a lot of fire.
Yes, it is. That's Bernie. I've done a lot to that at all. I thought that was mean. That was mean.
So what are you making for the season?
I'm probably gonna do a Drodad.
Drodad?
It'd be fun to start with a Druid.
Thinking I may just go Barb.
I thought it would be kind of cool if we all did Druids.
I haven't messed with the Druids.
That way we
so
could all
I
share
didn't
equipment.
think about 'em.
That way we could share equipment. Everybody could just, like, find a staff. Like, oh, look, found a staff. This is exactly what I need. And then we had, like, you know, just, like, pretty much everything. We could share all the rare items and whatnot. Be kind of cool. Everybody all be all decked out by the time we hit 100. If we all stay around the same level, too, which is could be difficult, but if we did, like, wouldn't be no trouble swapping gear back and forth between characters either.
I need more time. You're a saint.
I figured having a barb in the group couldn't hurt.
I need more time.
You want to be a barbarian? 'Cause at least I know I'm a barbarian.
I like the barb.
You just want to be a Hoda. You just like one donkin. You like donkin everything. That's what it
I
is.
do like donking everything.
He's a donker. He's over here singing a song too. He's like, I want to donk it, and I got to donk it.
I need more time.
I did a 56 with Wolfley standing at the door.
Eric said you sound as country as I do.
Probably a bit more.
I mean, Chunks is out in the boonies. He doesn't even have real internet. He's got like the what is the cell phone internet where it's like they put it on top of your house.
Yeah.
You know you're in the boonies. You know
I got
you're
a
in
big
the,
old Nokia phone on top of the garage.
You know you're in the boonies when you don't have access to cable or any kind of a real internet services. Like your only choices are like satellite and
Satellite?
and cell phone.
Satellite and cell phone, that's right. Somebody's about to get blowed up.
Somebody about to get blowed up.
I'm not ready yet.
I was thinking about a landslide build this time. I might have to see if I can work that out.
Saved the guy from death. Died anyways. Gotta love it.
I'm gonna have to look up landslide. They got that aspect which makes the poison creeper put out landslide. Sounds kind of interesting. Maybe I'll be a bear this time instead of a wolf. I'll be a bear. A bear wolf, wolf bear.
Be a bear dog.
You want to be a
Make
bear
duty in the
then?
woods, but still sleep in the house.
You know them blizzards. Oh yeah, I'm so tired for no reason. I need like a 3-day nap before ladder starts. It sounds like good. It sounds good actually. I'll just never wake up.
I'm not ready yet.
But oh man, season 1's over. But like, man, you slept right through it. Well, my bad. My me, dude.
I need more time.
Did you tell when I was hitting?
Kadonk along, kadonk, kadonk.
Not at all.
Kadonk, kadonk. Man, I got the best pants. Check these pants out. Mmm.
I don't
Pants.
see no pants.
Pants. How's the grind going? I'm just having fun. I mean, I've already finished leveling up my character 100. Just pretty much just having fun at this point. I want to get up to a high enough level so I can wear my Frostburns. I was kind of hoping I'd find a pair before then, but you know, doesn't seem like it's going to be the case.
You'll find a pair right whenever you get high enough level for the other ones.
Now that's an interesting necklace. +2 ranks of all imbuement skills. 7.6% imbuement skill cooldown reduction. Hmm. Hmm. Boom, 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 boom. Wow, +2 ranks of the impetus passive. I already have a bunch of ranks of the impetus passive already.
Oh, that might be an upgrade for my chest piece if I can get it to roll barrier generation.
What was that one passive I actually did want though? I can't even remember.
About to level. And like 200,000 experience.
Gotta re-roll the ultimate skill damage though.
Or I can just roll 5.2% increased damage. Just goes pure offense.
+1 rank of all agility skills.
Man, now I need another disobedience. Ugh.
There's a waypoint up here I don't have.
Man. This thing's getting expensive fast.
My problem is that I keep rolling thorns on my chest piece, taking up a slot. Like 4 out of 5 rolls was thorns, thorns, thorns. Like I don't want or need thorns on a chest piece for a sorceress. Thank you.
Come on, you're not gonna make a thorn sorceress?
Oh.
Yes, 10% flat is generally better than pretty much everything else. Even things like 20% from burning. The problem with from burning is that the monster has to be burning. And conditional DR is not going to be better than flat DR. Because flat DR is always active, all the time, and the burning one requires the monster to be burning. So if at any point the monster stops burning, doesn't matter what happens, if at any point he stops burning, you've lost that 20%. And you could potentially get one shot if you're relying on it. It's difficult to, like, look at when you're not looking at it from like the broader spectrum of like, hey, is my buff actually always active? Like, what about when I first start attacking everything before I've actually applied my burning damage? If something donks me at the beginning of the fight before I make them burn, then I don't have 20% damage reduction. That's why there's an order to it, and that's why I put it in order. So flat is always better than conditional. Conditional is always better than intermittent. Intermittent is always better than random intermittent. So in that order.
I leveled.
Yay.
It's DR is just strange because a lot of the DR in this game, and we were talking about this earlier, a lot of DR in this game is just very much so conditional. And conditional means that there's going to be moments where you're going to die. It's unfortunate to put it that way because it makes it sound like the DR is terrible, but I mean, if you're in the middle of a battle You're fighting a bunch of monsters. The monsters are dishing out massive amounts of damage into you. Maybe they crowd control you for like 3 seconds, which isn't abnormal. And then your burning effect, which is your your 20% DR from burning. Let's say the monster stops burning because you're crowd controlled, which is likely because you're no longer applying damage, which means you're no longer burning them, right? So during that 3 seconds that you're crowd controlled, you've now lost your conditional. Armor versus conditional DR. If armor didn't have such a huge level penalty on it, I would say that armor was better than conditional DR. It's definitely important to have some armor, and I wouldn't say ignore it completely, but I still think conditional DR is probably better than armor. It just has to do with the fact that armor is kind of a conditional itself. It's like, what level is this monster? Well, if the monster's too high of a level, then now your armor has become conditional.
That's what I was gonna say. It depends on what kind of content you're pushing. If you're, pushing high-level content, I would say that that's definitely static all the time.
Yes, exactly.
You're always under-leveled.
So if you have no intention of pushing higher tier content, then armor is just as good as flat DR, but flat DR beats it by a little bit. Actually ran these numbers and found like charts and all sorts of other crazy stuff. Flat DR still wins, but physical damage reduction from armor and the subsequent half reduction that you get from resistances is definitely going to be useful if you're doing on-level content. Armor only becomes less useful when you start doing higher level content, and it's not good to rely on it. It's good to have it, but it's not good to rely on it. And if you have to choose between armor and DR, I always choose DR. We used to build armor like at the beginning of the game when we first started, and if you go back and watch some of our earlier like videos, like live streams and stuff back when we first started and had no clue what we were doing, we died a lot. We died a lot before we figured out what this, like what the priority is. And now that we know the priority, we don't die nearly as much. The highest flat DR you can get, I believe, comes on like it's like 10 point. What is it? 10 something.
10.1 on my pants.
Yeah, it's like 10. It's like 10.1% or something like that you can get from like pants and armor.
And 10.1 on the chest.
I need more time.
Yeah, 10.7.
And 10.7 on the Ami.
Yeah, 10.7 on the chest piece. I've got 5.1 right now, but it can roll up to 10.
I'm not ready yet.
I just don't feel like rolling it anymore because it's like 2 mil a roll now.
Mine only goes to 10.1 flat damage reduction on my chest.
Personally, I prioritize DR over HP, but there are specific pieces of equipment like rings. If you want HP, there's no DR you can get on rings, so you're like in that situation. There's no contest. It's not HP versus something else. Look at this glowing rat over here. You see him? He's glowing. Where's he going? Let's follow him. We're supposed to follow the rats. They bring you to treasure.
No,
he's glowing. He's glowing red.
The buff.
I know.
The buff.
I know. I'm just making a joke. Where you going, Mr. Rat? Come on. Where are you going? Where is he going? Where is he going? Why are you turning around? No, we're following you, sir. You got the lead. Don't kill Mr. Rat. Why you do that? Don't be mean. Look, you can't even kill him. See? Ha. He's invincible. He's got the Avenger buff. I don't know where the hell he's going. Taking me into this room over here? What's in this room? Secret cow level? Let's go. He don't know where he's going. He's just wandering. I don't think you know where you're going, Mr. Rat. I don't think you know.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet.
Another thing that people don't usually know is that DR becomes more effective as your life increases. So the more DR you have, and the higher your life gets, which is basically what you get for leveling up for free. So your life just continues to increase. And the more life, the more you level up, the higher your life gets, and the more effective your DR is. So like when you're a lower level and you only have like 5,000 HP and you have like 50% DR, and then you're like level, you know, you go up about 10 or 20 levels, and now you're at 7,500 HP with the same amount of DR. The DR has now become more effective because your flat DR is now actually working better. It's a whole equation, but the higher your HP gets, the better your DR actually works. Which is another reason why adding more DR is usually better. Because as you level up, you get HP anyway. So once you get like freaking, I think you get like 10k at level 100, like no matter what. Like even if you don't have any freaking health on your equipment, I'm pretty sure you're sitting at like 10k.
All things have value, I suppose.
Armor life is a terror. I really don't like to bash other YouTubers, Tomas, but don't listen to Crip, okay? Do not listen to that boy. But let me put this in the nicest way that I possibly can. All right, Wu Dijo, who actually knows how to do the mechanics of the game, even if he's a little boring, and I say that in the nicest way possible. He's just really boring in the way that he represents the data. He knows the data and he knows what he's talking about. I will give him that 100%. Is that he knows what he's talking about. All right. I watched Crip like go over Wu Dijo's video of like how to stay alive in Diablo 4, and Wu Dijo had everything correct. There was nothing wrong with his video whatsoever. I watched. The only reason I watched it was because Criparian was reviewing it, and I'm literally listening to Wu Dijo, and I'm like, yes, that's correct. Yep, that's right. Yep. And Crip is like, no, that's wrong, fam. You're an idiot. Why would you do that? And I'm like, in every single thing that Wu Dijo said that was correct, Crip was like telling him that it was wrong. And if you follow his advice on survivability, you're going to die. And you're going to die a lot. Because he's got everything wrong when it comes to survivability. Armor is not any good when it comes to survivability. That aspect of disobedience is terrible. Unless you're doing like easy level content. If you're doing easy like on level content, that's about the only time that thing's going to be any useful to you. It's just not. It's not the greatest aspect in the world. It's great for noob tier content, and that's about it. You're much better off with something else in that slot that gives you damage reduction. You're much better off with something in that slot that gives you like another form of like survivability. There's tons of ways that you can make your character more survivable.
There's your goblin. Dead.
Nice.
I mean, I think if you actually take a look at that video that Criparian did where he was like reviewing Wu Dijo's information, in the comments, I'm pretty sure there was literally people like, don't follow his advice. They're like, this is terrible advice. Why would you tell people this?
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, there was the treasure goblin, so where's the butcher?
Should be here saying.
Well, that's a lot of fire.
I mean, I don't necessarily, want to put you toward a different YouTuber other than myself, because I want you to watch me. I mean, who am I kidding? But if you had to choose between Wu Dijo and Crip, I would definitely say watch Wu Dijo, because he actually knows what he's talking about.
I'm not ready yet.
Ow! I almost died from that.
That was painful.
That was rough. For sure.
I was standing right in the middle of it.
Same.
I didn't know I was standing in the middle of it because I couldn't see over all the corpses on the ground.
I'm not ready yet.
Every single time one of Criparian's videos pops on my feed, I'll like click on it just for fun, just for the fun of it, and then like I always regret it because like it's just he makes my head hurt.
What's happening?
Y'all missed one on the right.
We missed 2.
Uh-huh.
Rubies are I hate to say this, but I think rubies are probably like the 3rd tier of gems that you should choose. Like, there's usually not a lot of good reason to choose rubies over some of the other stuff. If you can't fortify, and I mean, I'm using rubies right now on this character because she's a noob and she literally doesn't have anything set up properly yet. I really would like to see if I could get fortify on her, but I don't even know if Rogue can do it.
I'm using diamonds for barrier.
I mean, that's one way to go. You can generate massive amounts of barrier. That's not a bad idea either.
I almost always have a 5k barrier up. They generate barriers when killing frozen enemies. And everything's frozen.
The problem with maximum life, and I've gone over this before with other people, is that maximum life doesn't really save you. Like, you can have all the maximum life in the world. You could literally put maximum life on every single piece of equipment that you can, and it's not going to save you by itself. Like, it's just not. You're still going to get one shot. You're still going to get killed. Like, having more life doesn't necessarily mean you're more tanky. And then on top of that, also, like, once that life is gone that you're adding in, like, you got to restore it, which is a whole other thing. So you need sustain to actually refill that up. Otherwise, you're not even going to get the effect from it that you would want. Like, say you're at a character has 5,000 HP and you add an additional 200 or 2,000. So now you're at 5, 6, 7. So you're at 7,000 HP. And you take 2,000 damage. Right? Now you're at 5,000. If you don't heal yourself, if you can't heal yourself back up to full, then that extra 2,000 is absolutely meaningless. It doesn't do anything for you. And, you know, then let's say you take another 2,000 damage. And then you heal 2,000. Like, you're still not back to your full amount. Like, sustain is often sometimes more important than maximum health, because if you can't sustain your maximum health, then there's no reason to have a huge amount of health. Like, you got to be able to fill that thing up on a regular basis.
Lost Archives. I like that one.
I have 100% lucky hit chance, and I have the 5% lucky hit chance to heal for 1,200 life times 2.
Mm-hmm.
So about 3,000 life or so, and I only have about 8,000 life in total, and I can barely sustain it sometimes. And that is barely sustainable.
I think, honestly, the best gem, like, bar none, is the Sapphire for the Fortify damage reduction. I think if you can manage Fortify, if you can...
Stone on.
If you can keep your fortified status
up here
all the time, then the Sapphires are without a doubt the best. If you cannot generate fortify status, then I recommend that you find a way to. And if you cannot do it, even if you try and look to see if you have a way to generate fortify status, if it's just impossible for your character, then at that point go with something else. But, like, I think the Sapphires are by far the best option. As you can see, I don't have fortify, and I'm not running Sapphires. My character's getting one donked into the dirt all the time.
I'm carrying too much.
Afternoon.
I don't even know if it's possible for Rogue to build fortify. I really don't. What's up? Oh, I didn't even see that one.
You died twice.
Oh, I've been dying a lot.
Oh.
I looked over to see who was in chat, and I can't look away for half a second.
Nope, you can't. It's illegal.
That's illegal. I'm not allowed to look away.
Can't look away.
You know this, man.
I do know this, but I'm still getting my butt kicked.
Come on, where's the butcher?
Probably at the end with the boss, so we'll have to fight the boss and butcher at the same time.
That'll be fun.
I mean, let's use
Really
let's use examples from what's going on right now. So right now I'm in a dungeon that's level 91. Right? These monsters are way a little higher level than me. They're what, 70 to 80, 80 to 90. They're 21 levels higher than me. The reason why they're able to one-shot me like this is because armor value is basically garbage. and I'm relying on armor value, like, to save my life at this moment, because this character's not set up properly yet. I think I might have a little bit of damage reduction on my pants. So I don't even know. I'm running like no damage reduction right now on this character. I need to get her some better pants and some better armor.
Yeah, your video about tanking made me think about that, because I've got dodge on my pants. I'm wondering if like pure armor would be a better stat than just the dodge.
I mean, armor is okay. I don't know. Like, are you having trouble getting like one shot and stuff like that, or?
No, I'm playing the big tanky druid.
I mean, honestly, dodge chance I think is nice for HP management. It helps to prevent like every single hit from hitting you. I'm pretty sure that said dodge when he ran over me. Like, I know I saw it say dodge. Still died anyway.
It did say dodge.
It totally did say dodge on my screen. I still died anyway.
You can dodge a wrench.
And if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
No butcher.
I need to like carefully go through these items and see if I can pull out some DR equipment. I don't know, topazes are actually kind of amazing because they save your life when you actually need to get saved. Going back to the horrible review that I reviewed the other day, the what did he say? He said the only time I ever die is when I'm crowd controlled, and he's not exactly wrong. Like most of the time when you die, it's because you're crowd controlled.
90% of the time.
And guess what? Topazes save your life because when you're crowd controlled, they give you a huge DR. But I still don't think topazes are better than sapphires. I do not. I have fallen in love with Fortify. I feel like every character I throw Fortify on is like amazingly tanky.
Yeah, Fortify is a really good skill or stat to stack.
And not only that, but the damage reduction while Fortify numbers that you can get on like pants and armor and stuff like that are huge. I don't know what the maximum is, but I think it's like 20% or something. So you can get like a massive 40% between your pants and your armor, and then you can stack on other fortification bonuses as well. And by the time you're done, you're probably sitting at around like 50% damage reduction while fortified. And depending on how well you can generate fortify, it becomes a consistent thing. Like it stays up all the time. It stops being a conditional and it starts being more of a constant. It just depends on how well you can generate your fortify on your character. Some characters just have it really easy compared to others. My barbarian, man, he don't have no problem with fortify. He's always fortified. He's stupid. I have a little bit of trouble getting permanent fortify on the werewolf druid, but it seems like the werebear and like the other druids have no issue whatsoever though.
Are your skills considered earth skills? Because they have that tree in their
No, I'm on the other side of the tree on that character.
Okay.
I thank you.
Alright guys, I'm out of here. This is my last one.
Have a good one.
Later.
Have fun. Bye.
Let's see. Where's that lost archives one?
This I can sell.
Nothing really bad on it.
Yeah, I really enjoy vulnerable damage and fortify for my characters to help me feel a little better, a little safer, and I do a little more damage.
Good fortune.
Thank you. Want to join us?
What do you put into jewelry if not skulls? The answer to that question is surprisingly skulls. That's what you put into jewelry if not skulls. The unfortunate moral of the story is basically this. There's nothing better than skulls. None of the other gems that you can put in your jewelry are worth putting in your jewelry. The all resistances from diamonds and the flat resistances that you get from the other gems are worthless. Like they basically do nothing. So it's really just a question of the lesser of two evils, and the skull is basically the best one that you can put in your jewelry because all the other ones are garbage, and it's sad. Because right now resistances are completely broken and they don't work very well, so it's unfortunate.
I need more time.
I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate thing to ask. I mean, when I tell you armor's not very good, the first thing you think of is, oh, well, why should I put skulls in my jewelry? Because armor's terrible, right? Well, you're right. And you're also right, because the problem is there's nothing else to put in there, though. So resistances are terrible, too. They're more terrible than armor. We ran the numbers.
Can you clarify what they're planning to do with the malignant hearts as far as sockets? Because I kind of got confused. You can put them in your regular armor in place of jewels.
There's going to be
There's
going to be colored sockets that we're going to be able to put them in, and yeah, they're going to go in place of the regular gems. Samael, fortified is not just 10% DR; it's a lot more than that. I mean, I can hop over to another character and show you. I have tons of characters with fortification. I believe my Naked Mancer has the most right now, although I'm not entirely sure. And of course I locked him out in the middle of nowhere. Alright, so this particular character, my Naked Mancer, if I go down to my damage reduction, you'll see that I currently have 30.3% damage reduction while fortified, and that's not even all of it. There's actually more. I can't remember if they show up when I walk outside of town. I think I'm at like 48.5 total or something like that. I can't even remember.
I need more time.
Some of it doesn't even show up on the tree, though. That's also part of the issue. So right now I'm at 30.3% damage reduction while fortified. This does not include the original 10%. There's also some glyphs that you can get. So if you go into the Paragon board, there are things like the Undaunted glyph, which give you a 10% damage reduction the more fortify you have. So this one doesn't even require you to be fortified. It only requires you to have fortify, and it gives you a scaling fortify damage reduction up to 10%. So you get the flat 10% that you're getting from the actual ability when you are fortified.
Weird.
You get another 10% essentially that comes from the Undaunted glyph that gives you a separate bonus. On top of this, you can also have equipment, like for instance, I have 18.9% damage reduction while fortified on my pants, and I don't have one on my armor right now, but I should have one on my armor, and I don't. But basically, you're going to just constantly run this kind of stuff. So, like, as you grab more and more damage reduction while fortified, you can get this number up to around, like, 50% easily. And then on top of that, you also have that 10% that's coming from the Undaunted glyph, which does not calculate into the original 10%, or the number. Because this is not damage reduction while fortified, it's damage reduction while fortify, which is a different calculation entirely. And once you add them all together, you should be looking at anywhere between like 50 to 60% damage reduction. Including, of course, the sapphires, which give you 3%, 3%. 3%, 3%, 3%. And if you throw on your shield, you can get another damage reduction that way. As a necromancer, and now I'm looking at 46.1% damage reduction while fortified. You can stack it up really high with fortify. Like it doesn't take very long before you're just swimming in damage reduction while fortified.
My map just like ended.
Yeah, you ran off and died. I was going to res you.
Oh. Yeah, my map ended. Like it just was a black abyss. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, I thought they were saying that you could add the Malignant Heart and a jewel to your, or a gem or whatever to your jewelry specifically, and then they would take the place of gems for your other pieces. That was my confusion.
Where was that said on Twitter or something? Because on the whole video thing they showed us, that never was the case.
Thought I was in a tweet or something that they sent out.
Whoa!
Could be a tweet. They communicate a lot via Twitter. They answer a lot of questions.
I'm not really sure what the hell I would use in place of Rain of Arrows if I wanted to swap out.
You want to come back in for this boss?
Oh yeah, sure.
Hold on 1 second. Alright.
Okay, let me know when you're teleporting and I'll put this on the pedestal.
That's another thing that you kind of have to think about when you're looking at barriers, is that barriers seem to snapshot your DR. So if you have poor DR, or if you have a lot of conditional DR, or if there's a lot of things going on where your damage reduction is like sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's really bad. Like what I've noticed is that your barrier kind of like assumes the DR that you had at the moment when you cast it. So if your DR was terrible when you cast your barrier, then your barrier is terrible and it goes away really fast. Which is why temerity is so bad, because temerity has basically you got no DR on those pants. So you're basically missing out on a 4 times DR pair of pants for a barrier, but the barrier that it's giving you isn't really like worth using because you're missing out on a huge amount of DR, which snapshots every single time you use your barrier. People have already went over this. I have a video on it as well. And it basically just... all it does is it just kind of like gives you an 8,000 HP barrier, but that 8,000 HP barrier just has like no DR attached to it whatsoever, so it ends up just disappearing in one hit.
They're actually considered DPS pants because you can use the barrier aspect. They're just DPS pants.
Right, so you get like the multiplier for like while you have a barrier active and things like that.
Yeah, because you can pretty much have a barrier 100% of the time on easy content. So they're just like easy content pants. Easy content damage pants. As soon as you come across any enemy that can do actual damage to your character, they just they don't help you.
No, they really don't.
What all glyphs did you use on your Necro? Essence, Gravekeeper, Exploit, and...
I use Undaunted, but that's because I have Fortify. I don't think you're going to be able to generate Fortify if you're not using minions.
No, I'm not going Fortify. I was thinking maybe Sacrificial.
I mean,
30% bonus to all magic nodes within range and 10% increased damage while no minions.
I mean, if you're gonna sacrifice, then that's the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I'm using the
Sacrifice. A sack of rice? What?
only reason I'm using the skeletons now is for essence.
Hmm. I like using the skeletons for essence. The mages
But
give
they don't
essence.
really do any damage.
No, they're utility. That's what I use them for.
Yeah.
They also
so
run
no-
interference
no-
for you and help you not die, which is also nice.
I didn't figure there's any reason to bump them up. I just need them to hit something. Another mother's embrace. Ooh, a terrible mother's embrace.
I don't know if berserking duration is really worth it, because usually you can get a lot of berserking like stuff from just about everything. And then on top of that, there's unless you're running the capstone, there's a 5-second cap on the berserking duration anyway. So 5 seconds isn't a very long time. So even if you had a whole bunch of berserking duration, like, at the end of the day, what is it doing exactly? Is it just... I don't know. I mean, even if you run the capstone, it goes up to 10 seconds cap. I guess a little bit extra. I feel like anybody who's running berserking has multiple ways to add berserking onto their character anyway, so berserking duration is probably just not worth grabbing. And because they put a cap on it, I think that's the real issue. So, like, if, you know, if there was no cap on it, then having, like, as much berserking as you could get would definitely be nice. For any time that you, like, you know, run out of berserking, or you're not attacking, or you get CC'd or whatever, and you just want to make sure it's always up. But since they put a cap on it, like the number of seconds that you can have, it makes the berserking duration kind of a pointless stat, in my opinion. Unless you're just having a really hard time generating berserking. Like maybe your build just can't incorporate enough berserking effects in there, and you just want to like get the most out of the one that you have. In that case, then yeah, berserking duration might be worth it. I just dodged from one flame circle into another flame circle. That was beautiful. I was like, there's a flame circle, let me dodge out. It's like, oh, right back into the other flame circle. Yay. I mean, if you're going to pick Wrath of the Berserker, you're probably going to have enough berserking to generate anyway. I can't remember where I get berserking on my barbarian. I know I have berserking somewhere in the build, and like I'm like never not berserking. I'm even using Wrath of the Berserker. This is so weird. Why does it only show one monster down here, and there's literally like way more than one monster down here?
Oh, them flies.
No, it only shows one on the map. There's tons of monsters down here. Enough to kill me dead.
Oh, yes there is.
Fly. Chunk said that there's flies down here. Don't you worry about none of them ghosts. It's just flies.
They're a figment of your imagination.
They're just, don't you worry about none of them elites. Don't you
Hey,
pick
I
up.
killed 'em.
Don't y'all pick up none of that gear or them monsters that don't exist.
I'm not ready yet.
Getting gaslighted over here.
Ooh, cursed while he started an event. That's why.
Yeah, that's probably why they wasn't showing up.
I'm tired of these lava gals. Keep killing me. Can't even blink.
It's on the dungeon.
Can't even blink link, can't even freaking blink. I swear, and like half the time you can just stand here and they won't even attack you. Like right now I'm standing here and they're not even hitting me, right? But like as soon as I go into combat, they'll be under my feet every like half second.
Who got the key?
I did.
Okay.
Dank.
Now, berserking is just a state that you go into as a barbarian. So when you go into the berserking state, you get a damage bonus, and I think it's a movement speed increase. And then there's also buffs that you can get, kind of like how I was talking about with Fortify earlier, where you can add more Fortify damage reduction to your character. There's tons of ways that you can add more damage to your character while you're in the berserking state. So it stacks up cumulatively. There's tons of it in the Paragon board and all sorts of stuff like that. So you can get like tons of berserking. Wrath of the Berserker gives you an extra damage bonus, and it gives you more duration on your berserking, but you don't have to have Wrath of the Berserker to berserk.
It's locked.
Freaking charge always seeks out the nearest wall and just head bumps right into it.
Sounds like fun.
I need more time.
Did you guys see the build with the Shred Druid doing almost a billion he did billions of damage?
Yeah, it's a recursive loop between 2 or 3 skills. It's probably not gonna stay.
Oh yeah, Blizzard apparently has already said it's gonna get changed.
No D3 numbers.
I don't want to see those numbers.
No, I don't either. So
Oh,
that
what, the
was
trillions of damage?
Yes.
Boy, I think the first time I was in D3 and I hit like 12 trillion, and it literally didn't even show the number. It was just like 12T, and I'm like,
gave up.
I felt like a hamster on a treadmill in that game. Never felt like anything was ever good enough. I was constantly getting like stronger, constantly getting stronger. There was no ceiling. There was no like, hey, you finally got like your best in slot equipment, because there was no such thing as best in slot equipment. It was like, no, go farm some more and find something slightly better so you can hit for 15 trillion this time.
I'm not ready yet.
I much prefer the way that this game runs than the way that Diablo 3 runs. Oh, okay. How dare I look at my equipment or check anything, because we just opened up the chest.
That volcano knew you opened your inventory.
It literally, like as soon as I opened my inventory, it popped up underneath of me and just tried to murder me.
Guys, they're so mean.
I need more time.
Whoever thought all these mechanics that literally make it so you can never stand still was a good idea? Like, I hope they get fire ants in their bed. I hope fire ants come and bite them right on the wiener, right on the wiener. Just.
I'm not ready yet.
It's a curse. I curse you with fire ants.
Probably the same person that designed the maggot layer in D2.
Hey, you could at least stand still in maggot layer. I mean, that's pretty much all you did in the maggot layer. Let's be honest.
I was about to say that's all you did was stand still.
Well, at least you could stand still in there, like, you know.
Yeah, there's 8 of us. Let's walk through here. Nope.
Single file.
There's always that sorcerer
I
that
just
gets
love
in
how
front and can't do anything and dies.
I
because
just
she
love
can't run away.
I love the maggot layer because it humbles the poor Hammerden. The Hammerden's like, I hate the maggot layer. I'm like, good. Let's go to the maggot layer and farm, guys.
I hate the maggot layer, and I hate the Hammerden.
Good. Well, you
Hey
can
Leon, do you want to take my
invite-
spot in this run?
invite the Hammered into your maggot layer run.
I'm trying
I would.
different content.
I would.
Alright, I'm gonna take off for a little bit, guys. I'll be back in a bit.
Why are there giant freaking
Snatch your spot.
dune worms in the sand? Do we got spice here? Where's House of Atreides?
Snatch his spot. Where are you at?
No
Hold on,
snatching.
you guys.
No snatching. Snatcher, no snatching.
All things have value, I suppose.
Snatcher, no snatching.
Yes, yes, I'll take it. You don't want
I keep looking for a good pair of pants and I can't find one.
Go to Target.
They ain't got good pants. They got expensive pants. That's the difference. Just because it's expensive don't mean it's good.
all things have
Somewhere
value,
along the lines, I think people lost that entirely. I think I fell into that mentality once a long time ago. I'm like, it's expensive. It must be good. Like, no, that's not how it works. That's a pretty decent ring. Be good for a Hoda Barbarian. It's got pretty high crit, pretty high roll on the HP, decent roll on the maximum energy. The injured enemy needs to be re-rolled to vulnerable, but
It wouldn't work on a Hoda Barb
because you need crit.
because that energy would have to be Fury.
I'm pretty sure it transfers between characters, doesn't it?
I think so.
Like I think when you look at it on another character, doesn't it just change to a different stat?
No.
No.
So the resources are really just stuck on the character that they belong to?
Yeah, you'd have to re-roll it
That
on the character.
seems stupid.
I want you sharing here.
That seems really dumb. That seems like that's like really high level dumbness there.
Yeah, it's a tippy top. That's GG stuff there.
That's like creme de la creme of dumb.
Yes, yes, I'll take it.
Alrighty then.
Blood orbs reduce your ultimate cooldown by 1.3 seconds. Well, like each time you pick one up?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, that I don't pick up blood orbs because they don't drop.
You can make them drop really easily. There's an aspect. It's literally
Yes,
it
there is.
literally it's like every single time you consume a corpse, it like creates a
It's
blood
all-
orb.
It's I think I've got it.
So you combine those two together and you can get some pretty crazy numbers. There's also another one that restores like a massive amount of it's like a massive amount of resource every single time you pick up an orb too. Like you combine all three of them together and you get like some craziness. I'm not really very happy about like how easy it is to see the blood orbs. I feel like they're very like muted, very diminished.
Yeah,
They're hard to
they
see.
Kind of hard to see. The embalmer aspect of the embalmer, consuming a corpse has a 20% to 30% chance to spawn a blood orb. Helm, chest, pants, amulet, and shield.
If damage versus close is better than all stats. So damage versus close is something that has to be multiplied. So if you have the multiplier, which is on Barbarian, it's the Pit Fighter one, you're probably going to want to go with the close because you're going to be multiplying close damage. Assuming, of course, you're using the Pit Fighter passive. Oh look, the butcher's here. Holy crap.
Oh.
Come save me.
Oh.
He's level
Oh.
88. I'm level 70. He's gonna kill me.
I'm coming. Just stay alive.
I am trying to stay alive. You're gonna have to.
trying
You're
to
gonna
get
have to
there.
go faster than that.
Well, you know what? I'm slow. Just a slow, dumb
He about to murder me.
I'm loading in.
He was literally standing
Hello,
in the
butcher.
door of the dungeon. Like I literally walked in and he was right there just waiting for me. I am not high enough level and I do not have enough DR for this.
I don't have enough essence for this.
He's gonna clap my cheeks. Oh wow, he just ran over me. He dropped me some pants.
You dropped me a tunic.
I don't like them. They're ugly pants. They look like deuce. Well, there you go. Now we gotta find the treasure goblin. I mean,
I'm not ready yet.
season 1 is gonna be coming, yeah, but like if you're gonna play season 1, all your stuff's gonna be gone anyway, so I don't see how holding on to anything here is gonna help you out. Preseason, this is preseason is what we're in right now. Preseason's best for testing out characters, playing around with stuff, having fun. I mean, there's no reason not to spend your janks right now. Just have fun making characters. How things are going to change on the 18th? I don't really know. I guess we're going to find out. I mean, we're going to get 7 new aspects, which is pretty cool. We're going to get 6 new unique items, one of which I'm pretty sure is going to be an uber rare, so you might as well just say 5, because good luck finding that uber rare one. We'll see. If you happen to be one of the lucky few. We're not going to get access to the Malignant Hearts, obviously. That's not until Season 1 starts on the 20th. What's the point of leveling again? Season is going to have a whole bunch of new content, a new boss. There's going to be, obviously, new aspects, new uniques. The Malignant Hearts look really cool. Honestly, those things are probably going to be worth it, in my opinion. Just all by themselves.
But we're not going to be able to take them with us.
No, we are not.
I'm not ready yet.
Which, that's kind of upsetting.
Honestly, though, the main reason why you make a new character is actually a reason that, for some reason, most people don't consider, and I don't know why. So, when you're playing a game with
There he is.
with other people, found the goblin?
Yep. He's
Get him.
dead. He's dead.
When you're playing a game with other people, you're not always the same level. Sometimes you start different times, sometimes one guy is ahead of the other. 1,000 different things can happen that cause your levels to get out of whack and you just can't play with each other anymore. Half the fun of playing these games is literally to play with your friends, or your clan, or, you know, whatever, the group that you want to be in, whatever you end up playing as. The thing is like, you can't really do that when one person's level 100 with max gear and another guy's level 50 with, like, crappy gear, another guy's level 1 and another guy's level 70. Like, it doesn't really work out very well. Ladders represent or seasons represent a chance for everybody to start on an even playing field. For the first time, literally, you know, since the launch of the game, you have the opportunity to play on an even playing field with everybody else. So that guy who's level 100, guess what? He's level 1 now, and if you hop on the same day that he starts, you can play with your friend again. Leveling up together is actually surprisingly fun. It's very fun. If you guys have never joined me for any of my ladder starts, we have a frickin' blast. Like, the entire time we're doing the ladder start, we're joking and farting and eating beef jerky and making jokes, and it's like a good old frickin' party. And if that doesn't appeal to you, then I guess, you know, whatever. But, like, It should, because it's super fun. I mean, we do that even without ladders. We'll do like new character days, and we have fun with that kind of stuff. We make theory crafts, and we try and figure out new characters like party dens and all sorts of other crazy stuff. I mean, sometimes just making a new character is one of the funnest things you can do.
I'm not ready yet.
This poison sucks.
Hear that? Chunks really likes the poison one dungeons, guys. Get him all the poison dungeons. Mail them to him in the mail.
Oh, I'm gonna go craft another death boss. Just for you.
I mean, the leaderboard missing, it does suck. I will agree. But if you think there's not going to be competition just because the leaderboard is gone, you're wrong. Guarantee you there's still going to be people talking about who hit level 100 first. And granted, without a leaderboard, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to figure out who that person is, but then they'll be looking. They'll be looking at timestamps and all sorts of other stuff, and they'll be like, oh man, you know, freaking Ginger hit level 100 at like 1759. Well, yeah, well, like Wudicho hit level 100 at 1758. Yeah, we went all the way back around to the start. Honestly, we already got a group signed up. We got about 13 people in the group so far. We're probably going to have a lot of fun. A little bit of redundancy, so we can always have somebody else to play with. Should work out fine.
Oops.
I don't know what the hell just hit me.
I just charged right into that. I dashed.
You go to a gym and tell somebody that you hit level 100 on Diablo, they're going to call you a retard. I mean, isn't that just a matter of perspective, though? Like, the people at the gym care about gym-related activities. If you go into a Diablo server and say the same thing, people are actually going to be jealous. Why are you going to go to the gym and tell people that? Go to the place where people actually care.
There's an event down here that you're running straight past.
I'm coming back. But I figure the giant bone necro can handle it all by himself.
I need that rain of arrows.
You need the rain of arrows? I don't know.
Yeah, see? I pull them in for you and you explode them. I've only got so much gas in this bone spear.
If there's not competition, it's for nerds. Wow. I mean, isn't everything competition?
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Oh, stupid splody spiders. Splody spiders explode. That's rude. I don't like it.
Without you, I'd be dead. Think I can manage from here? Please.
You spend
Give us our
years
stuff.
and years in games and you regret it. Why do you regret something that you have fun with? Are you not having fun? Like,
Can't carry anymore.
is there somebody like behind you with a gun, like holding it to your head, like making you play the video game or something? Like, are there people telling you that your video games are a waste of time? Because they're idiots. I've talked about this with a lot of people, and I have a distinct impression that the people who say that kind of stuff have no clue what they're talking about. And they're the same exact people who will literally go and watch TV for like friggin' 8 hours straight and then come and criticize you for playing a video game. And you know what the sad part is? Is when you play a video game, you are far more active and far more interesting, far more useful as a person. Like, you talk to other people, you interact, you make jokes, you actually have fun. Like, you know what happens when you watch TV? That's it. You're just watching TV. Half the time you're not even watching TV that's anything important. You're just watching some dumb TV show that probably is not even any good. You meet new people when you play video games, as long as you're playing video games online. I mean, I don't really know how else to put it, but like, I didn't know Chunks before I started playing Diablo 2 and doing my YouTube channel. I didn't know freaking Leon. I didn't know any of these guys that are in here right now. Like, they weren't my friends before I started playing Diablo 2.
That's a deal.
Traveling around the world. Oh yes, traveling around the world. I've done traveling. I've been to West Virginia. I've been to Florida. I've been to North Carolina. I've been to various places around the world. You know what? You know what you do when you travel around the world? You do the same thing you do when you're not traveling around the world. there's really not much more to it. I've been to the mountains tons of times. I've been to the beach tons of times. I've been camping tons of times. And to be honest with you, I'd much rather prefer stay here and play video games.
I hate this stool here.
Yeah, give it
I sit on all the stools all the time. I don't know why.
Man,
I just
that
always
one,
click 'em.
that one gets me every time.
That's the chair boss. The chair boss is the boss. That is the boss. You can't beat the chair boss.
No,
to
you
this
can't.
to this day, no one has been able to beat the chair boss.
It's like, okay, I'm done with the blacksmith. Let's turn her up.
Chair boss.
Down.
Chair boss has taken him down. Chunks has died.
Well,
I mean, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Like, if I had $10 million, you know what I would do? I'd make myself the bossest computer that ever existed. Get myself the biggest monitors. I would have like dual 4090 Ti graphics cards. Like, you're looking at a gamer here. I'm a gamer at heart. Like, that's what I would do with that freaking money. I mean, I'd probably buy my girl some stuff too, and like, I don't know, help out my family. But like, you're life isn't so straightforward as like you have to do this if you want to be like a useful member of society or something. Like, I used to think that gaming was bad and that I was wasting my time in it too. And look at me now, I'm a freaking YouTuber and I play video games for a living. And I get paid for it.
Morgan's folly is lost in ruins. Going back is... This isn't like before.
If I get $10 million, I don't care if I'm overpaying. I don't care about none of that. And my chinchillas are going to have a mansion. Have like a little webcam, bunch of webcams in there, so you guys can like flip through the chinchilla mansion. Look, all I know is that video games have been like a very defining feature in my life. Video games do a lot of things. They help you meet people. Like, you can literally meet so many people on freaking video games, it's not even funny. You learn things. Lots of things. A lot of video games have a lot of interesting information and data in them that you can discern. And not just fictional information, but actual real information that, like, it teaches you. Hand-eye coordination improves drastically. You get way better than a lot of other people. I've seen some people who don't play video games, they try and play video games, and I swear it's like watching a turtle try and like have sex with another turtle. Like, I don't even understand what the hell's going on half the time. Like, they don't, their fingers don't even work right. Like, It's like they're trying to do something with their fingers and they just can't. Like, and because of my love of video games, I also, you know, ended up working on computers, and the computers literally have also brought me tons of money throughout my life. Knowing how to fix computers, knowing how to swap out parts, knowing how to fix things when they break. I've literally gotten tons of stuff from that. When you do raids and like things like that, you be a raid leader. Like, you learn how to, you know, like organize groups and set tasks and literally like manage people. And it's real experience that actually will help you in the real world. You learn work ethic too. Like, games usually teach you work ethic very well, like very easily. One of the reasons why games teach you work ethic is just simply because if you don't have a work ethic, most of the time you can't get what you want. That's one of the reasons why I hate like mobile games and like pay-to-win games so much, is because they teach the exact opposite, which is that you don't need to have a work ethic. That if you have enough money, you can just buy what you want, right? But that's not how real life works. Well, it works that way in video games, but it doesn't, you know, in those specific video games, the ones that are like monetized to hell with pay to win brackets. But that doesn't work in real life. You can't just pay to win. Like, I mean, if that was the case, you would have like people being the president, whenever they wanted to. You just pay enough money, and you'll just be the president, right? But in the actual real world, you know, like literally people have spent like hundreds of millions, if not 500 million, if not like $1 billion, sometimes trying to become the president, and still end up failing. Another thing about video games that I really like is that they help you unwind. I've always loved this about video games. When I used to work at a call center, I'd come home and I was always so wound up. I couldn't sleep. And one of the ways that I always got to sleep was I just played video games until I wound down. Like, everybody has something that they like to do after work that they wind down on, and like, you can't just work. That's not how life works. Like, you know, all work and no play makes for a very dull boy. And granted, all play and no work also makes for for a very silly encounter as well. But like, you gotta have some way to wind down. Everybody has a way to wind down after work. And you totally cannot buy friends. That is a complete and utter lie.
Well, what have you been up to?
There's a famous movie just simply because of that. I'm trying to remember the name of it right off the top of my head. Although I can't remember the name, I can tell you the story. Basically, there was a guy. He was an older man, and he was dying, and he wanted to leave his fortune to one of his family members, but he didn't know which one of them he could trust to leave the fortune to. And so he told them all he was dying and invited them all to his mansion. And kind of, you know, like did his best to be as annoying as possible, but for the most part promised that he would give them the money. Well, at a certain part, he faked basically going bankrupt. And instead of being in a mansion, all of a sudden now he was in a state-run hospital, and he was on Medicare and a bunch of other things. And only one of his family members came to visit him. Only one. But it was the only one that didn't care about the money. And when he found out that person came to visit him, despite the fact that he had nothing left and he was a pauper, he gave them everything. Because he wanted to give the money to somebody who actually deserved it. And he realized through his trickery that none of his family members actually cared about him. The only thing they wanted was his money. You can't buy friends. You can buy people who pretend to be your friends, but that's something different entirely.
Huh. I could change my background now. Is that something new?
Very naive. Very naive to assume that anyone would actually want to be your friend. That's terrible. It's a very bleak outlook on life.
First Carlo, now Leah. There's something out there killing us, and no one.
I'm
will do
hitting
anything.
accept.
I don't think that's realistic at all. I'm pretty sure that's just pessimistic. That's about as pessimistic as you can get. We want chunks. Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. 1 gold for me. Trade was successfully completed. I have received 1 gold. Oh yeah, like that's a whole other thing that we can talk about when it comes to video games. Like, video games are cheaper than spending all your money going out and doing stupid things. They're also safer too. Like,
Loki's not here.
not a lot of people are going to end up getting killed because they stayed at home playing video games. But you very well can't get killed going out. That's for dang sure. And everybody just spinning in circles. You're the leader, Hopari. You can boot him if you want to, and we can continue.
Bite him back when he comes back. Oh, he's making you do it.
All right, well, let's go. Get out of here. Get out of here. All right, let's go. He'll be back later.
I
Damn.
got a Lost Archives.
Enjoy the swamp.
Can you hear me?
I mean, I don't know if gaming is one of the cheapest hobbies. I can hear whoever was talking. Because, like, I feel like it's a lot like freaking race cars. And, like, people always buying, like, them performance mufflers and everything. Like, getting into computers, like, high-end gaming rigs and stuff like that can be pretty expensive. I mean, it depends on how far you want to go. Like, I usually top it off and I'm like, you know, this far and no further, but like I sometimes it does get pretty expensive, like especially if you take it to the maximum.
Fire resist. Don't have any fire resist.
What the hell am I? Am I in the wrong dungeon entirely, aren't I?
Probably.
I don't know. Like, I mean, it's very similar to like a staycation. Like, a lot of people take vacations these days, but they just stay home. You know why? Because it's expensive to go out. And honestly, staycations are freaking great. I don't care what nobody says. Like, staying in the house, you know, just eating food, relaxing, watching some TV, checking out your latest TV shows, playing video games, like, being able to stay up all night and sleep all day. Like, staycations are great. I mean, girlfriends are expensive, but I don't know what to tell you about that. They just are expensive. They always have been. I ain't never had a girlfriend my entire life that wasn't, including my current one. They're all expensive. They always want to do stuff. They always want to go places. They always want to spend money. That's another reason you should stay home and play video games. That way you're not spending money, and you can spend it on them. I'm gonna be honest with you, I've never had a girlfriend that wasn't expensive. Never.
I need more time.
It's a good thing I get all this money from YouTube. From you guys donating money to me. That's where it goes most of the time, is straight to my girl. I ain't even gonna lie about it. I don't understand why that increased health modifier is so hellacious.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, when they say increased health, they mean increased health. Like, it ain't even remotely a joke. Like, it's not like 50% more health, or like 100% more health, or like 200%. I swear that jank's like 1,000% more health or something. Because like, you'd be like a baby spider with like enhanced health, and it's like, good lord, how much health does this baby spider have? Meanwhile, this baby spider that's next to him that doesn't have the effect dies in like one tap. You're just like, boop, he's dead. I would love to know how much that increased health really is. Am I making a living yet? I'm doing pretty good. I'm honestly getting to the point where I could probably quit, but nice to have the extra income from the part-time job. I used to be full-time. I'm not full-time anymore, so that should say something. You guys are the ones making that possible. I can't do nothing about it. I try my best. I put content out, you know, whether you guys watch it or not. It's up to you.
I've actually watched quite a few of your videos.
Yeah.
I don't watch one. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, heck, like,
I just woke up one day and there was a video playing, and then I was like, yeah, okay, I'll talk to this guy. He don't know what he's talking about, but I'll talk to him.
I need more time.
yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. How dare you, sir? You profane the great name.
Then I just
come
stuck
a little
around
ways,
for
Ginger.
like going on 3 years or something.
Well, I learned a long time ago that it's better to have content than not have it. Like, some of these YouTubers, and this is not really like an insult or anything, so like, it doesn't really matter if I call out names, but some of these YouTubers are just like, not understanding that people enjoy content. Like, everything in life, and I feel like this goes across borders, YouTube, Goes across like even when you first met your girlfriend. Like, what did you do when you first met your girlfriend, right? Like the one maybe that you turned into your wife. Who knows? Like, you wanted more, right? Like, it wasn't just a matter of, hey, let's go on one date, and then like 2 weeks later you go on another date. That's not how it works. Like, when you get infatuated with something, or when you find something interesting, you want to like freaking like imbibe in that thing. You wanna like watch every single episode. When you find a good TV show, you wanna hang out with your girl like every day. You know, like it's just a thing. And like I realized that the other YouTubers had this big issue. It was like, okay, well, yeah, they've got a nice video. It's a really cool video. Like props to you. Like, it's amazing. Maybe you've got 1 million views on your video. Yeah. But like when that person goes to look and see what other videos you have to watch, are they gonna find anything worth watching? Is anything gonna be there? And like, it's one of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of YouTubers make, is that like they don't have enough content like for their audience. So what this basically means is that like you have somebody, you've caught them like in your web, so to speak, you know, like they're there and they like your content. And then they go to try and see if you have any more content, but you don't. And like, so they go watch something else. Like, I think one of the biggest things is just simply like, if somebody enjoys your stuff, have more stuff for them to watch. And be like, oh, you like that? Well, you know. Well, you can also watch this. How about that? I got a stupid video of me talking about cats. You want to watch that? I mean, I do it all the time too. Like, if I find a TV show on Netflix, you really think I'm watching one episode? How many of you people only watch one episode of a show? Because you're abnormal. I'm calling you out. Because ain't nobody ever want to watch just one episode of a show. Half the time when I talk to people, they tell me they won't even watch a show unless
they can binge watch it.
Unless there's like 2 or more seasons. They won't even watch it unless there's more than 1 season. They're like, no, I won't even pick a show up if there's only 1 season. They're like, it's got to be at least 2 or more seasons.
I'm not ready yet.
You know what I think cats are like, and y'all are gonna laugh at this. I swear cats are like intelligent creatures that have the ability of like human thought, but they are like overwhelmed by instinct, and like they have absolutely no ability to control their instincts. And so despite the fact that they're intelligent enough to know that they're doing something wrong, their instincts just like completely overwhelm them, and they're like, must pee in
Go roll this out.
bowl. And they just can't stop themselves.
A lot more cooldown on it. I can get that maximum essence roll.
There. See, now you've seen one of my older videos. Ones that you've probably never seen before. Look, I think that video has a whole, like, maybe 100 views on it. And it's amazing. Congratulations.
16.
Why does the exploit glyph on the rogue have strength attached to it? That seems a little strange. Why is it strength? It's weird. Guess I can come down here and grab these 2 strength nodes. Why not? Your husband sent me a few of my videos. Nice, nice. I hope they help you out. I hope they help you. That's at least the one thing that I always endeavor to be, is helpful. I don't like putting out videos that aren't helpful. feel like if you can't come out of my videos like learning something new, then I've probably failed. Either that or you're a genius. One or the other. You're going to want to complete the campaign before Season 1 defense, otherwise you're going to be at a disadvantage to all the other players. Because you can't start the Season 1 content until you've completed the campaign. That's actually part of the whole thing. So the Season 1 content is gated behind the campaign. So if you haven't completed the campaign, you're going to want to get that out of the way now. You've got a couple days to do it, so it shouldn't be impossible. You're also going to want to explore the entire map and get all your Altars of Lilith as well.
Ready?
I think animes were the ones that really made me not like the season wait, or the wait for the next episode, because they always like ended on cliffhangers. I used to hate it. Like every single freaking episode.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Will Goku survive? Will Gohan be able to master the Super Saiyan 3 ultimate form? Will Krillin be able to survive the blast radius?
No.
They always set you up, and you're like...
You ever watch that Dragon Ball Z abridged?
I never see that.
It's hilarious. It's like a Dragon Ball Z parody, and they go through pretty much all the Cell stuff up to the Cell stuff, like from the start. But they it's like a parody. They voice it all over and stuff, but it's hilarious.
I need to rewatch the Boo Saga. I don't remember like everything about the Boo Saga. I feel like
I think actually now that I think about it, they do Boo too. Yeah.
I need to rewatch the Boo Saga.
Coming.
But it's so
Just trying to
like,
sell all my
accurate.
doojanks. Selling all my doojanks in town. Selling all my doojanks. Gotta sell all my doojanks. Gonna sell all my doojanks. Doojanks, 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 doojanks. Got to sell all of my doojanks.
Crap.
How many views does that video have anyway? I want to go look now. Hold on. I didn't even pay attention. You know what I almost 200. Look at that. Woo! Woo! Uh-huh. I can't wait till we get the patch. I kind of want to just go to sleep till we get the patch. Can I do that? Can I just go to sleep till we get the patch? Wake me up when the patch... When the patch goes live, just wake me up when the patch goes live.
And remember to log on your character with the most progress and renown first.
It's a good thing we're all good at climbing, apparently. Even the weak little pasty necromancer apparently can climb the cliff.
I'm not ready yet.
Boy, I'm like my butt kicked over here. These Grosley bears is rowdy.
They're mean.
They hit hard.
This is the one I did the 56 in. Carrying Whoopi through.
I need more time.
The dang Grosley bears.
And then it had a nightmare portals. I did die once. But I would have died in a 20 to what I died to. About 20 of them fallen lunatic guys.
Dude, the fallen lunatic guys get me all the time.
If
Like,
they
I'd be
ran
running.
up on me, I got frozen.
I was trying to
and
run
then
a
they
dungeon
all
the other
exploded at
day,
once.
and literally, like, I think I was in like a really high tier dungeon, and I was just having fun with it. But every single time I died, it was one of them stupid fallen lunatics, and I didn't know they were there. Like, every single time. I would just be, like, fighting a group of monsters, and then boom, all of a sudden I'm dead.
I need more time.
I knew they were there, but I was frozen.
You don't always know they're there. Sometimes they sneak up on you. I don't even know how they do it. They just be all
When
quiet.
20 of them,
They put on their little
20 of
soft
them blow
shoes,
up
like
on
in
you
Lord of
at
the
once.
Rings.
20 of them blow up on you at once. I don't really see too many people surviving that.
Nah, the ones there's a whole lot of them, they're really easy to see. The ones that get me are the ones where it's just like the one, and he like sneaks up behind you and like taps you on the shoulder, and by the time you see him, he's already exploded.
That guy had just a couple seconds on my cooldowns. There was nothing I could do but just sit there and watch.
Oh man, you just reminded me of this video that I saw. There was this video I saw where the guy was like, he had like one of those pads, and it was on like the corner of a wall, and he was like kicking the pad like with his shin, and he kept kicking it over and over again, and then all of a sudden the pad fell, and he kicked the corner of the wall. It was just like it looked so painful.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh god, don't kill me. Freaking quill rats. I'll tell you, if somebody asks me why you should play Diablo 4, I'm gonna be like, well, because there's quill rats in there. And they'll be like, that's not a good reason. That's a reason I should not play. And I'm like, what, you don't want to play with the quill rats?
Oh
god, that Gorgonic bear just turned around and one-shot me. That was beautiful. He just Gorgonicked my head. He said, I hear you like Gorgons. I got a Gorgonic Gorgonator.
Oh,
A Gorgonzola.
that's the first one. They go pig one.
That bad boy on my wall.
I need more time.
Man, I'm not doing good damage here. Ow, your fists are hurting.
Oh, I don't like lightning.
Okay, well I was able to kill him at least, I guess.
Said I don't like lightning. Why does he keep doing that?
I mean, I think he's deliberately trying to be mean, so...
Okay, I like lightning.
It's too late now, you already gave it away.
I did do it.
In the future, when someone asks you if you're a god, you say yes! Alright, quick, 10 internet points. What movie was that from?
Ow!
Oh,
Ow!
Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah, see? Can you get an invite? What do you need an invite for, man, baby? You want to come join us in mortal peril?
Got both of you.
Just the clan for now? I've just put your Battle.net ID in the Kinship clan chat. I have it open right now to the Diablo 4 Kinship channel. Just put your Battle.net ID and I'll get you in. We don't accept random invites. You gotta be actually in the Kinship, so... Easiest way for me to confirm you're in the Kinship is to put your Battle.net ID in the Kinship chat. You have to be in the Kinship to post in the Kinship chat, so... I don't have to do a whole lot of work. I'm lazy, alright? So just make it easy on me. Lazy.
Oh, got some unique pants.
I'm not ready yet.
La 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 la
Yes,
la la
you were
la
trying to
la
steal from me.
lazy. And if you're
Need
not in
that
the
ramp.
kinship, you have to join the kinship, so that's a whole process on its own. We're actually filling up. Not gonna have much more room. Eventually we will be full.
How many are active though still? I guess we'll find out when the first season starts.
You're right. Yeah. When you're right, you're right.
Much thanks, friend. Fine indeed.
When you're right, you're right.
Well, I leveled.
It's a little bit better than the one I had on.
I'm not ready yet.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you?
Scared. Oh my.
Hello,
So
corpse
good,
though.
That Corpo said hello.
So that one. Why is that thing puking on us, or is it peeing on us, or farting on us?
Light my fire, bro. It's trying to light. I guess it's been a while.
Bleh.
Come on, go, yes.
Why can't I get on my mounts
not
while
ready
we're in the dungeon?
I need more time.
Ice heart bracers.
Ice heart Bryce.
Yup. I remember that advice you gave me about that
I
one.
need more time.
You already covered your thing. Oh, I didn't get any EXP because I wasn't here. Rude. Rude. Furrowed brow. I will brow my furrow and I will furrow it. I will furrow the brow.
I'm gonna jump off of here, buddy, and make me some dinner, man.
Boom.
Thanks for letting me run with you, though.
Oh, no problem.
You guys have a good night, and
You too.
The steps to join in the kinship are thus, T-Bomb baby. Number 1, join the Discord. Number 2, read the kinship GGM charter. In the charter is the way to join the kinship. Number 4, post your BattleNet tag in the kinship only Diablo 4 chat to join the in-game clan. That's pretty much the gist of it right there. We currently have 125 members, so we only have 25 slots so far. Maybe we'll prune it a little bit in the future for people that aren't showing up, but... does it show you, like, the last time they logged in, or does it not say anything at all?
I don't think in the clan chat it does. I know friends list wise it does. On the launcher, I believe. Like the last scene.
Wow, wow, wow. 68 people online out of 125. That's not bad.
On clan?
Yep.
sell. It's not going to give me a sword.
I went to gamble some stuff. Yeah, I got 1,000 doojanks. I got 1,000 doojanks. I'm level 70 now. 71, actually. What other equipment I can throw on? Could throw on a crappy pair of Fists of Fate.
What's up, friends?
Hello. How's it going?
Good. I'm just getting around to installing Diablo 4 finally.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You got some work to do there, buddy.
I've been really busy, and then Tears of the Kingdom came out, and that dominated my free time for a while.
Oh, I played the crap out of that and beat it as fast as I could.
So fun. I loved it. It was awesome.
Very good. It was very good.
I only about 50% at the total completion though, and then I kind of got burned out, but it was fun for, however long I played it. I'll probably go back eventually.
So, the renown does not carry over except for two things, which is the Fog of War. So, unlocking the Fog of War will carry over between the Eternal Realm and the new version of the game, and the Lilith statues and the renown for the Lilith statues will transfer over between the two realms. So when you start your new character on the new season and you he's gonna have access to all the Lilith statues that you collected, and he's gonna have the map unlocked as you unlocked it in the Eternal Realm. Those are the only two things that are going to transfer over besides the completion of the campaign. So if you've completed the campaign, you'll be able to skip the campaign and start with the season content. So if you don't complete the campaign before the season, you're going to have to complete the campaign one way or another, because they're not going to let you get the season content until after you've completed the campaign. So DK, if you want to get access to the new season content, you're going to have to do the campaign.
Yeah, so I was thinking it's kind of a bad time to start. I should probably just wait a few days, but maybe I'll play a little bit to get a feel.
No, I mean, like I said, if you don't do the campaign, you won't be able to start the season content.
Yeah, you'd have to do the
there's a skip
the season.
There's a skip campaign button once you've completed the campaign. So basically, once you complete the campaign, you can just skip it with us. We're all going to be skipping it, obviously, because we've already done the campaign.
Yeah. I also don't mind just taking my time and doing it once the season starts, but we'll see how far I get.
I mean, it shouldn't take you more than like 3 days to do the campaign. Yeah. Like just having fun with it and just exploring it. I mean, it's currently the 15th, so 16, 17, 18. So you still got there's plenty of time for you to do the campaign if you start now.
Yeah, I'll see how far I get through it. I have not been keeping touch with the meta or any changes, so kind of feel like I am going in completely cold from the betas at this point.
I mean, what character are you choosing?
I was thinking Barb, because that's what I was playing during the beta.
I mean, two best builds to start with on the Barb seem to be Rend and Hoda.
Yeah.
That seems to be your money. Rend is pretty OP, to be honest.
What have people seemingly been having just the most fun with? Any healers?
I mean, there's a lot of different builds out there. I built a whole character around Frenzy, which was fun. Kick seems really awesome. There's a bunch of aspects that let you kick things and then they explode, and there's it's pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
There's also a whole leap build where you can basically just build around leap, so you're just constantly leaping. You can reset leap with multiple abilities, so it's just always up.
I'll be back in a little bit.
There's a whole bunch of crazy stuff. I'm trying not to. I'm trying not to burn myself out before the season starts.
Yeah.
Like
What
I've been.
about non-barb fun characters or builds?
Honestly,
Just
like
fun.
every character has a fun build. I've been messing around with all sorts of stuff. Like I built a freezing arrow Amazon basically out of the rogue, and she functions pretty much identically to the way the freezing Amazon does. So the more dense the pack is, the more the more damage she does. Like literally to the point where if the pack is nice and densely, like grouped, I can literally fire like one arrow in and the whole pack just dies.
Nice.
I mean, I did like a really cool toxic crit druid that was pretty fun. Like lots of poison damage. There's a whole trap build on the rogue, which is pretty fun to play around with. I mean, like the companion druid's kind of fun too. I actually thought the companion druid was pretty interesting. Bone Sphere Necro's OP is crap. You can do a whole corpse explosion necromancer too. Necromancer feels the most like the necromancer from Diablo 2.
That's cool. I will pick something here shortly and just kind of go with it, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got plenty of time to just have fun and just explore the story. The story's pretty good. It's worth watching the the cutscenes, and there's a couple really cool side quests. There's a really interesting side quest that has to do with the paladin. Definitely worth grabbing that. It's for some NPC called Johanna.
Johanna.
I can't remember the exact place, the city she's in, so you know to look for her, but I want to say it's I think it's Zarbinzet. Yeah, I think it's Zarbinzet. You'll find her inside the tavern in Zarbinzet. Definitely don't skip that one. That was a really cool quest. That's like a multi-parter too. Like there's like several parts to it, and like each part just gets more and more interesting.
That's
fun. There's a couple other interesting like side quests you can do, but like I don't want to like spoil any of it. But that one in particular with the paladin is really cool.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I wrote it down.
I don't know if her name actually her name is not Johanna like at the start of the quest. She actually changes her name, so her name might not be Johanna. I can't remember what her original name was. She what is it? But she's in that tavern. Like it's really obvious when you go into that tavern in that Zarbinzet. Like she's like talking real loud.
Okay.
Did you play Diablo 1?
I did, but definitely not within like the last decade.
Do you remember the quest where they steal the sign to the tavern?
I do remember that one.
There's a similar quest in this game where you find a barkeep and he complains that somebody stole his sign and you have to go find it.
Nice. That's funny.
I'm pretty sure that's a throwback to Diablo 1 sign stolen quest. The loose goose. What's up, Hooded Reaper? Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna head off for the day. Like I said, I'm trying not to burn myself out before the launch. We got the patch notes coming on the 18th, so they're gonna drop the season patch note on us like 2 days early, so we have a chance to actually play around with it.
Nice.
And then the 20th is the launch, so that's when we're actually gonna get all the cool stuff. But apparently we'll be able to play around with some of the stuff in advance, like the new unique items, the new legendary aspects. So we'll get to like maybe do a little bit of testing and figure out like which legendaries are going to be the best. Some of them are really cool. Like we got a sneak peek on some of them. Like one of them literally has a effect which is called what did they say it was? So you know the poison creeper, right? Did you ever play around with the poison creeper? basically this aspect makes it so that landslide is also cast around, like in the circle where the poison creeper attacks every time you use it.
Oh, nice.
Which sounds pretty OP. I think the poison creeper's already broken, but like it's one of like the best low level skills that you can get. Like you just press the button. It's like, oh, everything's poisoned. Oh, everything's mobilized. Oh, you got 20% extra crit too, by the way, so go ahead and wail on them. Oh, guess what? You can just reset it with the do-jank. Like, it's not even that hard. Oh, use me again. But Leon's been doing tons of stuff with the barbarian. He can probably answer all your barbarian questions if you have any. He's been like main barb like for most of the start. I've done one barbarian, and that was the basic barbarian, which I actually had a lot of fun with. He's a basic / kicker, which worked out really well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Google Doc right now. It looks like everybody's pretty split, at least for what they put in the class in the Google Doc. You know, like everybody's pretty split evenly between all the classes.
How many do we have in there now? Last time I looked, it was like 13.
There are 99 entries now.
99 entries in the Google Doc?
In the BattleNet tags?
Oh no, the BattleNet tags, that's just to sign up for the clan so we can get you into the clan.
Yeah.
Because we ran into an issue with the clan where it was like how do I put it? Like basically the clan, when you apply to the clan, it only shows your BattleNet ID. It doesn't show your actual name. Which is a little strange. So we were basically like, we had to get everybody's BattleNet ID so we can like get them into the clan. Which, by the way, if you want to get into the clan, like just put your BattleNet ID in there, or tell one of the captains. Like, I don't know if your BattleNet ID matches your name, but not a lot of people's did. You know, they'd be like, "Oh, what's your name?" "Oh, yeah, you know, it's a Xylor," and like, and then like his BattleNet ID would be like Big Hairy Butt Crack 9, and we're like,
Yeah, I just put it in the Google Doc. I guess you were talking about a Google Doc for season 1, like teams.
Yeah, I went ahead and I put that up
gotcha.
there.
Sweet.
It's the sign up sheet is on the pin list, I think. I mean, I'll probably post it. I'll probably post it several times though, like, you know, up until the day we launch. We're gonna have some rush groups that are gonna rush to 100, like, so there's gonna be some people that are going at it pretty hard. I want to try and get to 100. I think it's doable, and I think if we focus on it, we can probably get there really fast.
Nice. Yeah, I'll probably be pretty casual for a while, but I want to get playing. I think I'll try to finish the campaign then here. I have some time this weekend now.
I mean, it's a really good campaign. I would definitely recommend doing the story. The story is really good in my opinion. There's a lot of really memorable characters in the story. Even just in the beginning, like, I think you played the beta.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so you probably already know about Vigo, but I mean, there's more to the story than just the, you know, fractured peach section, obviously. I'll try not to spoil it.
Thank you, sir.
Are there going to be drops during the launch of Season 1? You know, I don't really know. I hope there are. It helps out my Twitch chat. Every single time there's drops, my Twitch viewership goes like way up. People will be like, idling just to get their drops. They'll be like, I gotta get my barbarian shield and... I think there totally was a barbarian shield, but it goes on your back. Like, the only class in the game that has a shield is the necromancer, but like there was a shield and it was like for a barbarian, and I was like, ooh, and then but it was a backpack item. It wasn't actually a shield that you actually wear. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna be like freaking on here like non-stop the next couple days anyway, so
Did you play? I guess you're getting off. But did you play Halls of Torment? I keep hearing about that one.
Halls of
Did you play
Torment.
that at all?
What's that?
It's look it up. It's kind of exploding on YouTube, but it looks a lot like Diablo 1, between 1 and 2. It's kind of an action RPG from an indie game studio. It's supposed to be really good. I've been watching some people stream it.
Halls of Torment.
I wasn't sure if you'd played it yet, but there's a lot of people playing it. It's like $4.
It looks like super basic. Reminds me of something from the old days, like I'm way before Diablo 1, like oh man, what was that? Trying to remember that series. There was a series of games that was out around that time that kind of like reminds me of that graphics.
Yeah, graphics are pretty basic, but it looks decently complex, and I don't know, people seem to be loving it. It's kind of blowing up, but I wasn't sure if you'd played it.
Nah, I haven't touched it.
Probably not a good time to start a new game, unless you needed something to do over the next 4 days.
Chasing Carrots. I like indie games. I mean, I doubt it's probably something I'm going to be able to like play forever, but it could be fun to just boot it up and have a run through.
Yeah, give it a look. I think you might like it.
It looks so old. This reminds me of like I can't remember the name of the game at this particular moment. It's just not pulling up here. Oh, of course. Alright, well that's not gonna work. I'll just have to leave it up for right now. Chunky has a rank of 4. Chunky never had a mic before, though. He was always typing. Alright, guys and gals. It's been fun. It's been like 8.5 hours, and I'm getting tired. I know it's Saturday, and I probably should stream longer, but like I said, I'm trying not to burn myself out before Season 1, which I've been streaming like non-stop, like almost every single day for a while, so... The patch that drops on the 18th is going to be pretty big, so obviously fully expect me to be there, like, going over everything with you guys. And up until then, I'll be covering any other developments which come up before then as well. I got to get myself snacks. Like, I just realized I don't have any snacks. This is a disaster. I need, like, some beef jerky. I need some nuts. I need some drinks. Like, I need some snacks. I don't got any snacks. You can't do a season launch without snacks. Like, dang. Sesame sticks, that sounds good. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, guys and gals, and keep watching.